IQ seems highly dubious. In fact, I can't find any evidence that he ever took an IQ test. It was his sister who said that a psychologist had once measured his IQ to be between 250 and 300, but that might have come about from a misunderstanding or an exaggeration when William did write to his sister saying that he had just taken a civil service exam for which he scored 254th on the list of candidates. But he himself described that as not so encouraging. What is true about William Sidis is that he was very intelligent, and he was a child prodigy. The New York Times was reporting about him when he was 10 years old and had just passed the MIT entrance exam. It says that when he was 2, he could read and write, and when he was 4, he could speak 4 languages. What is also true about William Sidis is that he has a very interesting story, and I'll share that story in this video, as well as share some of the work that he left behind. He set the record for the youngest person to enroll at Harvard at age 11, and at age 12 he gave a lecture there on 4-dimensional bodies. William's father, Boris Sidis, was a psychiatrist, and his mother, Sarah, was a doctor. They had a lot of thoughts about developmental psychology and put a lot of effort into raising William to be a prodigy. They spent any spare money on books and learning tools for him and nurtured his hunger for knowledge. William Sidis was named after his dad's friend, William James, who was a philosopher and psychologist. It was Boris Sidis and William James who together came up with the idea that we only use 10% of our brains, and they tested this theory on young William. When William showed great talents in learning, it was seen as proof that most people only meet a fraction of their full mental potential. It was called the reserve energy theory, and Boris was trying to unlock his son's reserve energy. This 10% of the brain idea is largely considered a myth now, with Wikipedia saying that it rests in folklore, not science, and that brain mapping suggests that all areas of the brain have a function and that they are used nearly all of the time. But keep that reserve energy theory in your mind because it's important to this story in unexpected ways. Life as a child prodigy wasn't easy for William. He was constantly reported on and struggled to fit in with older students, both at school and university. After he graduated his degree, he told reporters that he wanted to live the perfect life, which to him meant living in seclusion. He abandoned further studies in maths and law, and even got arrested for participating in a political parade. After that incident, his parents tried to reform him, but he soon became estranged from them and went on to live a very independent and private life. He ended up suing the New Yorker for an article they published about him, calling him lonely and invading his privacy. The sentiment of that article, as well as many modern footnotes about him, seem to imply that despite his great early promise, he amounted to nothing, or that he suffered a complete mental breakdown due to being pushed too hard mentally as a child by his parents. But in all those years of William Sidis living outside of the public eye, he was still learning and writing and sharing knowledge. He published many books under pseudonyms, but I have one here that he published under his own name. It is called The Animate and the Inanimate, and it was published in 1920 when he was 22. It details a theory of his that relates to cosmology, physics, and life. So let's have a look through it. Sidis says that this work is based on the idea of the reversibility of everything in time. That is, that all of the physical laws work backwards. But there is one exception, and that is the second law of thermodynamics. The second law relates to the idea that, say you have a bunch of particles in a box, they might start off all concentrated in one corner, but over time they will spread out. And it's so extremely unlikely that they would all collect in that corner again that we consider it to be impossible. With this, we see that the flow of heat goes from hot to cold. You don't see water spontaneously turning into ice because this is such an unlikely flow of energy. Then Sidus mentions the idea of Maxwell's demon, that if you were to have a reversal of this second law of thermodynamics, that you could imagine a sorting demon who could separate the slower particles from the faster ones. The demon could do this by monitoring some kind of barrier between two halves of the box, only letting slow particles into the left-hand side and fast particles into the right. You'd see that left-hand side of the box become cold and the right-hand side become hot, something that wouldn't naturally happen, but seems to have made available some kind of energy flow between hot and cold. This second law of thermodynamics also brought in the idea of entropy, which is constantly increasing. And for the next 100 or so pages, William Sidus explores the idea that perhaps in some regions of space we do see a reversal of the second law of thermodynamics, and in these regions entropy flows in the other direction. He also claims that perhaps these regions are what we know as life, that instead of defining life as something that is able to reproduce or grow or respond to the environment, that we instead define it as something that is able to take what we might have thought of as unavailable energy and turn it into a reserve fund of energy, used only by life and created by non-living forces. And then he mentions the work of his father's friend, Professor William James, who discovered in the domain of mental phenomena what he calls reserve energy. That's that whole 10% of the brain idea. So William Sidus is taking this idea that he has been raised to believe in and that his father was heavily involved with, and perhaps he credits for the reason he is called a prodigy, and tries to apply it to physics, to thermodynamics, and the laws of the universe. He does mention that this work is purely speculative, and that there are no experiments to verify what he suggests. This work never really reached an audience, and perhaps that made Sidus feel despondent about it, and he didn't publish any more known works of physics. This work was pretty much unknown until it was rediscovered in an attic in 1979. But let's take a little look through some more of the chapters. The first few chapters look at some of the physical laws and explores what they might look like in a reverse universe. He says that in the real universe, energy runs down to a common level, and in the reverse universe, energy tends to build itself up into different levels. In the real universe, we would see a ultimate heat death, mentioned here as when all of the energy is in the form of heat, its least concentrated form, and at a uniform concentration. A dead level of energy would be reached, and after that, nothing further could ever happen in the universe. That's unless heat was able to build itself up into different levels and be converted back into mechanical or kinetic energy, as in a reverse universe. Now, I don't mean to make any of this sound too believable, and there are many dubious claims in here. We've got here the requirement that the mechanical efficiency in the reverse universe is over 100%. Just like how the second law of thermodynamics is really an overwhelming probability rather than a law, so too is its reversal. That in this reverse universe, these probabilities are weighted in the opposite direction. Sidus believes that tracing back, there must be a time in the past when the available energy was 100% of the total universe. That there must have been what he called a great collision, where everything was at a temperature of absolute zero, and there were two semi-universes which were moving towards each other, in each of which there was not even a trace of relative motion. Sidus believes that in our own universe, 50% of cases will obey the second law of thermodynamics, and in 50% of the cases, it will be reversed. The universe as a whole will be neutral. So where apparently is all of this reverse universe hiding? Well, Sidus believed that there were vast pockets of space that have a tendency towards the positive direction and other pockets that have a tendency in the reverse direction. That the universe is made up of a number of what we may call bricks, alternately positive and negative, all approximately the same volume, arranged sort of like a three-dimensional checkerboard. That what we see is simply the white space that we are in. The black spaces surrounding us are invisible. In them, the laws of thermodynamics would be predominantly reversed. The stars in those black spaces would be reverse stars, that instead of giving out light, they absorb light. This is an intriguing part of his discussion because he's doing a good job of describing what we would now call black holes. He calls these reverse stars perfectly black bodies. These stars use radiant energy to build up a higher level of heat. He says that we can only see stars in the section of space where the second law of thermodynamics prevails, but that there is an additional part of the universe which is not visible to us. These black spaces even absorb the light from the white spaces beyond them, so even those cannot be seen by us. And by looking at the distribution of light in the sky, we get an idea merely of the size and shape of our special white space. And if you think that Sidus is predicting the existence of black holes here, keep in mind this is 47 years before the term black hole was even first used, and almost 20 years before Chandrasekhar even theorized the existence of something like a black hole. He says the boundary surface is between the positive and negative sections of space, that when light crosses it, it crosses in one direction, from the positive side to the negative side. If we were on the positive side, as seems to be the case, then we could not see beyond such surface, though we might easily have gravitational or other evidence of bodies existing beyond this surface. And that seems to have a lot in common with what we know as the event horizon. Sidus then mentions a supernova and suggests that the flaring up of a star must be it changing over from the negative to the positive tendency. That in the universe, stars will be constantly crossing over from one section to the next, and that when this happens and a star crosses over from a positive to a negative section of the universe, there happens a slow process of development, of life growth, changing the star from a positive one to a negative one gradually. And here you can start to see where the title of this book comes from, the animate and the inanimate. Sidus says that inanimate phenomena are positive tendencies and follow the second law of thermodynamics, while animate phenomena, on the contrary, are negative tendencies and tend to reverse that law. There's a motivation behind a lot of these stranger connections, which comes from the fact that at the time this book was written, around 1920, there was a lot about biology and living processes that we didn't understand, and we have learned so much more since then. The way that biological processes work within living bodies and the way that cells process energy is much less of a mystery to us now. And a lot of what we know about biology wouldn't stack up against some of these claims. Even the way our own brains work was a lot less understood. Sidus calls it a central organ in which the reserve energy is stored. And it seems that if he had been raised in any other family, he probably wouldn't have had that idea and been trying to draw that kind of a connection. Some of the claims get more and more dubious as the pages go on, but Sidus himself even recognizes this and ends with some objections to his theory. He emphasizes that this work is only mere speculation. One objection is that we have no proof that life really does reverse the second law of thermodynamics. Instead, we have plenty of evidence of living bodies obeying the second law. The theory also supposes that life exists everywhere and under all sorts of circumstances, but that's in contrast to what we actually observe when it comes to life. It instead seems to be an extremely complex phenomenon that can exist only under very special circumstances. Sidus says that he will leave the reader to compare for themselves the theory and weigh up the various arguments for and against. This book remained pretty much unknown for many decades. When it was found again in 1979, it was given to Buckminster Fuller, who happened to be a former Harvard classmate of William Sidus. Buckminster Fuller gave the work perhaps its first proper review. He said that he felt excitement and joy on being handed a copy of the book, which he says clearly predicts the black hole. So many people commenting on Sidus's life have said that he amounted to nothing and didn't use any of his academic brilliance. But Fuller says here, "I hope you will become as excited as I am at this discovery that Sidus did go on after college to do the most magnificent thinking and writing. Sidus's work is hard to understand, and we may never find a place for it within modern theories. But Sidus himself was also hard for society to understand. People poked at his first signs of weakness, perhaps to feel better about themselves. William didn't deserve to be lumped with the pressures of having to continuously prove his genius. That a child prodigy would grow up and collapse under the mental burden of their childhood is an easier narrative to report on than understanding the alternative ways that we all try to live a fulfilling life." This portion of the video is sponsored by Skillshare. If you watch this video, then you're probably interested in examples of exceptional ability and ways to reach your own potential. If you want to learn from experts and foster your own skills, check out Skillshare, which is an online learning community with thousands of online classes. It's a place to get inspired, learn new skills, and put them to work in impactful ways. I spent a lot of the last year learning stop-motion animation for Finding X, and this course from Pez is a great intro to the technique coming from one of the largest stop-motion animators on YouTube. There's a special link down in the description, and the first 1,000 people to click it will get a 1-month free trial of Skillshare. So check it out, and thank you for watching. A special shout out to today's Patreon cats of the day, Pan and Tilt.
What we are avatars of the One. The One awareness is exploring all of its possibilities through different avatars. So somehow there is this field of awareness that is, in some sense, deeply and fundamentally who you really are.
What do you think about the AI scientists that signed the paper saying that we need to slow AI down because, and I had one of them on the show, because it passed a Turing test faster than they thought, it's just moving faster than they expected, and they're very worried. Do you think that AI will ever become conscious?
I'm actually not too worried about AI right now myself, so I'm not one of the alarmists that says we need to stop and worry about it. The thing that would alarm me more would be if there were some kind of law that criminalized most people from doing it and let a few people do it, a few companies do it. That alarms me. So if there's going to be any kind of laws, they should be universal and no one should be excluded. But
why aren't you worried about AI?
It's pretty easy, even with ChatGPT, to give it questions it can't answer right now. It's basically a good statistical analyzer. It's not deeply intelligent. It will find things that we humans won't find in medical searches, and so forth. But that's because it just can handle more data and do more statistical analysis than we can. But it's not deeply intelligent. And the founders would tell you that. It's fairly straightforward kinds of algorithms. So, and in terms of consciousness, there is no theory right now of any kind that can start with physical systems like circuits, software, and explain even one specific conscious experience, how it arises. So I'll be very, very clear. There's no theory on the planet today that can start with an artificial intelligence and a description of some kind of circuit or some kind of software pattern of activity and can give you a specific conscious experience like the taste of chocolate or the smell of garlic, where you would say this pattern of activity must be identical, must be the taste of chocolate. It could not be the smell of a rose. There's nothing on the table, and there's nothing even close. So if AIs can be conscious, there are no theories right now at all that could explain how that could possibly be, and nothing that makes it even plausible. So I'm not too worried about AIs being conscious. I think that they will eventually outperform humans in most everyday activities, but simply because they'll have more compute power and can search more deeply than we can.
Will, so for people that don't know you, I'm going to give a super brief synopsis, and by all means, put in where I go awry here. But you believe that this is all a simulation. We are living in a simulation. None of this is real. Space-time itself is not real. We are effectively living inside of what you call the headset,
Right.
that everything you've ever known or ever experienced is all effectively an illusion. It is a computer video game by way of analogy.
Right.
Given that, and audience listening at home, you will notice he did not say no. So, and this is something I have forever just dismissed out of hand, that we're living in a simulation. And I say dismissed out of hand because I don't have any evidence to back it up. And I've heard all the arguments from a mathematical perspective that if you believe that humans are capable of creating photorealistic simulations, and you give any rate of progress whatsoever, we will eventually create a simulation. We certainly, with AI and how rapidly it's been advancing, I think people now really have a sense of, whoa, we really are going to be able to do this. Apple Vision Pro certainly gives an indication like you will really be able to create some very compelling, very realistic things inside of a visor. So I think people more than ever could see how we could get into a simulation, a simulated world that's convincing. I'll leave it at that. And if that's true, then why would we then, once we create that simulation, not create another simulation? And I will just tell you, as somebody, the t-shirt that I'm wearing is literally about this. We're building a game that we hope over time will be a truly simulated world, that people will go in, they will have an identity inside that game. Okay, so if we know that loop exists, then once the game inside the game gets powerful enough, it will do another simulation. Once the game inside that game gets powerful enough, it will do a simulation. And so you end up in this point where just mathematically, it would make more sense to believe that you're in one of those, conceivably infinite recursive loops of a simulation than that you're in base reality. But it just always seemed weird to me to say, no, we're in one of the simulations. But the more I research you, the more I'm like, maybe we really are in a simulation. And to that point, you talk about consciousness as being fundamental. And so I'll need you to explain that for people that will be so jarring. It will take them a while to really grok that. But that consciousness is fundamental. So couldn't AI ever become a window into what you call a conscious agent in the same way that a human child is, or a dog is, or whatever?
That I think is possible. Absolutely. So
if you don't mind, walk people through how it could be possible that physicality, everything they see, touch, taste, the loves that they have, all of that is a simulation and not fundamental, meaning it arises out of something else. But consciousness is the
fundamental.
The foundation.
Well, there are two arguments for the idea that what we see is not an objective reality that exists independent of us and is there prior to when we look at it. So in physics, the Nobel Prize last December was given to 3 physicists for the experimental testing of a clean prediction of quantum theory that something called local realism is false. Local realism is the claim that physical objects like electrons have definite, so realism is the claim that an electron has a definite value of position, momentum, and spin when it's not observed. And locality is the claim that those properties have influences that propagate through space-time no faster than the speed of light. And the conjunction of those two claims, the properties exist even when they're not perceived, even when they're not measured, and they have influences that propagate no faster than the speed of light, that's local realism, and local realism is false.
How did they prove it?
So that's why you get a Nobel Prize. So John Clauser, Anton Zeilinger, and Alan Aspect, over decades, there's a string of experiments that were tighter and tighter. Each experiment closed loopholes in the previous ones. So the experiments have to deal with, they're complicated experiments. I mean, Zeilinger was actually using photons from outer space to get entangled particles that he could use, that you couldn't argue that they were somehow being connected or correlated in some deep way. But basically, the experiments are set up to show that properties like position or momentum or spin, typically they like to use spin, in principle could not have definite values until you actually measured them. So one way that they do this mathematically are there these Bell inequalities. And so if the statistics of the correlations between the particle spins, you have two different particles that you're measuring the spin axis, for example. And if they had definite values, even when you weren't observing, you'd have certain pattern of correlation. And if quantum mechanics is right, and those values don't exist until you measure them, then you have a different pattern of correlation. And so that's what they do. They have to look at a bunch of different measurements, look at the correlations, and the correlations come out to be what quantum theory predicts, and not what our classical intuitions would tell us. And so this was done by Clauser decades ago, but it's so counterintuitive that people were going, okay, well, there must be a loophole here. So then they closed a series of loopholes. And finally, they started getting photons from like distant galaxies where the photons couldn't possibly have certain within space-time causal connections, and closed that loophole. And so that's one direction. So physicists tell us that local realism, at least for microscopic, subatomic particles. Recently, they've gotten up to groups of 700 atoms, I believe. So it's starting to, they're showing that these effects, the superposition effects of quantum theory, are not just at the very, very small end of things. So local realism is false. Now, one can still try to say, well, but that's for really tiny things, but at the macroscopic level, maybe local realism is true. And that leads to a problem because there's no principal distinction in quantum theory between the microscopic and the macro. You can't say at 10 to the minus, 20 centimeters, that's the limit. There's no boundary between micro and macro. So, and this is a well-known open problem. So that's one direction. I'll just go with that. Now, the other direction of argument is from evolution by natural selection, where you can ask a technical question. Evolution shapes sensory systems to guide adaptive behavior. So that means to keep you alive long enough to reproduce, right? So you have vision and touch and hearing and smell, and they've been shaped so that you're able to get the food you need, mate, and stay alive at least long enough to reproduce and pass your genes on to the next generation. That's the standard story of evolution. Many theorists also think that evolution shapes our sensory systems to tell us truths about objective reality. Like, when I see an apple, that's because there really is an apple, and the red color and the shape really exist, even when they're not perceived. And so notice that's a step beyond just saying that our senses evolved to guide adaptive behavior. They want to say more than that. They want to say that if you guide adaptive behavior, you're going to see the truth. So I decided with my colleagues, Chetan Prakash and Manish Singh and Robert Prentner and others, my graduate students, Justin Mark and Brian Marion, to test this. Evolution is a mathematically precise theory. We have evolutionary game theory. So there's a technical question. What is the probability that evolution by natural selection would shape any sensory system to see truths about objective reality, the structure of objective reality? And it's straightforward to prove. What we do is we look at various kinds of so-called fitness payoff functions. Maybe payoff functions that are, And we can ask, do these payoff functions preserve certain kinds of structures in the world, like orders, a total order, or a partial order, or a metric, or a topology, or a measurable structure. So we can say, we don't know what objective reality is, but suppose it had this structure. What is the probability that fitness payoffs, which govern our evolution, would actually have information about that structure in the world so that we could actually be evolved to have some insight into that structure of objective reality? And in case after case, the answer is probability is 0. There are payoff functions that would preserve the structure, but those payoff functions have probability 0 in the set of all payoff functions. So that means if you're a betting man, you would bet long odds against it. So it doesn't mean that it can't happen, it's just that the probability is 0. And so I take this as a convergence between two of our big theories in science, evolution by natural selection and quantum theory, quantum field theory. Both are telling us that local realism is false. And so I think a good metaphor then is, as you were saying, like a user interface or a video game where you render on the fly what you need. So I'm looking at you, I'm rendering a Tom face, and I look away, and I'm not rendering it. Someone else might be looking at you, and they're rendering their Tom face, but their Tom face is not the same as mine. It's going to be at a different angle and so forth. So we render on the fly, and that's what physics is telling us, basically, that local realism is false. We render on the fly.
And so where you're taking that from is the quantum uncertainty principle, basically. Everything has a probability of being in a given state. And the reason that it's just a big question mark is because nothing's looking at it, so it does not need to render that. It doesn't need to decide. The system, which is the simulation, which people think of as space-time, but they're almost certainly, I've interviewed you so many times and I know how hard it is to escape this matrix, but they're thinking of things within space-time being real. But once you start looking at space-time as purely a simulation, and that the then rendering only happens when you look at something. So that to me makes a hypothesis that I think your data backs up, which if that were really the case, then I understand why big things would adhere to what seem like a different set of rules where things are static and small things would not, because you're far less likely to observe a first order consequence of something microscopic. You may be observing a second or third order consequence, which raises questions for me that I'm sure we will get to at some point. But just to close the loop on that. So first order consequence, I can look up and see the moon. I see planets, I see stars. And so for that to be persistent, which is going to be a big thing in our discussion today, this is like the prime thing I want to talk to you about is persistence and what that means. But big things will need to be persistent. And therefore, there is a constant collapsing of its probabilities because there are so many things that require, even if it's just its effects on gravity, there's so many things, quote unquote, witnessing that or measuring that. So I get why those would be stable. But then things where they're so small that there's very little that hinges on that would need to be directly rendered. That would need to, because you can get away with sort of the probabilistic rendering of the big things and their influence by these smaller things, but you don't need a direct representation of the spin, for instance, of a particle that all things that will quote unquote measure it don't see, don't interact with, or whatever, because nobody's effectively looking at it. It does not need to be rendered.
Right. So a good. So
did that all feel right? Just to
no, that's a great question, and so
great question. I was not asking a question. I was stating a hypothesis.
About
Do you think I'm crazy, or
no? I think
does that make sense at the macro to the micro level?
Well, it does, but I think a good analogy here that might help clarify the issue is so in say Grand Theft Auto, right? I look over. I'm playing with somebody who's in Canada, and somebody else is in Europe, and someone else is in China. We're all playing a remote version of it, and virtual reality. And I look over and I see a red Porsche to my right. And so I say, is there a red Porsche on my right? And the guy in China says, oh yeah, I see a red Porsche. And the guy in Canada agrees, and the guy in Europe agrees as well. So of course, each of them is rendering their own red Porsche. So there is some reality that's coordinating all of these perceptions, right? So the guy in Canada didn't see a red Porsche until he looked. But when he looked, there was this whole world, of circuits and software that you don't see. There's some supercomputer that's coordinating the whole thing.
How's it coordinating?
In that particular metaphor, right, there's a supercomputer that's taking the inputs from like your headset. What direction are you looking with your headset? Maybe you've got a bodysuit, so it's looking at your arm movements and so forth, and it's feeding all that into a supercomputer, where it's got a model of the game, and in that model there's some red Porsche model. Of course, there's no red Porsche in the computer, and it knows then how to coordinate and send the photons to your headset in Canada and my headset in Irvine and someone else's headset in China, so that we have this notion of a persistent reality of a Porsche, even though individually, for each one of us, local realism is false. The Porsche doesn't even exist until I render it. And there's no red Porsche inside the supercomputer. So that's sort of the idea, is that space-time is just a headset, and there's behind space-time, there's going to be an incredibly complicated realm to explore that's at least as complicated, more complicated as like the supercomputer is to my little headset. The headset is sophisticated, it's beautiful technology, but the supercomputer is, really, really powerful thing. And the same thing will be true of space-time. It's just our headset, but if we look beyond that headset, we're going to, be finding a realm that's far more complicated. So in some sense, science, up till now, has only studied our headset. We've studied inside space and time. We're taking our first baby steps to start to explore. We've cut our teeth in science on studying our headset. We learned the tools in the last 300 or 400 years about experiments and clean mathematical theories and the loop between experiments and theories. But we thought we were studying objective reality. We were studying our headset. But now we have the tools to actually take a first step beyond space-time and start to find structures beyond space-time and their projection back into space-time. And so from that point of view, our view that objects in space-time, we've taken that to be the fundamental reality, will look sort of parochial, hopefully in just a few decades. I think the next generation, where many people will have spent a lot of time in virtual reality. My generation didn't spend a lot of time in virtual reality, so this is a hard concept. But if you've spent...
I've heard you say that before. I don't think that's going to get people where you think it's going to get them.
Maybe not.
But in this episode, I want to try to explain why I think that and get your take. So here's what I think we need to do first, and then we'll go even deeper. There's two things we need to do in the near term. One, I think we need to, in our previous interviews, we spent a lot of time dealing with the headset. So for anybody that's sort of confused on that idea of you're living in a simulation, everything that you know and love and touch and have ever experienced, it is all a simulation. You have never existed outside of the headset. So if right there your brain breaks, go watch the other episodes. We spend a tremendous amount of time building that up. Right. But for now, what I want to do is say, okay, I'm going to assume that you get it, that your whole life is basically Grand Theft Auto. Okay. And people understand it. You've been in there playing the game, and they understand the difference between playing the game and the computer rules and things that give birth to that game. And so that's the difference. What I want to do now is map that one layer back. So I want to take that idea of your life is Grand Theft Auto, but there's this thing called space-time that's outside of it, and get to what you're actually saying, which is that same relationship, but move back one very profound level. Because what it does is it inverts everything. And what it says is that the universe, space-time, is an emergent phenomenon from consciousness. That consciousness is in this, to use that analogy, just to map it back, that consciousness is the quote unquote computer and rules of the system. And then the simulation is what we all think of as real life. Okay, so that's where we're mapping. So one, does that track for you, that we can move that analogy sort of one rung deeper is probably the word you'd be most comfortable with?
Right. So absolutely, a model in which we take consciousness as fundamental, and we have a mathematical model of consciousness, and we then try to show how space-time gets rendered from that. Absolutely.
Okay, perfect. You can reboot your life, your health, even your career, anything you want. All you need is discipline. I can teach you the tactics that I learned while growing a billion-dollar business that will allow you to see your goals through. Whether you want better health, stronger relationships, a more successful career, any of that is possible with the mindset and business programs in Impact Theory University. Join the thousands of students who have already accomplished amazing things. Tap now for a free trial and get started today. So now in this interview, instead of making our references to Grand Theft Auto, unless we need to for whatever, for an anchor point, I want to talk about space-time like a simulation. I want to talk about space-time like it is Grand Theft Auto, because researching you this time, I want to sit with it for a while before I start saying I'm 100% behind it. And I mentioned in one of our previous interviews that I do revert to the mean after I spend time with you, but each time you're shifting me farther where my mean is sort of closer to you. This time, at least in the research, I had a real sense of he's right. I don't know about the consciousness is the only part that we may disagree, but that you really gave me an internally consistent set of logic points for why space-time is the simulation. And when I grant you a few base assumptions that we'll go through, my own worldview makes more sense. And so I realized for the first time, again, fully acknowledging that I may revert to the mean once I've interviewed 3 or 4 other people on totally different topics, and this is sort of cleared in my system. But right now, as we do this, I really felt like you improved what I consider a prediction engine. I think of the human mind as a prediction engine, and the closer you get to baseline truth, the more you're able to predict the outcome of your behaviors. What I'm watching happening with AI, which is why I wanted to start there, I can't make sense. When I think about a hallucinating AI, I'm like, I don't understand. When I think about AI pulling patterns out of noise, I don't understand. When persistence is difficult for AI, I don't understand. And then I research you, and click, click, click. Those pieces fall into place when I assume that it's all already a simulation and that AI is simply revealing to me how the simulation works. And so, but the fact that we disagree, or maybe we don't, I think AI will be windows into consciousness. I think AI is leveraging your own theories to create AI right now as we're talking about it. I think, I'm a lay person, everybody needs to take this with a huge grain of salt. Trust me, I am well aware of my limitations. But I think right now that what we're witnessing with things like stable diffusion, where AI is creating an image out of the infinite possibilities that exist within the possibility space of noise. Okay, for people that don't understand how stable diffusion works, that's how it works. Is it dips into the noise to find a pattern and then solidifies that pattern to reveal, is this what you wanted? And what I'm saying is when I research you, I realize, oh my God, that's precisely what your theory predicts in the idea of Gödel's incompleteness theorem, which I have struggled with so hard in the previous interviews. I feel bad for everybody that has to watch me go through that. But the more I feel like I can grasp why you keep coming back to it and why this sort of infinite possibility space is so important to understand, when I watch AI pull a static image out of infinite possibility, I'm like, oh my God, that's exactly what you've been trying to describe. Okay, put a pin in that, because what I want to talk about now is consciousness as fundamental. Because this is the part, if people are really paying attention, this is the part that will change your worldview. To get into the space-time as a construct, as a simulation, you first have to understand that you think that's born of consciousness itself. And please, dear audience, stick with this, because this point is going to be very important as we piece together the predictions that your own model is going to make. But they have to understand this first. So how is it possible that consciousness, the thing that I think everybody intuits, comes from stacking neurons, and you pass through a cricket, an ant, a mouse, a cat, a dog, a dolphin, a gorilla, and humans. It just feels like, just stack more neurons. And then you're ultimately going to get these more sophisticated neurons, which give you a more sophisticated consciousness. That seems so self-evident. And to me, but you're saying, nope.
No. And by the way, I'll just on the pin, I'll just mention that I agree with you that AIs could actually give us a window into consciousness, but they won't create consciousness. That was all. That was all I was saying.
Interesting.
So
I think we disagree about that.
okay. So
But you're
so
so
we can
much
go
more
into that.
thoughtful
Okay.
and so much farther ahead. When we get there, I will
Yeah,
lay out my
absolutely. Okay.
ignorant perspective.
So on consciousness being fundamental.
Meaning that's all there is.
That's right. So the idea would be, and this is, by the way, in some sense, not new. Leibniz, in his monadology, had the same idea. So
I really appreciate that you assume I know what that means. And from context, I can tease it out. But can you tell us what that means?
so Leibniz was this genius, contemporary of Newton, sort of a antagonistic. They both invented calculus at roughly the same time. There was a question about who was first and so forth, and they were, you know, sort of at each other, but they were contemporaries. But Leibniz had this idea that consciousness couldn't emerge from physical systems. He has a famous argument of the mill, where he in one paragraph basically dismisses the idea that objects inside space and time, like neurons, for example, could create consciousness. For him, it was so obvious that he spent a paragraph on it and moved on. And then he's got a book called The Monadology, where he was proposing essentially that consciousness, perceiving entities, are the fundamental reality, and that they were interacting.
All right, if I break down the words monadology,
Monad, so M-O-N-A-D is a
Monad.
technical term for
Got
him.
it.
It was a new term for him. Monadology is then the book's name, Monadology, and it was basically, it was a dynamics. It was a strange dynamics we called a pre-established harmony, where God. So he brought God in on his thing, I believe, to sort of coordinate all the perceptions of these. So
meaning God was the first mover, the
yeah,
fundamental
the fundamental,
thing.
right?
Okay, but he saw it as a creator, touching things with like a divine spark of consciousness.
Yeah, but his ontology was that the fundamental reality beyond space-time was these monads, these perceiving entities, basically. And but God, I think, was the deepest reality for Leibniz. There, I'm less secure. The I'm not sure exactly what his thoughts were on God, but I believe that's what he said. So I just brought that up just to say that, you know, we're not the first to have this kind of idea. Centuries ago, Leibniz, with his monadology, had an idea that perceiving entities, experiencing entities, could be more fundamental than the physical space-time world.
All right, you talk about conscious agents.
Right.
Do you mean exactly that same thing?
That's right. So conscious agents are a mathematically precise statement of what we mean by consciousness, right? So as a scientist, it's not enough for me just to say, okay, there's consciousness beyond space-time and it's fundamental. I have to write down a mathematical description of what I mean by that. So what aspect of consciousness do I take to be fundamental, and what's the mathematical description? So if you think about it, when you think about consciousness, there's of course experiences, there's learning, memory, problem solving, intelligence, maybe free will. There's lots of things, the notion of a self, all these things that you might think a theory of consciousness needs to incorporate.
I'm so sorry, and I should have done this before, and that apology goes to the audience. If you're new to Donald, it's probably worth just a quick sentence about what consciousness is.
Oh, well, so I would say consciousness is the ability to have experiences, like the taste of chocolate, a headache, emotions.
So this thing feels like something.
Yeah, the way a lot of philosophers will talk about it is to have conscious experience. There's something it's like to be a conscious entity. There's something it's like to have a headache. There's something it's like to have your, to have a nice cup of coffee or something like that.
Okay, and so let's call that qualia. Again, me stealing directly from you.
Right.
But just so we have words, because qualia is going to become very important as we get into your paper and all of that. Okay, so back to conscious agents.
So what we decided to do was we don't want to throw the kitchen sink in our mathematical definition. So we took what we felt was the bare minimum starting point. There are experiences, like the taste of chocolate, smell of garlic, and so forth. And those experiences affect the probabilities of other experiences occurring. So there are experiences and probabilistic relationships among experiences. That's it. So we're not bringing in the notion of a self, learning, memory, problem solving, intelligence, none of that. What we're saying is, yeah, all that stuff is important, but we have to prove how it arises from just experiences and probabilistic relationships among experiences.
Mm-hmm.
So that's, as a scientist, you try, it's what we call Occam's razor. You want to have the minimum number of assumptions at the start of your theory. Every theory has assumptions. There are the miracles of the theory. We want as few miracles as possible, right? So our only miracles are, well, it's a big miracle. There are experiences and probabilistic relationships among experiences. And we formalize that. The experiences, we just write down what's called probability spaces. We can, if you want, we can talk about probability spaces. And the relationships among experiences are what we call Markovian kernels. And we get what's called Markov chains. So it's very simple dynamics.
So we'll explain what Markovian dynamics are in a second. Now that I finally have at least a tiny bit of a grasp, I don't know how important it is that people understand that.
Sure.
But I do want to know, how important is it that one bit of qualia impacts other qualia? Like, does that relationship play heavily into the idea of consciousness as a fundamental agent?
Yes, we stipulate that as a fundamental property that experiences aren't in a vacuum. Experiences probabilistically lead to other experiences.
Okay. It's very interesting that you said not in a vacuum, because my whole thesis is that the construct of space-time, the simulation, let's just be very clear, the simulation that is this real world, sorry, that's a terrible use of the word real, the simulation that everybody lives in and experiences is required. This is my pitch. The simulation is a required constraint in order to give context that something can be like anything, but that for consciousness to explore the possibility space of qualia, you have to have a rule set. Mm-hmm. And the rule set that we're all in, which may be one of a gazillion headsets, but the rule set that we're all in creates the possibility for the subset of qualia that we as human beings or lizards or whatever experience. But without that rule set that is space-time, we would not have enough limitations to give us the context in order to feel a certain way.
Exactly. That's a very good way to put it. So that a lizard presumably sees things very, very differently than I do. Pigeons have 4 color receptors. We only have 3.
Pigeons have 4?
Yeah, that's right. So they see more color than we do. Birds.
That's bullshit. I feel cheated now. Pigeons? Well, I knew 15% of women do. I did not know pigeons.
Yeah, the mantis shrimp has more than 10.
Photoreceptors?
Yes, that's right. Different kinds of, or pigments that are used for the photoreception process. So crazy. So we may be cheated in many ways.
That is for sure.
So yeah, we and we don't, for example, perceive polarization of light, and birds and maybe bees do, as they can perceive the polarization of light. We can't directly experience electric fields, and there are animals in the water that can do that. So some that see infrared, some that see ultraviolet that we can't. So we have a very, very small window, and other animals are not restricted to the windows in which we see. So I like your idea that there's an infinite space of conscious experiences to explore, and when we look at different animals, we're seeing different explorations with different headsets. And different, as you say, different constraints, and it's in some sense consciousness exploring all of its possibilities, all the possible ways that to explore. So in some sense, we're here for the ride, and we should enjoy the ride. We're exploring. We thought this was the final reality. No, this is just one of countless possible headsets, just one of countless, and we'll enjoy this ride, and then consciousness will then, it's looking through other headsets. So I like your idea. Yeah, yeah, that it's, there's some kind of consistency, some kind of coherence, but it's a subset of the experiences. There's an infinite number of experiences to explore. So this ride never ends.
Okay, so when I think about consciousness as fundamental, I cannot help but imagine a blob that then takes shape in the form of a human or a lizard or an avocado, whatever. Help me understand, what do you have an image in your head of what consciousness is? Is it just completely non-physical?
Well, maybe the closest I can get that would be the way that we communicate to people would be if you go into an entirely quiet room, shut off all the lights, close your eyes, and get very, very still, and don't think.
Good luck.
That's right. Usually letting go of thought is not easy, but if you can go for a few seconds or a minute with absolutely no thought, and now you're just aware, you realize, yeah, I can be aware without being aware of anything in particular. I am fundamentally awareness. And into that awareness right now are coming a cup, a microphone, a table. I can close my eyes and those are gone from awareness. So somehow there is this field of awareness that is, in some sense, deeply and fundamentally who you really are. It
seems like your theory would say that's false.
Well, it's going to say that the reason why I talk about this awareness is that when we talk about all these specific conscious experiences, we have to write down something that's called a probability space. First, we're required mathematically to do that. So we write down a probability space in which
probability of qualia.
That's right. Probability of qualia. So you have to write down the space of all the potential qualia that this particular conscious agent could experience. So here is this space, and there's the mathematical structure. It's just sitting there prior to any particular experience happening. It's just sitting there. And it took me a few years to ask myself the question, what is that space? I had to write it down. I couldn't do the math. I couldn't write down my Markovian dynamics until I wrote down the probability spaces. But the way we do it is we just, of course, have to write that down so you don't even think about it. You write down the probability space and you go on to the fun stuff. You write down now the dynamics and so forth. But a few years later, I came back and go, well, wait a minute. I went too quickly on this first part. I had to write down a probability space. What does that mean? Because this is a space prior to any specific conscious experiences happening. And so the best I can say right now is that perhaps is the mathematical counterpart to what I was just describing, which is the awareness that you can experience prior to having any particular specific conscious experience arise in that awareness. So that's why I talk about it in that way.
Can I just restate that to make sure that I understand and linger on it for a second for the audience? So you're using words that I know you know are dangerous, that Annika Harris has warned you about letting people carry the sense of self into all this. Because you said you are the awareness, but really consciousness is the awareness that animates me in some way, or it needs my constraints in order for it to experience the qualia. I think that's the right way to think about it. And so in those moments where either through meditation, I get to where I am simply aware of the qualia of being aware, but when it's not aware of anything in particular, so I'm not aware that my foot hurts. I'm not aware that my stomach is churning on food. I'm not aware of something I need to do later in that day. I am just the potential to point that awareness at something is the thing that I'm sitting in. That's who we really are. So that feels right, but I know it's retrapping me in my sense of self that I am a real thing. Your whole thing clicks into place for me when I realize that according to your theory, and this makes a lot of things make sense in my own life, I am simply one instantiation
Right.
that creates a set of what I call biological limitations.
Right.
That then, once I have those constraints, now the fundamental element of consciousness can begin to explore its qualia. The different things that, like, oh, in this human form, I can experience these things. And with all the context that this person has, he responds to this thing in this way.
Right. Agreed.
There are some deep complexities with that, but we'll push those off for later. Okay, so if that's where we're at, my fundamental question is, why does consciousness, why is it compelled to explore these qualia states?
That's the $64,000 question. So I don't know, but of course, that's the very natural question to ask. And I agree with what you just said. I mean, I don't want to reify the self. What we are avatars of the one, effectively. And the one consciousness is, the one awareness is exploring all of its possibilities through different avatars. Why? I think there may be some deep mathematical reasons. So it may be that, I mean, there are theorems to the effect that no system can completely know itself. It's impossible. So, because, for example, if I have a computer and I want the computer to explore itself, how is it going to know itself? Well, it's going to have to build a model of itself and write down well, in the very process of building a model of itself and writing into its memory things about itself, it's becoming more complicated. It's changing itself. So now, to really understand itself, it's going to have to now describe what it just did. And now so you get this infinite loop. And so there are problems with self-understanding. It's not possible, in many cases, provably not possible, to have a complete understanding of yourself. You get into this infinite loop of, now I have to be more complicated to understand myself after I just understood myself, right? Mm-hmm. And so that's one direction of this. Another direction is there's a whole hierarchy of infinities. So the integers, like, so 1, 2, 3 up to infinity, that's an infinite number of integers. We call that a countable infinity, or Aleph 0, the Hebrew letter Aleph, and 0 just meaning the smallest infinity. But there are other infinities. So if you take the set of all subsets of integers, so like 1, 2, and 1, 5, and 2, 3, 4, look at all the possible subsets of integers and ask, how many subsets are there? How many subsets of integers can you come up with? It turns out that, of course, there's an infinite number of these subsets.
Because every number is divisible by an infinite number of slices?
No, we're just grouping them together. So I'm saying, think about the group 1 and 2. So that's a group. Now 1 and 5.
Got it. So we can group an infinite number infinite number of times.
So those are called all the different possible subsets of the integers.
Got it.
And there's, of course, an infinite number of them, because 1 is a group, 2 is a group, 3. So we already know there's an infinite number, but there's more than that. How much more? It turns out it's a bigger infinity. So
it's a bigger infinity.
It's a bigger.
Say what?
That's what mathematicians said when Cantor, the mathematician who first came up with this, when he first proved this.
This feels a bit like my speaker goes to 11. Why not just make 10 louder? But this one goes.
This
to
one
11.
goes. It's actually a different size of infinity, and
How's
so
that possible? I literally can't wrap my head around that.
there is something called Cantor's diagonal argument. So there's a simple diagonal argument where you can actually show on paper, pen and paper, that it's impossible to capture all the power set, this bigger infinity, with the smaller infinity. So he gives what's called Cantor's diagonal. So if people want to check me on this, you just look up Cantor and Cantor's diagonal argument for a proof that there are these bigger infinities. And you can actually, I think most people can actually follow the proof. I mean, it's mind-bending, but you can follow it. Well, there's not just one bigger infinity. That's Aleph 1, is the bigger infinity. Now, take the power set. So, by the way, taking the set of all subsets is called taking the power set. So the power set is all the possible subsets. So now I've got Aleph 1, which is the bigger infinity, which is all the power sets of Aleph 0. But now I can take all the power set of Aleph 1. That gives me Aleph 2. Take the power set again at Aleph 3, Aleph 4, and this goes forever. So infinity is not one thing. There's an infinite, unending hierarchy of ever larger infinities. So we have to, my view, take this into account in our theory of consciousness, that all of these different infinities are valid directions for projection of this one deeper consciousness. And so so the answer to your question may again be, because Cantor's hierarchy never ends, this exploration never ends. The exploration of the possibilities of consciousess, of qualia, is in principle never ending. So,
I get the never
but
ending
again,
part.
I would just say, I'm in deep water here, and I'm maybe over my head.
Fair enough. This is the fun part of exploring this, is what are the predictions that are made based on the hypothesis, right? So every hypothesis makes a prediction, and then you have something you can test, and it becomes verifiable.
Right.
So this is where it gets very interesting to me, is what the predictions are that it makes. So going back to the hypothesis that I have, that, okay, maybe this really is all a simulation, because as we go to build the next simulation, it actually tells us more. It gives me a better way to understand what's already happening. Now, again, I'm a layperson, so I may be way out of my own depth here, but I think people will be able to follow the internal logic. So this is what I was stating earlier about AI. So the way that AI works is there is an infinite possibility space in noise. So you can just think of it as a screen, and that screen can think of every conceivable pixel that's there. And depending on what color you make any one of those pixels, if you have like a grand enough resolution, meaning enough pixels in a finite space, that you can recreate any image that's ever been seen or created, or even just what's possible. So if anybody's seen what they call an AI hallucination, where the AI will just continually like push into itself, and every time it pushes in and a pattern begins to emerge, it then crystallizes that pattern and basically says the most likely shape to emerge out of this would be a staircase. But as you push in, the most likely shape to emerge out of that would be a cathedral. And it just keeps going and going and going and going. And it never runs out of sort of most likely things to emerge out of this pattern because it's looked at all of these things. And so it will create things that it's seen before. So the Mona Lisa would be one representation that is very predictable, especially given how many times the Mona Lisa has been replicated. So one of the things in the possibility space is the Mona Lisa, is a Rembrandt, is David, is you looking at your wife this morning, is one of the possibility spaces that it could eventually draw out of this thing. So it's constantly searching for what is the next potential pattern. Now, my whole thing is, what really starts to make this interesting, and the reason that I think that the simulation isn't something to be brushed aside as being trivial, but is critically important, if you're right, that what consciousness is doing is it has some motivation for some reason that neither of us know why, but that it is cycling through all of its permutations. If that's what's really happening, then to do that, you need a set of rules. And so what I realize is I'm building going back to the Grand Theft Auto. So we're building a simulated world. And I realize as we build it, all I'm doing is making the most detailed if this, then that statements. And so I'm trying to create these algorithms that then not trick you, but they give you a set of rules by which you now must adhere. But by doing that, by actually limiting the possibility space, I can make a game that's quote unquote fun. So it is in the limitation, it's in the setting of rules that this becomes a useful space. So what I want to know is, you talk a lot about like, hey, we want to get out of the headset. Do you really? Do you want to get out of the headset, or do you want to manipulate the headset?
Well, when I say we want to get out of the headset, that's as a scientist trying to look for a deeper theory. So as a scientist, I mean, science is...
But let me ask you, so the reason that Einstein, his breakthroughs were so useful is within the headset, they let us do something. Are you trying to do something in the headset? Or so if you understand how the headset works, you can either manipulate like Einstein, bend space-time, right? You can create GPS, which if you didn't understand relativity, you would not be able to do. And that made the atom bomb possible. It made nuclear energy possible. It made GPS possible, his breakthroughs. Are you trying to do a breakthrough that has headset implications, or are you searching a breakthrough that has get out of the headset implications?
Both. So what I want to do is get a theory of what's beyond, at least a baby step beyond the headset. Presumably, as I mentioned, there's a Cantor's hierarchy of infinities. So we have infinite job security going beyond the headset. It's literally an unending job. But to take a step entirely outside of the headset, then as you point out, as a scientist, I need to make predictions back in the headset because that's the only place we can do experiments.
To prove that you're right, basically.
Well, you can never prove that you're right, but to sort of what we'd say, scientists would say, to get confirmation of your theories, which is not proof, but to say, you're not stupid. You seem to be on the good track.
It predicts the things that we already understand.
That's right.
And hopefully makes novel predictions about things that we don't currently understand.
That's right. We should be able to get quantum field theory back as a special case. We get Einstein's theory of general relativity as a special case, evolution by natural selection as a special case. Or generalizations of these theories within space-time. So yes, we're going for the first baby step outside of space-time in terms of a scientific theory. But of course, we have to project it back into space-time where we can do experiments and a better look like evolution by natural selection and quantum field theory, or understandable generalizations of those theories, or we're wrong, right? So you might say, well, yeah, if you go outside of space-time, you can do anything. You have all the fun you want. You can do anything you want to. No, you can't. You need to tie it back to what we can perceive inside our headset. So that's where we're headed. But as I said, there's infinite job security. And so I view myself as just looking for a first baby step outside of the headset. Science for centuries has only studied our headset because space-time is our headset. But in the last 10 years, physics has gone beyond. We've talked before about the amplituhedron and decorated permutations and other structures that physicists are finding. These are not the final word. Again, these are the first baby steps outside of our headset. And they will be, of course, refined and eventually superseded.
All right. So there's one of these things that I think I've grasped enough that I can present it to people as one of the first baby steps. So in physics, one of the things they're constantly doing is smashing particles together to try to see what happens when those particles collide, in the hopes that it will reveal smaller and smaller elements of the building blocks of the universe, which will then help us understand what the sort of fundamental makeup of space-time is. And as they look at this data, what they found is that there are patterns in that data that replicate endlessly. And you smash these together, and the collisions, there's so much data. At first, it seems impossible. Just so much data to wade through. We'll never understand anything. And then all of a sudden you realize, wait, there's only so many patterns once you take those, like once you group those shatters. Like if you think of it this way, if every time you broke a mirror, it broke into the same pattern, you'd be like, wait a second. And am I understanding it correctly that that's what happens when you collide particles?
Statistically, yes, right. So it's not exactly, but you can use statistics to show that there are these statistical commonalities to the interactions. Absolutely.
Okay, walk us through that, and why does that matter?
Well, for physicists, of course, this is some of their most fundamental data. So what are particles? Particles, Eugene Wigner taught us, are what he called irreducible representations, unitary representations of the group of symmetries of space-time, what they call the Poincare group. Essentially, particles are like the simplest things allowed by the symmetries of space-time, the simplest entities allowed. And so in some sense, by studying these particles, we're really studying the nature of space-time itself and the structure of space-time. And so when they, for example, in the Large Hadron Collider, they will smash protons together, or they will they'll also sometimes have an electron and smash it into a proton at high energies. And when you do that at high enough energies, you destroy the proton. It actually falls apart. And you see all these particles scattering up, things like quarks and gluons and mesons and so forth. And so you can look at the angles that these particles are spraying out at, and look at, for example, do they have a spin, a magnetic charge? Do they have a mass? So you can look at all the, and then when you start looking at all the data, you begin to see patterns in the data, and so we see, for example, it was a big surprise to physicists that inside the proton there were these things that they now call quarks. But the quarks, in some sense, at least at the energies that are available to us, can't be on their own. You can't have like quarks flying out on their own. There's something called quark confinement. And that was a big, big discovery. So quarks, like in a proton, there are 3 quarks, 2 up and 1 down. A neutron has 2 down and 1 up. But if the quark escapes, it's trying to get away, the force of attraction between 2 quarks grows with the distance. And the energy, the force doesn't grow, the energy. So the force doesn't, normally we think of the force, so the force doesn't grow, the force remains constant. And so the energy, the potential energy, it keeps growing and growing as you move these particles apart. And so at some point, they snap, and you create, all that energy goes and creates a new quark, say. So then they pair off. So it's very, very strange, this quark confinement thing. So one reason we do experiments is because, who ordered that? We wouldn't have guessed, quark confinement. And so, but we found quark confinement, and it's still being studied. Trying to understand that. There's a theory that if we get at really, really high energies, they won't be confined. But those are energies that we currently are nowhere near. And we have no analytic proof right now of quark confinement for what are called non-abelian gauge theories. So one of the big open questions in physics is to actually prove this analytically. So they have lattice gauge models that of this that show it, and they have other cases where the experiments and the theory convince them it's the truth, but we don't actually have the final analytic proof of this in what's called non-abelian gauge theories. So that's still an interesting open question. But that's why physicists are doing this. These particles are really probing, in some sense, the fundamental nature of space-time itself. And so they look at patterns. They look at the cross-sections for interactions. So this was, for example, way back in the early studying of the atom. So there was a plum pudding model of the atom, right? So there was electrons were these negative point particles inside a positive field. And then this one experimenter started shooting particles at atoms. And the plum model would say that most of these particles would just go straight through. And most of them did. But every once in a while, one would bounce back. A very, very small percentage of the time. And so that gave them the idea that, okay, there are point-like particles. We now call them protons and neutrons. These particles that they were hitting, but they were a very, very small space within the atom. So the atom was mostly empty space. The electrons were way far away, so to speak, from the much smaller protons and neutrons. And so, but then we look inside the protons and we find that the proton itself and the neutrons are composed of even smaller particles, quarks and gluons and so forth. And who knows, even the quarks and gluons might be composed of smaller particles, but we don't have the resolution in our colliders right now to test that. We can only go to, a thousandth or 10,000th the diameter of a proton, I think. And at that resolution, the quarks and gluons still look like point-like particles.
What's up, guys? It's Tom Bilyeu, and if you're anything like me, you're always looking for ways to level up your mindset, your business, and your life in general. That's exactly why I started Impact Theory, a podcast that brings together the world's most successful and inspiring people to share their stories and, most importantly, strategies for success. And now it's easier than ever to listen to Impact Theory on Amazon Music. Whether you're on the go or chilling at home, you can simply open up the Amazon Music app and search for Impact Theory with Tom Bilyeu to start listening right away. If you really want to take things to the next level, just ask Alexa. Hey Alexa, play Impact Theory with Tom Bilyeu on Amazon Music.
Now playing Impact Theory with Tom Bilyeu on Amazon Music.
And boom, you're instantly plugged into the latest and greatest conversations on mindset, health, finances, and entrepreneurship. Get inspired, get motivated, and be legendary with Impact Theory on Amazon Music. Let's do this. It doesn't seem self-evident to me that just because, again, I'm granting you the conceit that consciousness is the fundamental thing, but it does not seem self-evident to me that even if consciousness is the fundamental thing that gives rise to this constricting rule set, as I describe it, that we call space-time, that you couldn't have a theory of everything regarding space-time. Why do you think we have failed to get a theory of everything?
In space-time.
In space-time. Knowing that it's the simulation, but going back to Grand Theft Auto, feels like even if I just said, oh, all I can tell you is cause and effect, that when this pixel goes here, it has this effect, and so now I can play everything forwards or backwards. And you could in Grand Theft Auto. It has a set of rules, and it adheres to those rules.
Right.
Period. Plain and simple. And so even though it is the headset, a computer program, assuming that a simulation acts like a computer program, space-time in this case, it adheres to rules. And so when you get a quote-unquote bug, it is what the program is programmed to do. You just didn't intend to program it that way.
Well, I in that framework, yes, I agree with you that I think we could get a complete theory of space-time, not a complete theory of everything, but a complete theory of space-time. So, so the theory of everything for me would be, space-time is a trivial aspect of everything.
Right.
So, but absolutely, I think we can get a complete theory of space-time, and we'll see its limits. It falls apart at 10 to the minus 33 centimeters and 10 to the minus 43 seconds. So we'll see that and we'll understand that. Yeah, so it's quite possible. I would say though, and I like your idea about the program and the rules and setting up a framework in which you can explore experiences. I'll throw in a little wrinkle. You're writing computer programs, and so Alan Turing, is sort of one of the fathers of modern computer science, and Turing machine was like the first really good theoretical framework for computer science. And the universal Turing machine that Turing described in some of his papers is sort of our notion of a universal computer. But there's a well-known limit to what Turing machines can do. Take again all the integers, 1, 2, 3, up to infinity, also -1, -2, and so forth. And think about all the functions from the integers to the integers. For example, the square function. So, the square of 2 is 4, the square of 4 is 16, and so forth. How many functions are there? It turns out it's a bigger infinity. It's not accountable. It's a bigger infinity than the integers. But Turing proved that the set of computable functions is countable. So when you're programming, you're using only computable functions, but they're a much smaller infinity than all the possible functions. So right now in our current technology, when we build these computer simulations, we should know that we're using a probability 0 subset of all the functions that are actually available. And maybe later on we'll figure out how to do something more interesting with all these other functions. But then as we go again Cantor's hierarchy, I think that, in other words, the kinds of rules are going to be very, very hard for our heads to understand. You can write down, if you take a class in theoretical computer science, you can study non-computable functions, so that and almost every function is non-computable, okay? As I just said, The computable functions are probability 0. The set of all functions most of those functions are not computable. But in a theoretical computer science class, you will actually spend some time actually studying, how to construct and prove that a certain function is not computable. Like the halting problem is not a computable. It's not a computable function. It doesn't. And so, but it's really hard for us, even though almost every function is not computable. Almost every function we can think of is computable. So here we are stuck with the limitations of our headset. And so thinking out of the box in this simulation idea is really going to be mind-numbing, because to really think out of the box, you're going to have to learn how to think about non-computable functions. And that is not trivial. So I just wanted to throw that out there to just open up how complicated this can be and why the exploration
because
could
to
be.
get a theory of even just the everything of space-time, we have to get into non-computable functions?
I don't know if we will or not. That's an open question, but we should be open to that possibility.
It's very interesting.
And certainly to explore consciousness. I see no reason why we should, a priori, I would say this: if someone claimed that the computable functions were all we need, I would say the burden of proof is on you.
Talk about something I have not even considered. I don't know that I can wrap my head around that one yet.
I have a
I'll
hard
save that
time. I mean,
for
I took a class and I looked at that non-computable function, the halting problem, and you have to really, you have to be sober, you have to be well rested, and you have to think really hard. At least with my apparatus, you have to think really, really hard to even grasp it. It's not trivial.
Intense. Okay, so when we have a hypothesis that makes predictions, we need to be able to solve, we were talking about this a few minutes ago, we need to be able to solve problems, or our hypothesis needs to predict outcomes of things that we can observe but not yet explain. I can't remember if you mentioned this in your paper, but I have heard you talk about this. So dark matter, dark energy, we don't know what the hell it is, but we know that the universe would not hold together if it wasn't for that, or it wouldn't be racing apart at the way that it's racing, whatever. It wouldn't function the way that it functions now. What does your consciousness as fundamental agent tell us about dark energy?
Well, nothing specifically, right? So that's a big open question. In fact, one of the my collaborators is a student working right now on dark energy experiments. A brilliant student named Ben Nepper.
Because he thinks it will yield results tied to consciousness as fundamental?
No, I think it's just because it's a good thing to do at this stage in your career to get that kind of experience and, actually spend time hunting with real experiments for dark matter so you learn the ropes. I think it was very, and so he's doing that. And who knows, our current techniques may or may not find dark matter. We just don't know. But it's no surprise from a point of view that says that space-time is not fundamental to say that there could be influences on our headset that are not explicitly represented by the headset itself. They're only seen as influences on the headset. And so one way that we're going after this in our own mathematics is we have this Markovian dynamics of these conscious agents.
Can you take a second to explain to people what Markovian dynamics are?
Yeah, Markovian dynamics is fairly simple in concept. It says that what you do next. So suppose I'm on just say a sidewalk, and there are different. I could either step one step to the right or one step to the left, and there's some probability. Maybe I choose to step to the right with probability of 2/3, and to the left probability of 1/3. And so you can see where would I go over time. But the key thing about it is that the step I'm going to take now only depends on where I am now. So where I'm going to end up next only depends on where I am now. So there's a finite memory. I don't have to know everything I've done in the past to know what's going to happen next. I only need to know where I am now. And that's the key Markov property, that you only need to really know the current state. You don't have to know the whole history to have all the information about the probabilities for what's going to happen next.
An
That's a
analogy that
Markov.
I heard that was really helpful in understanding is if you think of it as airports, some airports have more connections to other cities than other airports. So if you're asking, let's say that there's 5 airports in question, one is isolated and one is a hub to all the rest, and then the other ones only have 1 or 2 links, whatever. Going back to your idea of if I'm on the isolated airport, there's only one option. So you don't need to know where I was before all of that. If you know I'm on the isolated one, you know I'm flying back to the only thing it's connected to, which is the other hub.
Right.
Now, when I'm at that hub that has, let's say, 5 options,
Right.
now it's just a probability curve of which one I'm going to go to. But once
Exactly
I
right.
go to another one of those airports, then it's like, okay, well, I could go, to Cincinnati, I could go to New York, I could go to LA, or
Right.
I could go, let's say those are the only connections. But when I'm in Hawaii, if Hawaii forces me to route through LA, then you know where you're going to go. I was like, okay, that at least gives a simple understanding of, oh, this is a relatively simple concept that sets aside all the history. And so from a computational standpoint, that becomes very important because when people talk about booting up a simulation of the universe, you very quickly to track every element that could possibly interact with if everything could interact with everything, it becomes impossible. And you would have to have a computer the size of the universe itself in order to track like a 1-for-1 atom, basically. But I think I'm understanding this right, that Markovian dynamics eliminates a lot of that computational need because I don't have to, there is a small set of things. And once I know the probability distribution, over time, it completely stabilizes. And so when I know if I'm at airport C, I know the exact probability of where they're going to go next.
That's right. So Markovian dynamics help simplify things by demanding only a finite memory instead of an infinite memory of the past history of what you've been doing. But you can make the memory as big as you want. So it's really not too much of a limitation either. So it's a nice formalism.
So why do we care about it?
Well, most of us don't have to deal with infinity anyway in terms of past history. So we can just use finite histories, and that's quite good. And another reason to be interested in Markov dynamics is we talked about computable functions. Well, Markovian kernels are computationally universal. So anything that can be computed with a neural net or with a universal Turing machine can be computed with Markovian kernels. So they give a nice network kind of modeling for dynamics, but they also give us universal computational abilities. And they're not limited to computable functions because the sets on which the probabilities are defined need not be computable sets. So they actually give us a window toward going beyond computation. I'm not there right now, but that window is there in the future if we need to go there. Hopefully that will go there. But so our current model is a Markovian model of conscious agents. And then what we have to do is we can then show that space-time is just a projection of this dynamics. And so there's a lot of states.
Really fast before you move on. So just re-anchoring people that these conscious agents, the states that they can be in are coffee, elation,
Right.
desire, headache. So when we're talking Markovian dynamics, we're talking about moving from one of those qualia states to another, a human headache versus a dolphin headache, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
So help me understand why that's important, that I can, like if I'm in the state of blissed out coffee taste, that I have a certain probability of going somewhere else. That feels counterintuitive. It feels like my wants and desires are really what's going to drive the next state, not the state that I'm currently in.
That's right. So now we're just talking about the consciousness, not about space-time for this question,
Yes.
Right? So when we write down a Markovian kernel and say, okay, whatever your conscious experiences are now, this Markovian kernel describes what your next conscious experiences will be probabilistically, and also how you're influencing the conscious experience of others. So now we can ask the kind of question you're asking. So
That's happening outside the headset?
this is all outside the headset, right? This is all out. This is
So the probability of what I do next is determined outside the headset by Markovian dynamics.
that's why we're going to get to this dark energy and dark matter stuff.
You are breaking my brain right now.
So that's why I brought this up, is because your question was about dark energy and dark matter. So what we have to get at that from this point of view, what we're going to say is, look, most of the states of this dynamics are states that are not represented in space-time. They're dark. So there are these influences that you're not going to see. When you count up all the matter and all the energy that you can see inside space-time, you're going to be missing all the stuff that didn't project into space-time. So, in fact, probably the dark energy and dark matter is much more than we've discovered so far. So that's why it's important. But
So, okay, hold on. This all really does start to feel weird when I remind myself that this is about qualia,
right.
the sense of it being like something. And so I'm going to make something up. Dark energy is the energy created. This is why I don't understand how it could be energy, but dark energy is the energy of a qualia that I will never be able to experience. So it's something like an alien drinking blood wine, making that up, but it has to be qualia. So it's got to be something to be like that thing. Is that right?
Well, it's even more complicated than that. It's not just one qualia. It's probably who knows how many countless infinities
But
of
it would
qualias.
be things like that, right?
Exactly right. That are interacting and affecting the dynamics that we perceive inside of our space-time headset. But notice that among the qualia are, for example, the qualia that you are about 4 feet from me. So your position. There's a quality. I mean, it's very, very different to experience you 4 feet from me than 4 inches from me.
Facts.
Those are very, very. So depth and space is qualia, and in fact, our qualia there sort of compresses. If I look at a distant mountain, and the moon rising over that mountain, the moon looks a little further than the mountain, but not much, right? Yeah, the moon's a little further. But if you were to, that mountain might be, 20 miles from me. The moon is 250,000 miles from me. So that means you have no idea that it's like orders of magnitude further away. So our qualia space of depth is quite compressed compared to what we might call the measured world. So like when you actually, and you see that in your, like a Grand Theft Auto, when you're actually looking around, you only see the roads around you in a little bit. But the Grand Theft Auto world, you might be able to drive thousands of miles in a really complicated simulation. You don't see thousands of miles at any one time. You only see a little bit that your headset allows you to see. But because you use that same headset and you're not stuck in that world, there's actually a supercomputer that has a much bigger world than your headset, right? Than what you see right now in your headset. But it's rendering a little bit in your headset right now. So that's why the mountain and the moon look about the same, because they're headset. We can now, of course, when we go to the moon on a rocket, now it's like going through Grand Theft Auto with your headset on and going places that you couldn't see because they were too far away in your current headset view, but you can get there eventually. And so that also is pointing to a world outside of your headset. Your headset is just what little bit of that world that you're rendering at any one time. Now, dark energy and dark matter.
You're not really getting outside of your headset to go to Mars. You're getting outside of what you rendered previously.
Well, so at any moment, you're only seeing in your headset, right?
But if I go to Mars, I'm still seeing in my headset.
Yeah, and in Grand Theft Auto, for example, there might be a Porsche that's 1,000 miles away, and you're gonna have to drive like 3 hours in the game to get there. So you're not gonna see it. So it's in the simulation outside of your headset right now. To get it in your headset, you're gonna have to do all this work to get it inside your headset. But it already existed in the software in the computer prior to that. You just don't see it in your headset.
Understood.
So all the stuff inside space-time, the galaxies that we see that are far away from us and so forth, that's not dark matter, dark energy. That's more like the headset stuff that you see in Grand Theft Auto if you go far enough within the game. But then there's this deeper notion that there are some states in the computer that you'll never see in Grand Theft Auto, but they could subtly influence what you are seeing in Grand Theft Auto.
Doesn't your thesis necessarily, no, you're not going to say yes to this, but I'm going to finish. Doesn't your thesis necessarily mean that that is some element of I like to think of it as a blob that is consciousness cycling through, why would it be in the same simulation? Cycling through different qualia, but then I don't understand why it would be in the same simulation if it's going to be something I could never possibly interact with.
Right. I mean, almost everything that the real consciousness is doing is not in our headset. We have this. What we're perceiving is probability 0 of what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
It's basically, if you ask, of all the things that are being experienced in consciousness, what percent of it do we experience? 0%. 0%.
Yes, understood. But I am in a way experiencing dark energy because it is the thing that makes the universe the way that it is now. So I'm just trying to understand. So the thing that I'm sort of debating in my own head is, okay, when I grant you that consciousness is fundamental, then there's all this internal logic to the space-time continuum that I know and love.
Right.
But I don't know that it's the only way for me to apply the sort of same rationale that you use of whether it's Markovian dynamics. Gödel's incompleteness theorem is probably the more important because that's the one that really helps me understand AI and what AI is doing. So I'm wondering, okay, if I for a second say you have touched on something that's really important, which is that space-time is the simulation, but I don't need to draw the conclusion that consciousness is the fundamental thing. Agreed. That just becomes a debate about whether consciousness can emerge or not. It could be that and this feels more right to me when I try to imagine it, but I fully admit what I'm about to say simply pushes God farther down. It kicks the can. Okay. So what feels intuitive to me, because it's what I'm doing, is that I exist in somebody else's simulation that exists in the real world. And that person, they still need God or something. I have not in any way, shape, or form explained that. I've kicked the can. But then all the sort of, there's a set of rules. They seem like they're a little too perfect. They're a little too finely tuned. You've got the Fermi paradox, which I'll probably ask you about later. Sure. Like all these things are like, this is a little sus. The way that this whole space-time is trying to hang together just doesn't really quite complete the circle, including so much of the energy that makes the universe work is this dark stuff. Don't worry about that. Feels like a 13-year-old programmer hand waving it away, telling the teacher like, I just needed something in order to, make all of this work. And when I do that, everything also falls into place. Where I'm like, oh, wow. Okay. So I get how they're rendering all this in real time using the same principles that I'm now seeing AI use, pulling things out of the possibility space. Because as somebody developing a video game, I will just tell you, the hardest thing is creating the art assets. So they need something that can render this stuff on the fly and creating the art assets that look good, but are also optimized for the rendering engine because the rendering engine just gobbles resources. Right. So it's like, when I take that view and instead of going, there's this magical thing called consciousness, I'm like, I'm still dealing with God. There's a God somewhere doing something, whatever. There's a thing I don't understand. But space-time being born of a 13-year-old just trying to, like, you could literally go to the Unreal Engine store and be like, give me Einstein's physics. Right. And you plunk them in and it would work. He wouldn't even have to know how to program it. Right. He just took it, whatever, give me what they understood in 2023 and let's drop it in. Right. We'll see what happens. Like, that still works. Exactly. So I agree. What is it that gives you the confidence that the thing that is giving birth to all of this is consciousness itself?
Oh, I'm not confident at all. So everything
is it your leading theory?
It's just my leading theory.
Why is it your leading theory?
First, I would agree with you that we could just say that there are some kind of dynamical entities outside of space-time, and be agnostic about the nature of those entities. Just write down their dynamics and then show how it projects into space-time, and we could be good. Absolutely. The reason I'm going after consciousness is two things. Very personal first. I mean, we all have headaches and we have conscious experiences. And so we want to understand what consciousness is, right? And the standard view right now among my colleagues in the neurosciences is that consciousness is something that's created by brain activity or embodied brains. Or perhaps, if we're lucky, AIs and so forth. But physics is fundamental, physical stuff is fundamental, and consciousness is a latecomer. If space-time is doomed, if space-time is not fundamental, that whole story of consciousness is out the window.
Does physicality go out the window? Let me see if I can answer my own question using your words to see if I understand this. Is physicality out the window if space-time is doomed? You would say yes, because local realism is proven that it isn't. There is no local realism, that all of this is fake. Everything you see and experience, it's all just quote unquote rendered in real time as you engage with it. Therefore, at least in what we experience, because local realism isn't true, physicality cannot be true.
That's right. To put it very simply, I don't have neurons right now. If you looked inside my skull, you would see neurons. You would render them. But there are no neurons. Right, so neurons do not exist when they're not perceived. So neurons couldn't create consciousness because they're not even there to do it. And nor could particles. Particles don't exist when they're not perceived.
Here's where limited minds like mine get tripped up. Because your analogy is so profound and feels so right, and for this to be a simulation, I say to myself, something has to be running the simulation. And I can't get myself outside of that. Something somewhere is going to be physical.
That's a hard one. For me, too. By the way, I have all the same knee-jerk emotional reactions that everybody else has to this stuff, even stronger. So maybe that's why it's good for someone like me to be doing this, because, my emotions don't believe any of this. They don't believe it at all. It's literally only the mathematics pushing me, kicking and screaming at each step. You have to go with the mathematics and what the theories are saying. But I don't find it that intuitive. Maybe I will at some point, but I don't find it that intuitive. So yeah, you could say, we don't need to talk about consciousness. There's just some dynamical entities outside of space-time.
Why can't consciousness be a part of the simulation?
It may, for all I know, it may be. So maybe this thing that I called awareness, where this prior to any particular conscious experiences, now there I'm completely in over my head. I have no idea what to say about that thing, right? I literally have nothing intelligent to say.
What if awareness is just the qualia of being rendered, of your process being run by the central computer?
That's as good an idea as I've ever had, but I don't feel very confident in this area at all. I mean, the closest we can personally get is the kind of thing I suggested, go into a quiet room, turn off the light, let go of thought, which is not easy, let go of everything, and try to just be aware of awareness. Be aware of being aware, and try to sit there with that. And what you find is it's a profound experience. The more you just sit there, being aware of awareness without thinking about, you're not, see, the whole point about not thinking is thinking you're back into this small computational realm. You're back into this really tiny, out of all the infinities, you're back in this little tiny infinity. So letting go, so this is not,
we know the headset is computation though, right?
Well, we don't know for sure. Our current models are, but we haven't proven that.
Doesn't local realism not being real mean that it has to be computational?
No, it doesn't entail. So it doesn't entail that at all. No.
Now I'm broken again. I don't know how to make sense of that.
Right. So
how can anything? This is interesting. Here's my base where I realize I don't know how to escape this. I feel like for qualia to exist, it must be processed. I will even grant that the processing is simply the Markovian dynamics of moving from one thing to another, the switching of states, fine, but it is moving from one state to another, which I will call that processing.
Right. Yeah, it's just not a physical process. It's and it doesn't have to be a computational process even. It could be functions that are not computational.
Yeah,
So
I try not to kill the audience with the things that I just can't wrap my head
well, it
around,
hurts me too. I mean, I'm telling you these things, but not because it's easy for me. My head hurts too thinking about these
Do you
things.
have an example of something that's non-computational? I think you gave one earlier, but I forget.
Well, so the standard story that if you take a computer science class and study the theory of computation, they'll tell you about something called the halting problem. So this is like one of the big problems and Turing, I believe, posed it and showed that it was not computational. The question is this: if a Turing machine is like a universal Turing machine is like a universal computer. You can give it a program. Turing thought about putting a tape with some punches on it, essentially. So you have this tape reader, and the Turing machine would look at one square on the tape and read that symbol, and then it would change state, and then move left to right and write a symbol. And that's all the universal Turing machine could do. And so the question that Turing asked was, suppose we asked the question, will the Turing machine stop after a finite number of moves? Will it halt on arbitrary sets of these tapes that you're giving it, programs? That's called the halting problem. The question is there a Turing machine that can decide? So is there an algorithm that can decide whether this Turing machine will halt or not for any particular given input?
So can you tell the Turing machine to stop? Is that the...
Well, no. So I should say one more thing about Turing machines. So a Turing machine is going back and forth and changing its state. And when it's done, when it actually is like computed the square of a number or whatever it is that it's doing, it halts. It goes into what's called a halt state. And so that when it goes into a halt state, that means it's done. It did the computation. So, but there are some computations that go on arbitrarily long.
Like, I don't understand why.
You never come to the end. You never come to the end of it.
There's some sort of recursive loop in it.
Yeah, that's
by
right.
its nature.
In fact, probably most. So the question is.
So when you say non-computational, you mean something that ends up in that loop?
Yeah, where the Turing machine never halts. You give it an input.
It never thinks it's done.
And it never thinks it's done.
Got it.
So the halting problem
and most things are like that.
Yeah, I would guess that. Yeah, most tapes are probably. You wouldn't halt, would be my guess, but that's not an important point here. I think that's the case, but it's not a central point. The fact is that many won't halt, and so the question that Turing raised was something like this: so is there a Turing machine that can tell you, if it says given this Turing machine and all these inputs, whether this Turing machine which one of these inputs will it halt? Okay. And it turns out that there's no Turing machine that can do that. So it's not a computable function.
There's no Turing machine that will know which one is going to halt?
There's no Turing machine that can tell you that whether this other Turing machine will halt or not on all these inputs.
Interesting. So it can never understand it without running the calculation itself?
Well, and the Turing machine itself would never halt. The one that was trying to do this would never halt. So it's called the halting problem, and it's so when you take a computer science class, you'll get a much better explanation than I've just given you. But basically, you'll see that there's no algorithm that will tell you whether a particular Turing machine will halt or not on any possible inputs.
So when somebody says it's Turing complete, does it mean that it halts appropriately, or is that something else entirely?
That's something else entirely.
Got it. Okay, that's crazy. Persistence.
Yes.
So this is, I think a key part of my thesis, which is persistence is the hard problem for AI right now. And when I look at the thing that holds AI back from being something that people can implement into their workflows today, it's because it can give you really amazing stuff, but it cannot give you really amazing stuff over and over from different angles and different setups. People are working on it, and by the time this comes out, I'm sure it'll be even better, and a year from now it'll be a solved problem. But that feels like part of the rule set that you need inside of the headset is to create this sense of persistence. So I wonder if, again, going back to the idea of the headset becomes necessary because you have to create persistence in order for the qualia to be explored. You have to have that. Do you agree with that sense of persistence being a necessary tool of consciousness to explore qualia?
Well, first, I'll just say I think a concrete example of the persistence is like I look up at the moon, and then I look away, and I say, "Is the moon still there?" And you look up and you say, "Oh yeah, the moon is still there." And then you look away, and I look, and so every time I look back, I still see the moon where I expected to see it. That's what we mean by persistence here. And I don't think that we need to have that kind of persistence to have a headset. I think we do. We have that. But for example, there's E. coli bacteria. The way I understand what I've read is that it swims along, and there's some amino acid or something that it's eating, and as long as there's a good gradient of that thing, it keeps going in the direction it's going and eating the stuff. But if things start going south and it's not getting the amino acid or whatever it is it's eating, it's this flagellum that it's using to move forward. It turns it in the other direction. Which makes it's like a random turn. So it just rotates the other way, and that gives it like a random so it's like a random orientation generator. It orients as a completely new generation, new direction, and then it starts going. And if it's good, then it goes. And so that's its search mechanism. It's a very stupid, but it works for the E. coli. Now, does E. coli necessarily have persistence?
Yes.
I don't know.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay.
It must.
Okay.
So right before we started rolling, I had the very good fortune of introducing you to another one of my favorite people,
Right.
Eric Weinstein. And one of the things that he said to you was that you said, I don't have neurons. And he was like, what? And he had earlier made a statement that you couldn't, because you had never met him before, there's no way for you to render him upon entrance because he remained consistent to himself, to me. And that's what I mean by persistence. So if I look at E. coli, let's say I'm the first person to discover it, it will look a certain way. If somebody else, without knowing I discovered it, also discovers it, it will look the same way. If a person...
Well, I agree with you on that. My question was different. From E. coli's perspective, I was thinking through the headset of E. coli. So E. coli has its own headset.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just wondering, for E. coli, see, it may not need to have this persistence notion because all it needs to know, I'm happy, I'm eating.
Wow. So this
and then
shows the importance of defining terms.
Right.
So what I mean by persistence is that you will look the same. So when you look up at the moon and then look away and it gets trash binned in your headset, and then you ask me, is it still there? And I look up and I'm like, yeah, it's still there. Every time I look at the moon, it's going to be the same. Every time you look at the moon, it's going to be the same. And if somebody were to take a photo of that, we would both recognize that photo as being accurate.
No, I completely agree with all that.
If I'm building out a simulation, I don't go, here is marker for moon, represented differently to you, but consistently, represented differently for me, but consistently. I go, make the moon persistent. The moon will always look like this. And that way, no matter who discovers it, they would describe it the same. They would see it the same. Like, rather than me have to be like, oh, you're calling it red. And I have to remember that red is different for this guy. And so it's like, how do you know that red is the same? If this is all simulation, it's obviously the same, because otherwise you would have to like program the shit like 1,000 different ways. Now you may experience like additional layer of sentiment about a thing that makes the qualia different, and this sort of gets into your hierarchies of infinity, that fine. But going back to neurons, if I smash somebody's head 1 million years ago, maybe that's too far because the brain's changed, 100,000 years ago, neurons would look the same even though I don't know what they are. I'm just like, meh, that's when you smash a head, this is what you see. If I smash that same head today, I'm going to see the same thing. Right. Because even if this is all a simulation, there is a level of persistence.
And I completely agree with you on that. I was just raising the question, could we come up with a game that was so simple, that was so trivial, that in some sense persistence was irrelevant? I mean, you either you're told bad or good. That's all you're told, bad or good, and you do something random. That's what I'm saying. The E. coli.
Yeah, you're talking now about behavior. Okay,
Right.
so if we're in agreement on persistence,
Yeah, I agree on the persistence stuff.
Just to say it another way, the simulation is a set of rules, descriptions, assets, like art assets for just an easy way to explain it. And so there's going to be uniformity across everything that uses a headset. They're all going to be the same. So I don't have to like create all these individual things.
I agree. Yeah.
Then you have a very separate notion, which is the behaviors. We were talking about this earlier. This still really, I don't know how to understand it. In your paper, and this is probably a good time to now get into the paper.
Okay.
So the paper felt like, as a layperson who's interacted with you in an interview format, but never having, I had your book, but again, that was more inviting people into popular science, whereas the paper was like deep mathematics. Felt like a step forward in your guys' certainty of at least how to explain what you think. Right. But one of the ideas in the paper is this action potential. I can't remember if that's how you described it, but so I want to go back to this idea of and this is where I started thinking this makes more sense to me as a 13-year-old programming a set of rules than it does consciousness giving birth to a set of limitations in order to experience qualia, because then every computation has to be about qualia, which I may have said earlier, but I want to say something that I think you actually state in the paper.
Okay.
If this really is consciousness is the fundamental layer, and all consciousness is trying to do is run the Gödel's incompleteness theorem against all of the qualia that it could experience, and that the headset and our biological experience, which is really just the thing inside the headset, are simply constraints for it to express qualia. All math is the representation of the different elements of qualia. So whether that's probability of given behavior, likelihood of moving from one thing to another, one state to another, that's all math is here to compute. And in the paper, you touch on, I'm calling action potential, but that could be my poor memory.
Yeah.
I feel like I have free will. I think it's an illusion, but I feel like I have free will. But all of this qualia, if it is true that that's what's really happening, and this is just consciousness running through all the different qualia, it doesn't feel like that to me. So there's some element of the simulation that makes it feel like I'm living a life, and that the qualia is born out of me living a life, not born out of, I don't live a life so that I can experience qualia. But your hypothesis, I think, mandates that my life is the consequence of cycling through qualia and not the other way around. And it's the Markovian dynamics of the likelihood of me going from this state to that state that dictates, that forces my life. Is that accurate?
Well, not quite. So there's this complicated dynamics of consciousness going on, and the coin of the realm of our experiences, and that's the hypothesis. So the experiences are being shared and triggered. So think like the Twitterverse, right? But what you're tweeting are experiences, and what you're receiving are experiences.
So the consciousness must break into a just metric shit ton of separate entities for this to work.
That's right. So we're gonna have this. It's like the Twitterverse is huge, millions of users and so forth. If you look at my Twitter page, right, there's only a small number of people following me and a small number that I'm following. So I'm getting a tiny picture of Twitter. There's a big social network, a lot going on. If you look at the projection onto Hoffman's little thing, it's just a small little, and if that's all you saw, you wouldn't get a feel for everything that's going on in Twitterverse, because I have very specific interests. I mean, you'd think that everybody likes consciousness and mathematics and is a geek, and they're not. So you'd get the wrong picture about what really is the Twitterverse. And so I would think that all the headsets are just projections, like taking the Twitterverse onto one person's Twitter account. There are projections onto a consistent, as you point out, to keep persistence, You might want to have a whole group of them that see the same thing and can both agree that you all agree that there's a red Porsche or something like that in the game. So you could have a bunch of them that have similar projections of the one, bigger conscious dynamics. Oh, maybe I should just stop there and see if that's addressed your question. Or
It has not yet. So
Okay,
what I'm
so-
trying to figure out is about action. So I feel like I'm living my
oh,
life.
am I actually making a choice?
Yeah, like what do you think, does my life arise out of me taking action and having wants and desires? In fact, that's probably the base way. I would predict, based on how it feels, that the 13-year-old, because I probably make that, my things fit better for me if I just assume that you've got a 13-year-old who pulled Einsteinian physics off the shelf to put into the program, and they're just running it based on a set of rules. But it doesn't really matter. But we get to, here's how it feels, that I was given a set of wants and desires, and here's where evolution comes in. So I want to survive long enough to have kids that have kids. And then everything in my life is just an echo of that. It's like a hilariously limited amount of rules that you have to give to me, sort of based around how I stay alive, the desire to stay alive, what I want to quench hunger, thirst, sexual desire, so on and so forth. And then you just let me go. And when you think of like a human as a character in a video game that has certain stats, so you marry those wants and desires with those stats, and then you just let them go, and you see who they bump into, and oh, you had childhood trauma, and so that's gonna change your stats. But it's like you just watch how all that plays out, and so you get, and I think this is why people are really going to struggle with this, isn't an emergent phenomenon, because all, like when I think about building the game, I am just beating it into the head of the team. We want the community to create emergent phenomena that rises out of the nature of the rule set and the technologies.
Right.
So I'm not trying to create the emergent phenomena and then hope that the technology is born of that, which is basically what you're pitching, I think. And so I can get behind it when I think, oh, this is just Gödel's incompleteness theorem. So there's an infinite number of things to cycle through. And as long as I grant you that consciousness, for whatever reason, has a desire to cycle through all of that, then everything does make sense. It plugs in and it works. But then I'm like, wait, the only part of that then I don't know how to conceptualize, because it could just be that I'm trapped in my headset and I'm not thinking about it right. But what I don't know how to conceptualize is that I am living a life. And so to your point, that whatever exists outside of the headset has got to explain what's in the headset. And I am living my life. Mm-hmm. I'm not just cycling from random qualia to qualia to qualia. The qualia that I experience seem mapped so perfectly to the actions that I take, which are clearly influenced by how I feel. That I get. Right. But it manifests as I'm feeling tired, therefore I go to bed. Right. Therefore I have the experience of the softness of the sheets, versus the consciousness saying to itself, I would like to cycle through the softness of sheets now. So either this is the consciousness has like an agenda and it knows how to create the simulation in a way that's going to yield the best outcome. And so it like sat there like, oh, what would be the best way? Like how it creates humans in the way that it creates humans. It creates life in the way that it creates life. It creates day-night cycle, which already creates like so many limitations on us and shapes our fundamental evolution and all of that. I'm just like, do you really believe that's consciousness that set all that in motion? Or is that emergent phenomena out of a simpler thing that consciousness, like if consciousness just gave birth to the laws of physics, then I'd be like, word, this all makes sense. Consciousness just becomes God. Fair enough. But if consciousness in your explanation is anything other than God, I think I'm confused.
So great question on the free will and then the nature of the origin of this headset. And is it just all pre-programmed or is there room for exploration?
That's not quite what I'm saying. What I'm saying is I know it's pre-programmed because the headset, which you have agreed with, has a set of rules.
Right. Well, yeah, that it does have a set of probabilistic rules.
Yes, but to get there, you need rules. You need
Absolutely.
rules of
Right.
probability. You need at a minimum math.
Absolutely.
Right? So something somewhere, either math is fundamental or consciousness created math as a way to create a set of rules in order to experience qualia, which that is hard to wrap your head around. But
right. So
is that assumption correct? That assertion, I think, is a better way. Is that assertion correct?
I'm not sure. These are deep waters now. So that's why I'm myself now having some difficult trouble. So I would say the free will question first. When I look at our mathematics, I could interpret the Markovian kernel for a given agent as representing the free will choice of that agent. I could interpret it that way. But if I do that, I look at all the others and it's being affected by all the other conscious agents. And you can
So my probability space is being impacted by the other conscious agents.
That's right. But you could say this just my qualia are being but my free will is not. But here's the trick is that groups of conscious agents that satisfy certain conditions are also a conscious agent. So that means if I think about all the individual smaller agents as having free will, and then this new agent also has, if I think of it having free will, I would need to have a new notion of free will that's really quite an interesting one. It's going to be a scale, in some sense, a scale-free notion of free will that can go for
what is a scale-free
that
notion?
it'd be true at all scales. No matter how many conscious agents I put together to make a big conscious agent, I would still be able to talk about this agent has free will, but all of the constituents also have their own free will. My guess is that might be able to be made to work. So that the question is, if I say, is it only the one big consciousness that has free will and we're all puppets, or do all the little consciousnesses have free will? The answer might be both. But you're going to have to, but there'd be this new mathematics that shows in some sense that the free will of the one is made of all the genuine free will choices of the individuals. And so it's not like a autocratic God saying you must do this. It's rather a God exploring all of its own possibilities, so to speak, freely through all of the components which are also freely interacting. But their free interactions are all part of the one freedom of the one. In other words, I think that there could be a mathematically consistent notion of free will that doesn't say either or, but both and. So we get this scale-free notion. I haven't written it down yet, but that's why I'm saying that these are deep waters, and this is where we're going to have to answer your question, we're going to have to go after some deep mathematical theories of what we mean by free will. My guess is that it's possible, but we'll have to see. That we could have genuine free will at the smaller agent level, and that's not incompatible with free will at higher levels, and even the free will of whatever the super. I mean, I can't even describe the one agent. It transcends any mathematical description. So we could never actually get this mathematical model in the final limit that I'm describing, but could we get it in smaller infinities that we can deal with and show that it works there? We can't get to Aleph infinity, but we can go maybe in smaller infinities and see if it works there and get some hint. Ultimately, I mean, the reason why I said I'm in deep waters is because I know that ultimately I can't answer you. Ultimately, I can't get to a final description of the one agent. I mean, it literally, our mathematics says it transcends any description. So I have to halt and say, I can't tell you, I can only tell you about projections of that one. And from the projections, the mathematics points to the one, but our analytical tools fail us. We can't actually go there.
Can you walk me through how the how the projections point to the one? And the one being like the one, God, consciousness, it's like a thing. Yes?
Well, again, that's a good question because, I mean, I'm not saying that the data we have uniquely determine this theory, right? Absolutely not. So I would say they point me as a scientific theorist toward this hypothesis. Here I am with conscious experiences. interacting with others that I think have conscious experiences. My physicalist framework can't explain them at all. And so I'm proposing that there are these conscious experiences that give rise to space-time as a interface. And when I write down the most simple mathematical model that I can do for that, all of a sudden that mathematics, I wasn't intending it, but the mathematics points to a single major consciousness that I can never describe. So that's the sense in which I say it was sort of pointed to that. And I would guess that other conscious agents with either interfaces that are not even like our space-time interface, but have mathematical skills, and are coming up against the limits of their own interface and starting to realize, oh, I thought this was real, but this is just the interface, might, under the hypothesis that consciousness is fundamental, might run into the same thing and then get pointed by their own mathematics to a universal consciousness. But again, these are deep waters, and I'm not secure here at all. But I would say that the free will. I mean, I've have good discussions like with Annika Harris and so forth about free will, and free will is standardly understood. Probably not, but free will in this new sense in which I'm saying that there could be a scale-free notion and a new mathematical model of free will that's scale-free, quite possibly there. And to your point about it's not dictated. There's exploration, real exploration going on. I would again agree that there's real, to the extent that I'm talking about all these little agents having their genuine free will. There's genuine, real exploration going on, even though it's not contradiction to say as well that the one has the free will. See, in other words, in some cases, when we think about things, we think it has to be this or that, but when we look at it more closely, we realize that there's a deeper way of thinking about it in which both can be true, and we hadn't thought about it that way.
Okay, so if those are deep waters, I'm going to drag you to the bottom of the Marianas Trench on this one. Does consciousness have a form?
I would say awareness has no form, but assumes all sorts of conscious forms.
I'm trying to sneak up on an idea here, and I'm not sure the right way to ask this, but it's like when you talk about the headset is a simulation born of consciousness itself. It is emergent from consciousness.
Right.
Because the headset is so specific and acts in a very specific way, and as I think about AI and the way it pulls images forth out of the possibility space, it does it in a certain way. And you can create different kinds of AI that do it in slightly different ways, and they yield different outcomes. And so for the headset that we all experience to be the way that it is, it requires consciousness to be a certain way. And so what I'm trying to get to is, when there is no physicality, how does it ever become a certain way? Because the way that consciousness could act would have to pull from a probability space. But if I'm right about that, then math comes before consciousness. And if I'm wrong about that, I don't understand what sets consciousness moving in a specific direction.
Well, I think that there are countless ways that consciousness can create headsets, and it does them all. And so one thing that we have to do to answer your question, and I'm very interested to do this, but it's going to be hard work, is to actually use the Markovian framework of conscious agents and actually write down a dynamical system of conscious agents that constructs our space-time framework, our space-time headset. Right. So that's
how would you, because if there's an infinite number of potential headsets, how would you begin to narrow it down to the headset we actually have?
Well, so what we're going to have to do is think about a really large dynamical system of conscious agents, which will never be close to the big one that we really need to get to. So we'll always be starting with a system that's big for us, but trivial compared to the one. But that's all we can do as scientists. So I'll have to start with something that's big for me, and then show that it has its own dynamics, which is quite complicated. Now I'm going to make a smaller headset projection of it using part of the agents that are available in it to create that. So there'll be maybe I'll have like 1 trillion agents interacting, but I arrange for dynamics of, say, 1 billion of them to be creating a particular space-time headset. And then what I would do, so I know, because Markovian kernels are computationally universal, I can do that. I can use the whole language of conscious agent dynamics to create a projection into like a space-time headset. I know that they're computationally universal, so I can do that. Now the question is, once I've got that dynamical system and I have some of the agents creating this headset, what happens when I turn that headset and have it look at the whole agent system, and in particular, the part of the system that creates that headset? So I'm taking a bunch of agents and their dynamics is creating a space-time interface, but now I use the interface to look back at the only thing that's available, which are agents. That's all that's available to look at. But I want to look at the agents that were particularly interested, that were involved in the creation of the interface. What will that set of agents look like? They'll look like neurons and brains. In other words,
Why would they need to look like neurons and brains?
well, for us, for that's what, in other words, I'm saying,
I thought they didn't map like that.
remember, neurons are just artifacts of the interface. They're symbols in the interface.
Yeah, but pulling from our earlier interviews, and so we definitely haven't talked about it this time, and maybe your thinking has changed, or maybe I misunderstood your thinking previously, but it was my understanding, I think I was asking you specifically about the moon, and I was like, but there's gravitational concerns. It can't not represent something underlying. And you said, Tom, you're making a mistake. This is all a simulation. Gravity is a simulation. The moon is a simulation. You don't need the moon there to simulate gravity, to move tides or whatever. They can just be programmed rules, and that's just how it happens. And I was like, whoa. So why then would the things that create consciousness and thinking look like neurons in my brain? It doesn't seem like they would need to map like that.
Well, right. So the moon doesn't need to exist, but there's going to be a systematic relationship between the symbols in your headset and whatever the software is. Right, there's going to be a systematic relationship between them.
So that tells me, God, I'm really trying to guess how you're going to say this. That tells me, I know this is wrong because I know you don't believe in this, but that tells me that there is physicality to consciousness, that wherever it is, that there is some parallel representation, but that for there to be a physical, God, am I help? I can keep making guesses, but I know that I'm hitting dead ends of things that you disagree with. So what am I getting wrong right now?
Yeah, I'm not sure yet.
So I'll keep guessing then. So
okay.
What I'm trying to figure out is for there to be a corollary of producing consciousness to actually look like neurons, or that I'm hung up on the word look like.
Okay.
Will it actually look like neurons?
Well, so consciousness won't look like neurons, but one could build, I'll put it this way, you could build an interesting interface such that when the interface looks back at the whole conscious agent network that created it, it would see that as if it were neurons and brains in projection. I mean, so I'm not saying
that's all projection.
It's all projection. So I'm not saying it's necessary, but I'm saying I could easily see making that happen.
So when we in the headset Smash a Brain look at neurons, we are seeing the representation of what is going on at a deeper level.
Outside of space-time.
Outside of space-time, or a deeper level of the simulation?
Outside of space-time, which is a deeper level of the simulation, right? It's I hope we're using language the same way.
Probably not, but you're much more comfortable with that that things are not physical even outside of space-time. I see it as it's a maybe different set of rules or something, but that it's still physical. But I accept that.
Well, there
as
are
my
rules.
limitation.
So there are going to be rules, Maybe physical, I mean, made out of matter inside space and time. That's what I mean by physical. Something that's, made out of particles in space and time. And
Yeah.
by hypothesis, the conscious agents are not inside space and time at all. So they're not physical in that sense. They are rule governed, and I can say that they exist, even if I don't perceive them. I could say that they exist, whereas stuff in the headset is only there when I render it. So maybe we're not disagreeing. And I'm not saying it's necessary that when you use your headset to look at the agents that create the headset that you will necessarily see neurons. I'm saying that we could easily set up a situation, or with some effort, we could set up a situation in which that was the case. In other cases, you might see only a single neuron, for example, if you're a very simple thing, or some other structure. Depends on the nature of your interface. But for an interface like ours, so another way to put it is, here's what I think neurons are. Neurons are our interface looking at the conscious agents that are constructing our interface. That's what neurons are. They're the interface symbols, headset symbols, that our headset gets when it looks at the conscious agents that are constructing the headset. That's what's up.
Okay, so I asked a variant of this question earlier, but I don't think we ever got to the answer. Okay. So as we make all these breakthroughs, would you stay inside the headset if you could, there were two paths before you. Path number one is you completely exit the headset, and inside the game world, the simulation, your avatar falls over and basically appears dead. But you are now like out chilling with the consciousness, or you return to the consciousness as maybe you become aware of your oneness with the consciousness. That feels like the right way to sum up the way you see it. Yes?
Yeah, I think that idea is can't be dismissed out of hand. I think it's a very interesting idea, and I don't have a better one right now. So yes, it feels to me like I'm not my body. My body is just an avatar. If you're in virtual reality, and you see your
feel that.
No, I think that I'll say that. I'm very much attached to my body, and if something hurt my body, I would be panicked and so forth. So I don't feel like I'm not my body, absolutely. But when I'm thinking intellectually and coolly about things, if something actually happens to me, if I'm in a car wreck, it's a different story. But just thinking intellectually about it, and maybe if I meditated more, I would actually feel that way. But I don't. Just intellectually, it seems, I don't know. I'll just leave it at that. Yeah.
So I asked that part of it because what I'm really trying to get to is if you could return to oneness with consciousness, or stay in the matrix but be like Neo, where now you know how to bend it to your will.
Would I?
Which would you prefer?
Well, my guess is at death, we take off the headset, and maybe we lose a lot of stuff that was in the headset, but we don't. But we're still aware. We're just not tacked into the headset anymore. That's my best guess. And so there, I am completely open to being wrong, deeply wrong. But there are near-death experiences that may or may not point to that kind of thing that people have. I'm going to be being part of I'm part of a film where they discuss near-death experiences, and so I talk about that possibility in the film from this point of view, and so if I were a physicalist, it's real clear there. If the brain is somehow creating consciousness, then when the brain is dead, there's no consciousness. This other view that says consciousness creates space-time and brains as just headsets has open to it that my consciousness, where I put my in quotes, the consciousness that's looking through this avatar does not perish when the avatar perishes. That's certainly open to this point of view. That's not what motivated the point of view, but it certainly is open to it. So intellectually, I'm open to that point of view. Emotionally, I fear death. So even though intellectually it seems quite reasonable. I have the Darwinian fear of death that's wired into me, and that's part of the game.
So there's two buttons before you. One, rejoin the consciousness. And let's say for now, that really is what happens. So you would maintain a sense of awareness, but all of your sense of self is gone forever. Or you stay in the matrix, knowing that it's fake, knowing that you're in the headset, but you have special powers. Which button do you press?
I would probably go for the new stuff. I would probably 3 dimensions of space, 1 dimension of time feels quite confining to me. I feel like we got a cheap headset, and this is a fairly cheap simulation that we're in, and I would love to see what else is on offer. For example, when I'm trying to solve some mathematical problems, I can imagine a 3-dimensional shape, but I can't imagine a 4-dimensional shape. And we had to do some of the problems we're solving. We have to look at the geometries of things in 6 or 9 or more dimensions, and we can't just sort of imagine it and figure out what's going on. We have to crawl our way up to the geometry by theorem proof. We actually have to prove our way. So we're like blind men filling the elephant with theorems and proofs to understand the geometry. I would love to have a headset where I could just see in a glance everything about 9-dimensional space. And you can't do that with our current headset. And why stop at 9 dimensions? Why not be able to just see in 30 or 1,000 or a billion dimensions?
Do you, though, think that inherent in the way that you think about that, it still requires you to be you? Because I'll think about this a lot. If you've ever seen the movie Freaky Friday.
Oh, right.
I think about this a lot with my wife. Like, I really, really want to change bodies with her for 24 hours so that she can see what it's like to be me and I can see what it's like to be her. I think I'd be a much better husband if I really understood.
Probably so, yeah.
But the reality is the second you change bodies, I would be her.
Right.
And she would be me. There wouldn't be her as me as her.
Right.
And so even if you're right, here's what I think would happen when you take off the headset. The headset is everything you think of as you. And that even if you're right, that you can meditate your way to moments like that where you're just pure awareness. One, if you're right, all that the consciousness lives to do is cycle through other qualia. So you would either be reincarnated, meaning that you would just pop back up in a new headset, because that's what the consciousness is meant to do, is cycle through all this qualia. And so you would refragment yourself back off, you would pop up, you'd be reincarnated, you'd live life again. Or you would return to the Borg, the beehive, the ant colony, however you want to think about it. You would be reinstantiated as just pure awareness, and all of that loving and clinging and hating and attachment and precious moments and distance and all that, poof, gone. And I find that when people explore these ideas from a religious perspective, they are forgetting that they're mired in the gruesome reality of the human experience. And that to transcend that and be in heaven, for instance, and never experience pain again or whatever, you would be so different. You wouldn't recognize or relate to anybody in the same way. And so I have yet to hear any theory whatsoever other than regrowing your biological organs where you actually end up cheating death. Everything else is you die. All of the things you love, poof, go away. Maybe you're exchanging them for something better, but make no mistake, everything goes away.
Well, these are deep waters again, but here's another take on it, and that is that if you and I are just the one looking at itself through avatars, the one is learning whatever it needs to learn through these avatars, and that's not lost on the one. It is now part of the one. That's in some sense eternal. And so the reason I would, given the choice that you're asking me to make here, my own predilection would be to say, let's go for something entirely different now. Because in some sense partly because I'm inquisitive, and I would like to, what is it like to live in a 5-dimensional world? What is it like to have 20 dimensions of color and 1,000 dimensions of emotion instead of just a few that we have? What is it like? My feeling is that we have the training wheel set version right now of this stuff, really, really small. And so my guess is one possibility is that, look, you and I really are this infinite intelligence, this infinite consciousness. That's what we really are. We're peering through, in this case, very, very simple avatars with very, very simple interfaces. And maybe it's the one saying, this is fun, but when I answer your question this way, maybe it's the one saying, yeah, this is great and it's fun, but there's so much more to explore in different dimensions. Now, I haven't lost whatever I learned in this little interface, and I'm happy for the relationships and the friends and all you know, and all the things I learned about war and hate and religion and all that other stuff, you know, all the things that go on here. But that's only a mere, in some sense, trivial projection of this entire Cantor's hierarchy of infinities of potential. This is trivial. And the potential is mind-bogglingly infinite. And so my attitude, let's get on with it. Nothing is lost by moving on. And everything is to be gained. You can see, but again, these are very, very deep waters. I'm not talking theorem and proof here. I'm now speaking very intuitively based on the science as it is in the very initial steps. I should be very, very clear. I mean, all of science has been about the space-time interface until the last 20 years or so. We're taking our very, very first baby steps outside of space-time. And so almost surely all of the ideas that we're having are going to look very naive, you know, a century or two from now. They'll look back and go, yeah, great generation. They were the generation that stepped outside of the space-time interface. Hats off to them. But boy, were their ideas so parochial. They were shedding the interface, but boy, they didn't really understand what they were really doing. That's my guess.
All right. I actually want to spend more time in the intuitive, but is there anything from the paper, any sort of grounded mathematics that you think will ground people in your theory more in a way that will keep the intuitive exploration from just spinning off into la la land?
Well, yeah. So I'll just say in the paper I gave you, and it'll come out on June 24th. It's going to be made, and I'll tweet it when it comes out.
If you made it this far in the interview, read the paper.
Yeah, so it'll be available June 24th, and I'll tweet it when it comes out. It might be a couple days before that. I would say that one of the interesting things we're doing in that paper is we're showing how specific properties of the Markovian dynamics of conscious agents map to specific properties of particles like mass, spin, momentum, and energy. And so I'm not saying we're right, but we now have mathematically precise proposals. So, I mean, for example, these are words that won't make sense, but mass is the entropy rate of recurrent communicating classes of conscious agents.
And just to be clear, what you're saying you can predict now is particle scattering.
This is going to be for particle scattering. And by the way, the reason I'm going after particle scattering is not because I have some fetish for, you know, high energy physics or something like that. That's the simplest place that we can make our first connections with the interface. Particles are the most elementary things that our interface has. That's why I'm going there. They're the simplest thing. I'm not going for brains first because those are countless quadrillions, trillions, whatever of particles. And so that's not the place to start. Let's see if we can get the mathematics and the experimental data for individual particles. So our paper is proposing, and maybe just so that people can show that we're wrong, we'll see. But we have, you know, we say that mass is so-called entropy rate of the recurrent communicating classes, and that then tells us what are massless particles and what are massive particles. And so we're getting very specific predictions that we're going to be making about momentum and spin and energy and mass. So that's why. So this is where rubber hits the road, right? I'm talking all this highfalutin stuff about consciousness leading to the interface. Well, the right questions are: so what is the mass of an electron? what part of your conscious agent dynamics is going to map into what we call mass. What is the spin? Why is there a hyperfine structure in the energy levels of the orbitals of electrons and so forth? We're getting hints at answers to those kinds of questions about like the hyperfine structure. So it's really quite interesting. So again, I would be stunned if we're right, but at least we're precise, so that we can now begin the whole process of saying, okay, at least these hypotheses are precise. So now we can show their limits, try to prove where they reach their limits, and then move on. Or to show that, this is just fundamentally wrong-headed. There's nothing worthwhile. Maybe our definition of mass is just plain wrong. We'll see. But it's intriguing. It's intriguing enough that I have a particle physicist who put his name on the paper with us. Doesn't mean it's right. Doesn't mean that he's convinced that we're right. But we have a real particle physicist who thinks that if it's wrong, it's not obviously wrong, and it's worth pushing on.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I hope anybody listening to this understands how the scientific method works. I am constantly trying to tell my team, hey, you need to be fearless in the predictions that you make, because you shouldn't hold yourself accountable to always being right. You should hold yourself accountable to always learning and getting a little bit better. So the fact that you're willing to make a precise prediction, your paper is full of mathematics, and it's there for anybody to check. So people will be able to help you find the edges, which is something I've heard you talk about and I really respect about you, is that one, you obviously approach everything with humility, but two, you actively want people to find the edges of your hypothesis, your theory, so that you know where it's wrong so that you can adjust and get more right, which is far more interesting, especially if you sincerely want to understand what's outside of that headset. It's like, well, I would rather realize I'm wrong,
Right.
find out how to get right so that I can actually begin to explore that possibility space versus think I'm right, but really I'm wrong, and nobody ever helps me come to understand why. I really like that, and I hope everybody listening takes that on in their own life. I think that's really important. Okay, so I wanted to make sure that you had a second to lay out the grounding there, that this is something that you're seeing in particle physics, that there really is a there to pursue, because the intuitive space for somebody like me who's not a mathematician, who, while I use the scientific method in business, I definitely do not consider myself a scientist, but pursuing the intuitive things, pursuing the thought experiments, feels true to Einstein's encouragement to all of us lay people to focus more on imagination than knowledge, right? To really understand how to begin to think through these things. So one of his famous thought experiments was that in a falling elevator, you would feel like you were weightless.
Right.
And that ends up being, it took him years, but he ends up finally putting that together with some other ideas that he had intuited, including if you're traveling at the speed of light and you turn on the flashlight, what happens? And in that spirit, you said something as you were describing the consciousness, and you as an instantiation of that, only to go back to the one. And you said, well, the one is still learning what it needs to learn. And I am like a dog with a bone with that idea. What do you mean needs to learn? What, like when I think about a human,
Right.
it needs to learn things to stay alive because it's been given these drives by evolution.
Right.
But what has set up the consciousness that isn't physical
Right.
to need anything?
My guess, again, we're way in over my head, but here we are.
This is
Might
where
as
I
well.
like to take you.
The joy of exploration.
It's just pre-programmed. How it is.
It's just that the one is the only thing that there is, but it's infinitely changing, infinitely. There is self-exploration. It's really infinite self-exploration and looking and enjoying and ever expanding its understanding of itself. It's that would be my.
So you
my
conceptualize
guess.
it as still moving towards pleasure.
Well, that that pleasure is just, in some sense, it's different than an evolutionary thing. So in evolution, and I should say also concretely why it's different. This dynamics of conscious agents does not need to have an arrow of time. So that's really interesting.
Tell me why, because that doesn't seem true.
Okay, the entropy, one can write down a Markovian dynamics in which the entropy does not grow. Straightforward, but it's a theorem, 3-line proof, trivial proof, that any projection of that Markovian dynamics that has no arrow of time, any projection of it that loses information, say by conditional probability, it will give you new dynamics. It'll be a projected dynamics of the original dynamics, and that new dynamics will have an arrow of time because of the loss of information. So the arrow of time, so here's my view. Our experience right now of an arrow of time and of the universe with a Big Bang and then maybe a big crunch or whatever, or entropy death at the end, that whole arrow of time is not an insight at all into what lies beyond space-time. It's an artifact of the projection. And from an evolutionary point of view, right, time is the fundamental limited resource, right? If I run out of time before I get my next meal, if it takes too much time to get my next meal, it's over. If it takes too much time to get my next drink of water, it's over for me. Time is my most fundamental limited resource. So that limited resource of time is not an insight into reality. That's an artifact of projection from a timeless conscious agent dynamics. And that also suggests all the other limited resources, that's all artifacts. So evolution with natural selection is a beautiful theory, but it's the theory of all the artifacts that you see when you do a projection from a realm in which there are no limited resources, there is no competition. But it looks like evolution with natural selection in this projection. It looks like there's an arrow of time. So all of our intuitions right now about learning new stuff, it's going to be very hard for us because our intuitions are deeply shaped right now by our interface where there's an entropy arrow. And in this realm beyond, there need not be an entropy arrow. And so wrapping our heads around what it's like to have the notion of exploration where there's no entropy arrow. Now, I'm not saying I'm wrap my head around it, but I do know that the mathematics is there, that the Markovian dynamics does not have to have an arrow of time in the sense of an arrow of increasing entropy. So, and that's, again, one of the points of doing science with precise mathematics. I get emails quite often from people that I think are very, very bright and have really good ideas, and they don't know how to take them and make them precise. And as a result, you can never surprise yourself. You can never, like Einstein, when he had his idea about, you mentioned the falling elevator and so forth, and so he had that, I don't know, in 1907 or something like that, 1906. And it wasn't, he worked for years to take that idea and make it mathematically precise, 1915. And he learned tons and tons of what at the time was state-of-the-art, fairly new math. It was hard for him. Sleepless nights, pulling his hair out, really working hard to take his good intuition and turn. So he finally wrote down in mathematics in 1915. And a year later, a guy named Schwarzschild wrote back to Einstein and said, here's a solution to your equations. And they predict what we now call black holes. Now, Einstein didn't foresee that. He didn't like it. He didn't believe it. He disbelieved in black holes. He wanted to get rid of them. So Einstein's theory came back and surprised him. And that's why it's so important for us to do science, because what we do is we take our best ideas that we have right now, and then we make them mathematically precise. And then the mathematics comes back and it slaps us in the face and says, here are the implications of the ideas that you started with, implications that you simply couldn't think deeply enough about on your own, but the mathematics can take you where your own just consciousness wouldn't necessarily go. And so here's one of those directions with this notion of conscious agents. the dynamics need not have increasing entropy. And so our whole intuition about an arrow of time need not hold in this realm. And so when we talk about the notion of explore, consciousness exploring for the joy of it, we're going to have to rejig how we think about the notion of, for us, exploration is something that happens in an arrow of time. What does it mean for us? Can we wrap our heads around the notion of exploration where we let go of an increasing entropy kind of thing? I don't know if we can. Maybe you just have to let go of this headset altogether to really get that. But is it possible, while we're under the limits of this headset, to wrap our minds around it? We can at least get pointers to that idea. Our mathematics led to this pointer. And I would never even gone there unless the mathematics took me there. So I would say that it's just like, the amateur astronomer with a pair of binoculars could be brighter than the guy with the James Webb Space Telescope. But he's never going to beat the guy with the James Webb Space Telescope because the guy's got better tools. And that's what science does for you. You may be smarter than Einstein, but if you don't actually put yourself using the tools of mathematics and so forth, that genius will never actually flower in the sense of reaching all the potential implications of what it means. And so that's why we do science the way we do it with mathematical precision, because for two reasons. If our ideas are good, we probably don't understand all their implications, and so the math will come back and it'll be our teacher. And second, certainly our ideas have their limits, and it's hard for us to understand what the limits are. And in good cases, the math will come back and tell us what those limits are. So, for example, Einstein's theory of gravity together with quantum field theory tell us 10 to the minus 33 centimeters, and space-time is over. It has no operational meaning. Who could have guessed? Could you have guessed? Could Einstein have guessed? Oh, yeah, I have an idea about space-time, but at 10 to the minus 33 centimeters, it's going to fall apart. Not even an Einstein could guess that. That would only come through taking your ideas, making them, doing the travail. I mean, Einstein really, it was a birthing process. It was apparently very, very hard to give birth to general relativity. And many mathematicians working in physics and so forth say the same thing. You're working in the dark, it's hard, you're struggling, and then all of a sudden, if you're lucky, you get that breakthrough and you see things. But then it comes back and you learn the limits of the basic concepts that you started with. And then you reboot from a new set of assumptions.
It's interesting that you say about the set of assumptions. So as we explore this topic, I realize that I think we each have slightly different assumptions, though I think that we're talking well about the topic. But take the arrow of time, for instance. So the thing that I find fascinating about the hypothesis that you put forward is, for me anyway, I don't have the math to back it up. It's definitely land of intuition. But what I find fascinating is, if you're correct, and it's just consciousness is the singular thing, it is, for whatever reason, joy, need to pursue, desire to learn, whatever, it's right, running through all of these qualia. Mm-hmm. And that the tool it uses to do so is this headset. There's an infinite array of headsets, but the one we're in has learned that there's only certain qualia that can be achieved when there is an arrow of time. And that's why I was saying, when you first said that, I was like, I don't know that that's true. Meaning, inside the headset, for at least certain types of qualia, it is clear. In fact, the only thing we know mm-hmm. is that the qualia that we have access to requires the arrow of time. We presume that there are infinite headsets that provide just unimaginable, unknown types of qualia. But the type that we have directly experienced all require the arrow of time.
That's right. And that's we've been shaped basically by our headset to think that way. And if I ask you to imagine a new color that you've never seen before, you can't do it. I mean, again, it's not because there aren't. I mean, pigeons have 4 color receptors. Presumably, pigeons are experiencing colors that no human could even imagine. And maybe the mantis shrimp is seeing stuff that the pigeon can't. and then the birds that see polarization of light, I mean, they're seeing something that what is it like to see polarization of light? I don't know. What is it like to have infrared vision, like certain pit vipers? What is it like to actually experience an electric field, to sense an electric field for some fish or creatures underwater? I mean, what is it like to be a bat doing echolocation? I don't know. I literally have no idea. So these are pointers to me in the headset, we get all these hints of realms of qualia utterly outside anything that I can concretely imagine.
So talk to me about near-death experiences, and then I want to get into psychedelics and whether they are simply another form of qualia of what it's like to be a human who's having that experience, or whether that's actually melting the human away and revealing something closer to being the one again. But what can we learn from near-death experiences? Do you think it's a sort of half return to the one? Or is it just, well, that's what happens in the headset to the brain when you deprive it of oxygen?
Well, from a physicalist framework, clearly the latter is the case, right? So from a physicalist framework, space-time is fundamental and consciousness is a product of the brain. And so any experiences of transcendence, of things going beyond the headset, have to be just the brain malfunctioning in its final throes of death, something like that. But if space-time is doomed, as the physicists tell us, and is not fundamental, then that leaves open the possibility. It doesn't dictate that near-death experiences are genuine insights into some conscious experiences that transcends our space-time interface. But it certainly is compatible with that point of view. And so I think it's worth, on that framework, to explore the possibility that there are some insights. And I would take any of those reports like we take any kind of eyewitness testimony, right, with a grain of salt. And you try to get corroboration and discount it. But on the other hand, you don't want to just ignore the data either, right? So there's the fine line to be open to get the insights, but not to jump on anything just because it sort of fits your preconceived conceptions. Most of our preconceived conceptions are deeply wrong. We thought the Earth was flat. We thought the Earth was the center of the universe. We thought space and time were fundamental. Wrong, 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 wrong. So we're batting poorly. So anything that, even if we think that consciousness will survive death, what we think about that, the way we think about it, is probably wrong. And so what we have to do is, again, so that's why when I say we're in deep waters here and I'm being very, very careful, these are things that our theory suggests, but I don't want to be at all doctrinaire. I think what I should do is make bold proposals, but they're just proposals. And the goal is to be precise so we can figure out where the proposals are wrong. So in that spirit, the near-death experiences may have some good data about transitions out of this interface in that spirit.
And there's probably commonalities of what people bring back?
Yeah, there are. I mean, there are some commonalities. There's a lot of reports of going through a tunnel, a light tunnel. Some like a review. I think Ray Moody or something like that is famous for categorizing a lot of the similarities in near-death experiences. A life review, and then of course the reports we have are people who came back. So then they came back and so forth. So there are. But there are also some that report, horrific. It's just not all reports are great. So, someone that we know personally had a near-death experience and was very, very pleasurable, and came back and has no fear. She claims to have no fear of death now. So I don't know. So yeah. Be part of the film that's exploring these near-death experiences. It's put out I think it's the Langone Medical Center in New York. There are some cardiologists who are they work with patients who die, But with new cardiology techniques, they can keep the heart and the body from deteriorating for quite a long time now, an hour or something, or maybe longer, and then they can bring these people back. And so this film is partly directed by a cardiologist who was seeing so many of these experiences that he wanted to document what he's seeing in the ER. And again, I'm not going to be doctrinaire about it, but I think it's data that shouldn't be ignored. And how we should interpret it, we should be very careful.
So if that stuff is real, the prediction that seems to make is that not only is there a sense of consciousness that remains, but that there is sensory perception that holds out for quite a while. Because at least from the things I've heard, people come back with a sense of either it's peaceful or whatever, but that means that they were able to experience that and retain it.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, it's
quite fascinating. Yeah, again, this is exactly the right scientific way to think about it. This is data, maybe. If it is data, what does it entail about letting go of the headset and what kind of experience we might have afterwards? And is that just a transitional thing, or is it more permanent and so forth?
Right. Dude, that is so fascinating. Everything that we've talked about today, the research, all of it has really made me start to question my own thoughts around this idea. The paper's amazing. Where can people follow along with you as you continue this journey?
Well, yeah, so I do post on Twitter. My handle is at Donald D. Hoffman, Hoffman, all one word, lowercase. And every time I publish a paper, I put a link to the actual journal article. And then also talks like this, podcasts, anything that comes up, I will post those. So there, you can also, if you're a scientist, of course, you can just go to Google Scholar and type in my name. If you just Donald D. Hoffman, Google Scholar it, you can get directly to, I have roughly 120 publications.
Awesome. Yeah. All right, everybody. If you haven't already, be sure to subscribe. And until next time, my friends, be legendary. Take care. Peace. If you want to really go deep into this theme, check out this compilation of my best moments with Donald Hoffman.
This gives us possibly a chance to have a language which for the first time ever, we might be able to formulate a precise hypothesis about what we mean by the word God.
Okay. Good afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome to the 2019 Warren Alpert Foundation Prize Symposium. Today we are celebrating the achievements of 4 pioneers whose collective work has propelled us closer to understanding the ultimate enigma in human biology, the brain. The discoveries that we honored today span the fields of genetics, neuroscience, physiology, bioengineering, and beyond. And together, these discoveries helped give birth to the field of optogenetics, a revolutionary approach that allows us to visualize and modulate neurons with once unimaginable power and precision by simply exposing them to light. The work of Edward Boyden, Carl Dieseroth, Peter Hegemann, and Gero Miesenbach has not merely transformed our ability to see the inner workings of the brain, It has brought us closer than ever to elucidating some of the deepest secrets of the mind. Secrets such as the neural circuits that are involved in decision-making and behavior, as well as those involved in the development of neurologic and psychiatric disorders. To be sure, the advent of optogenetics as a discipline has stemmed from the collective work of many scientists over some decades. But the 4 recipients we're honoring today made pivotal discoveries and developed critical tools that have rendered optogenetics an indispensable technique in neuroscience. Now, the idea of tinkering with the nervous system to illuminate its functions has actually tantalized scientists for centuries. Think of the now classic frog experiments conducted by the 18th century Italian physician Luigi Galvani, who demonstrated that information in nerve cells is in the form of electricity, the electrical impulse. That notion that light then could be used to manipulate the nervous system is, in a sense, a centuries-old extension of Galvani's ideas. In the 1980s, Peter Hegeman set out to understand how green algae and other simple organisms sense light. And in the 1990s, Peter and his team identified and characterized the light-activated molecules in algae that enable them to respond to light. Peter then, along with Carl Deisseroth, deciphered the key principles, structure, and function of light-sensitive proteins. In 2002, the notion of optogenetic neural manipulation became a tangible reality thanks to work conducted by Gero Miesenbach. Gero demonstrated that it was indeed possible to use light to modify neural activity. Gero used light-sensing proteins from the eyes of fruit flies and genetically incorporated them into nerve cells. And the achievement did not merely render neurons sensitive to light, but also offered a way to control their activity with light. Gero's work de facto showed it was possible to use optogenetics as a tool to study and manipulate the brain. Carl Deisseroth and his team subsequently conducted a series of key experiments showing the light-sensing rhodopsin proteins, the proteins first studied by Hegeman in single-cell organisms, could be used to activate neurons in the mammalian brain, which Carl and his team discovered had the necessary chemicals to make these proteins functional. Carl continued to work on optogenetics, elucidating the structures of several light-sensitive ion channels and discovering multiple new optogenetic activators. All the while, he has continued to use these tools to make fundamental discoveries about the inner workings of the mammalian brain. Edward Boyden worked on critical early experiments in optogenetics. He was part of a team, along with Carl Deisseroth, Feng Zhang, and others, that in 2005 published a key discovery showing that the light-gated ion channels of algae previously studied by Peter Hegeman could be used to control neuronal firing. Ed then, in his own independent laboratory, went on to refine optogenetics, developing optogenetic activators to allow independent control of multiple cell types in the brain, and used optogenetics to achieve neuronal silencing. Collaborating with pioneers in holographic microscopy, Ed developed tools that used optogenetics as a way to impact exact patterns of electrical activities on small groups of neurons, mimicking natural firings. Now, taken together, these discoveries have fundamentally reshaped the landscape of modern neuroscience. They have set the stage for optogenetics-based therapies that could one day be used to restore vision loss, preserve movement following spinal cord injury, or modulate the circuitry that fuels anxiety and depression, and many other applications. Recognizing the people behind this kind of transformative science, science that carries the promise to reshape how we understand, diagnose, and treat disease, is the Warren Alpert's Foundation's reason for being. We would not be here today celebrating these momentous achievements without the vision of the Warren Alpert Foundation and its founder. Many of you will have heard the history behind the birth of the foundation, but this rather mythical story bears repeating. In 1987, Warren Alpert came across a news article that described the work of Sir Kenneth Murray, a British scientist who had developed a vaccine against hepatitis B. Somewhat impulsively, Warren put down the paper, picked up the phone, and cold called Murray. Now, fortunately, Murray answered the phone, and Warren Alpert announced to him that he had won the Warren Alpert Foundation Prize. The little detail that was missing, there wasn't the Warren Alpert Foundation yet. So Warren got to work. He contacted then Dean of Harvard Medical School, Daniel Tosteson, and asked him to help convene a panel of experts that could choose future award winners. And Dan said yes, and here we are 31 years later. Over those 3 decades, the foundation has awarded nearly $5 million to 69 scientists, 10 of whom have gone on to receive Nobel Prizes. I am thrilled today to have with us members of the Warren Alpert Foundation's Board of Directors. I saw Fred Schiffman and Gus Schieser in the back, and I apologize if other directors have shown and I haven't been able to greet them. But on behalf of the scientific community at Harvard Medical School and the world over, I certainly want to thank the Foundation for its support of science and discovery and for its indefatigable efforts to alleviate human suffering. I want to congratulate the winners of this year's Warren Alpert Prize and to express my deepest admiration for their transformational achievements. Now I'm going to turn the podium over to our symposium moderators, who is himself one of the preeminent neuroscientists of our time, Bernardo Sabatini. Bernardo received his undergraduate degree in biomedical engineering from Harvard. He went on to earn a PhD in neurobiology, as well as the MD degree from Harvard Medical School. He pursued postdoctoral training at the Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory. Bernardo is a Howard Hughes Medical Institute investigator, a member of the National Academy of Sciences, and currently the Alice and Rodman Moorhead III Professor of Neurobiology in the Blavatnik Institute at Harvard Medical School. Bernardo and his team seek to uncover the basic mechanisms that underlie brain plasticity, a critical feature that allows mammalian brains to acquire new behaviors, to learn, and to adapt to new cognitive challenges. And the ultimate goal of Bernardo and his team's work is to define the perturbations in these processes that can give rise to neurologic and neuropsychiatric disorders. Please join me in welcoming Bernardo. Bernardo.
Thank you, George, and thank you, everybody, for coming to this wonderful occasion in which we're going to celebrate the arc of discovery and invention that led to the field of optogenetics. And as Dean Daly just mentioned, the excitement in optogenetics for the neurobiology field is that it brought systems neuroscience into a modern era in which causal experiments suddenly became possible. And so from the times when scientists first put electrodes into the brains of animals, they found that there were neurons that reflected very specific features of the environment of the animal, of the state of the animal, or of the motor action of the animal. And these beautiful studies over many decades led to precise theories as to how the brain could perform computation, store information, or generate motor action. But the problem was that although these theories were very beautiful, in most cases we lacked tools to really test them with high precision. And optogenetics has given us the kinds of gain and loss of function experiments to control neural activity that allows us to test if these theories are right and if the activity of particular neurons is necessary and sufficient to explain parts of behavior and signaling within the brain. Now, as Dean Daly mentioned, it's been decades that people have wanted to use light to control neural activity, and the literature is littered with many failed attempts to do so. And there's a very nice essay from Francis Crick, the co-discoverer of the structure of DNA, that he gave to the Royal Society in the early 90s, in which he talks about how one would like to be able to manipulate the activity of cells in the brain remotely. And he said, the ideal signal would be light. This seems rather far-fetched. Sorry. This seems rather far-fetched, but it is conceivable that molecular biologists could engineer a particular cell type to be sensitive to light in this way. And so the 4 people that we're honoring today are the ones that took that idea that was deemed far-fetched and made it a reality. And what I like about the story of optogenetics is that it brings together science that's done by many different people with many different styles. And so we're going to see examples of a biophysicist who wanted to solve a problem that he encountered in nature. Pure curiosity-driven science to understand how unicellular organisms detect and respond to light. We'll see other examples from somebody who wanted to solve problems in his own laboratory. He wanted to drive his own research forward, had roadblocks, and invented technologies to get beyond them. And we'll also see examples of people that took an idea and almost on an industrial scale created dozens and dozens of permutations of that idea to push forward a field and endowed with us the tools that we need for optogenetics. So very different kinds of science that all came together to create this. Now, I've told you a little bit about why I'm excited about optogenetics, but I want to spend just a couple of more minutes on why you should be excited about optogenetics and why the Alpert family should care. And George touched on these things. And there are really 2 reasons. One is that optogenetics has allowed basic discovery into the brain that's now giving us, we hope, new ways to treat neuropsychiatric disease. And so we've been able to identify cells in the brains of animals that makes them continue to eat, for example, even though there's no caloric drive, and hence might be relevant to obesity and diabetes. We found cells in the brain that mediate anxiety, that mediate feelings of anhedonia, other cells that exacerbate or can correct the symptoms of Parkinson's disease or that drive forward processes related to Alzheimer's. And all of this work has led to a new appreciation within pharma that in order to treat neuropsychiatric diseases, one might have to target circuits instead of specific molecules. And I think that that's going to be the wave of therapy for neuropsychiatric diseases in the future. Second, as George mentioned, in the future, it's quite likely that humans with optogenetic manipulations of their brain will walk around. And they will use these manipulations to correct perturbed patterns of activity within the brain. There are already trials going on in which optogenetic actuators are put in the eye to restore light sensitivity to the retina of individuals who have lost their own endogenous light-sensitive cells. So today we're going to hear from 4 leaders that we've chosen within this field who over decades in their own laboratories have driven this field forward. Some, turns out, have done it somewhat accidentally by, as I said, studying natural processes and then realizing the importance of what was here, continue to drive the field forward, and other ones have made it their mission to simply solve this problem. We have a jam-packed day, so we're going to try to keep on time. We're not going to do questions and answers, so you have to find the speakers at the breaks if you want to talk to them. I'm going to keep the introductions short. I'm not going to list the hundreds of awards that these 4 have collectively won, because today it only matters that they won the Warren Alpert Prize. So our first speaker is Dr. Peter Hegemann. He is the Hertie Professor of Neuroscience at the Humboldt University in Berlin, a very storied institution that's made amazing contributions over the last century. And he has really worked on optogenetics, I think, his entire scientific career. His thesis work was entitled Purification and Characterization of the Functional Chloride Pumps, halorhodopsin, one of the key molecules that we still use today to manipulate the activity of cells. His first independent group at the Max Planck Institute in Martinsried was called Photoreceptors of Microalgae. So basically, his entire life, he's worked on this problem of how unicellular organisms sense light, detect light, and react to light. And through his curiosity-driven research, he has found and characterized and eventually identified with collaborators the central proteins that became the first wave of optogenetic activators that made all this possible. Peter, I look forward to hearing the story from your side. Thank you.
So dear Dr. Daly, dear Dr. Sabatini, thank you very much for the kind words of introduction. And to stand here is something really particular and a great honor for me. And I'd like to express my deepest gratitude to the Warren Alpert Foundation, especially to the selection committee and all the members that are involved in it. So today, my short talk, the first 15 minutes, I like to guide you through the history and don't want to bother you with all the biophysics we do. And in the second part, I like to show you some examples of what we are doing now. So the first slide, which you see here, is the Brandenburg Gate, and this is a sign for separation of the country. And on the other hand, it's also a symbol for reunification. And it's my pleasure to be here on the October 3rd, because it's exactly the day when Germany became united 29 years ago. So my first conclusion is, walls never help to solve any problem. And so my second statement is, when you start a new research project, it should start with a wonder. So you should wonder about something you see which you cannot explain. It can be a natural phenomena, or it can be a disease which is completely unknown or unexplored. So here you see red waves or orange waves that occasionally occur in the ocean, sometimes also here close to Boston. Or if you go to Northern Territories, you see red snow. And this is called watermelon snow. And the question is, how is it caused? And the reason is green algae, or algae of the ocean, are responsible for that. And like these algae, and this is Alexandrium, this is one of the most toxic organisms you can imagine. And if you keep them in your laboratory, you need a good aeration, otherwise you die. And this is Chlamydomonas nivalis that is responsible for the watermelon snow. And that's also the reason why this is called watermelons, because it tastes sweet. So my laboratory is working on a relative of this Chlamydomonas nivalis. I forgot to say the last sentence. A real pleasure in science is to work on something, the outcome of which is totally open. So we work on Chlamydomonas reinhardti, which is the green model organism. And when we started to study the behavior, after some years we realized that it's not new at all, because there was a publication in 1866 by Andrei Fominsin, a Russian scientist, and he described in this article the behavior of Chlamydomonas, and this is written in German, published in a French journal, and edited by St. Petersburg University in Russia. So, and he used an assay, which you see here to the bottom right, it's a population of Chlamydomonas, and you shine light on one side, and they move away from the light. And he asked already, what are the conditions under what it moves to or away from light? This person became famous because he established a botanical institute in Moscow University later on, and he didn't have the time to work on algae, unfortunately, anymore. The other two people I'd like to mention is the physicist Ken Foster. He was a postdoc in Max Delbrück's lab, and the chemist Koji Nakanishi, because they worked on green algae many, many years later, and they worked on a white species that were unable to produce carotenoids and chlorophyll. And they found that these are not phototactic, and they added vitamin A, and they realized that they could increase the sensitivity of these algae by 3 orders of magnitudes within 1 minute after addition of this vitamin A. And that was the starting point when I got interested in the work, and I spent some time in Ken Foster's lab, and his lab was totally chaotic. You couldn't do anything, but he was inspiring on the other hand as well. So we studied this species for a while and then realized it was strongly dependent on the ionic conditions, as already Fominsin said 100 years before, and we tried to establish electrophysiology, and we were heavily discouraged by the Chlamydomonas community because they said it will never work. Except one person, Ursula Goodenough. Where is she? She should be in the audience. Oh, there she is. Ursula, wonderful. It's great to have you here. And she was the only person in the community who encouraged me and provided a cell wall deficient algae, which allowed Hartmann Hartz and my group to establish electrophysiology. So he sucked a cell into the pipette and applied a short flash, and what he notices that there is a fast photoreceptor count, which means ion influx into the eye, and a slow flagella count, which is influx into the flagella. And he measured the wavelengths dependent and demonstrated that it is a rhodopsin spectrum with 500 nanometer maximum, and we concluded that these photo currents are mediated by a rhodopsin. We learned over the years to record directly from the, oh yeah, thank you, directly from the eye by using a patch pipette, and this greatly improves the sensitivity and the time resolution, and allowed us to record with a better time resolution, as you see here, and to conclude that there's no delay. And from these and other measurements, we concluded that the rhodopsin and the ion channels are directly coupled. And a few years later, we made another conclusion that they form a light-gated ion channel together, and the channel conducts proton and calcium. And it's interesting that we never talked about sodium because this algae live in absence of sodium, so quite different from the neuroscience situation that you're facing now. And these are 1 million charges in one of these photocurrents, and we concluded that the conductance is about 100 femtosiemens, which is very small, and almost exactly the number that we know in these days. So we also noticed that there's a low intensity range and a high intensity range, so they have sensitivity dynamic range of 4 log units, and so we established this model. There is a light-activated ion channel responsible for the upper light area from 1 to 100%, and a lower region where it needs some amplification, and this has not been completely solved. We also measured flagella beating together with photocurrents and have demonstrated that the appearance of this action potential, which is so important for the later measurements, that these cause the switch from forward to backward swimming, so the trigger for completely different behavior. Then, in parallel, we worked on the purification of the photoreceptor by using can-phosphorus mutant and reconstituting it with radioactive retinal, purified the most abundant retinal protein, have shown that these in the eye spot, and proposed that this is a light-activated ion channel. No response from the community at all. After 5 years later, 4 years later, we got a mail from this gentleman. And he asked us, I've been interested for some time in potential methods by which mammalian neurons might be transfected with genes whose product would permit light-triggered and depolarization of action potentials. That was a very interesting conversation that we studied. And probably most of you know that this is Roger Chan, who became famous by the GFP studies, and he failed. And the reason why he failed is we sent him the wrong gene. So, at least we have shown it ourselves that it was the wrong gene. The abundant retinal protein in chlamydomonas is not the photoreceptor we were looking for. So, but the honor of clearly showing the way to go remains yours. So this is my tribute to Roger Chen, who died much too early. It was always wonderful. He has no social behavior. When you met him, he continued the discussion at the sentence where we stopped 3 or 4 years earlier. So then Sunil Kataria joined my lab, and he discovered in a Katsuza library, the first cDNA library for chlamydomonas, 2 new genes. And they were related to rhodopsin to some extent, and they showed a 7 transmembrane helix domain and a long C-terminal end, which is about 40% of the protein. And we decided to express it in oocytes, but didn't have the oocyte method established in the lab, so we teamed up with Georg Nagel in Frankfurt and expressed this protein in frog oocytes by using 2 voltage clamp experiments. And we have shown immediately, after 3 weeks or so, that these are the photocurrents that reflect the photocurrent of chlamydomonas. So it was immediately clear that this was the protein we were looking for. These are the original experiments with longer illumination times with channel rhodopsin 1, which shows a very strong pH dependent and a moderate cation dependence. And we call this proteins channel rhodopsin because they unify an ion channel and a sensory unit. And there are two of them, channelrhodopsin 1 and 2. So Roger Chen worked with channelrhodopsin 1 unsuccessfully because the counts were too small. And then he didn't find a person in his lab to work on channelrhodopsin 2. So then after this experiments, we expressed this in human embryo kidney cells. The channelrhodopsin 2, because the channelrhodopsin 1 showed small photocounts only. And the next thing is, what we found is that the 7 transmembrane helix fragment is enough to trigger these photocounts, and the 60% of the protein are unnecessary. So we had a very compact, small system, which is the sensor and the ion channel together. So channelrhodopsins, and the conclusion was that channelrhodopsin can be functionally expressed in animal cells. So this conclusion stimulated many, or a number, not many yet, 5 laboratories basically, to work on this. And the first publication came out by Carl Deiserwood and Ed Boyden. They demonstrated that this works in hippocampal neurons, and you can fire trains of light, and the response that you get is a train of action potentials. The next person was Hiromu Yavu in Sendai. He demonstrated that it works on brain slices, and this might be forgotten. And the third person was Stefan Herlitzer. He has shown that this functions in an animal, and the first animal was not the mouse, it was the chicken embryo. And the third person was Alexander Gottschalk. He produced a cell line which continuously allowed channelrhodopsin to manipulate neurons. And the last person is Huo Pan, who demonstrated it in blind mice that it can reconstitute vision. And he was also pretty late, so he has not been in the focus so far, but he belongs to the key people. And then later on, as you know, Carl and Ed have taken over the field and delivered all these modifications and other things. And certainly, meanwhile, it's also heavily expressed in zebrafish and Drosophila in the mouse, and you'll hear more about it later. So the technology is relatively simple. You take DNA from a microorganism, Chlamydomonas, for example, connect it with a promoter region from the cell of interest, pack it into a virus, inject the virus into the brain, and then you wait for a couple of weeks, and then you can replace a needle for the light guide, and then you can study the behavior, among other things. So what you need is a photoreceptor that is small and genetically encodable, a promoter element, a chromophore, which is present in sufficient amount, and this was my biggest surprise, that the brain contains retinol in sufficient concentration to reconstitute the opsin efficiently. And certainly a response you can interpret, and probably many responses that are essential for a living organism in the wilderness is not so easily identified in a mouse in a cage. So the specificity is a major issue, so that you can't target a single neuron, and in parallel you can target another neuron with another actuator or inhibitor. And then you can study learning and memory and sleep and locomotor activity and feeding, and certainly since recently vision, hearing, sexuality, autism, addiction, anxiety, Parkinson, and so on. And Carl and Ed will speak about this. So what remained for us? So we went back to our original starting point that we wanted to understand the photoreceptor. And this is the current knowledge we have about the channelrhodopsin. This is mainly based on mutagenesis studies and biophysics, and also on the X-ray structure that has been provided by Osamu Noreki in Japan. And he used a hybrid, which was originally designed by Hiromu Yavu in Sendai. And certainly MD calculation that tell us where the water is most likely in the channel. And you see here the retinal chromophore, which provides the light sensitivity, and the green amino acids that are responsible for color tuning, and the brown amino acids that are responsible for conductance and ion selectivity. And they mutated all of them and know more or less what they are doing. But the key elements of the protein are the gates, the central gate and the inner gate, which are closed in darkness. And you should keep in mind that the image we have is a dark state of the channelrhodopsin. So it means that it's closed, and what you still need is certainly information about the open state, which is not available at the moment. Also, I'd like to bring to your attention that in contrast to other proteins, the sensory photoreceptors are highly dynamic. So they undergo thousands of conformational changes after light absorption, and only a few of them are detectable as absorption changes because they have relation to the chromophore. And this can be monitored by changing of the absorption wavelengths. This is 470 of the dark state, and then 500, and then 390, and 520. And this is a mean conducting state. And then it decays the conducting state in 10 milliseconds, and it reverts to the dark state only on a second time scale. But most interesting part is not highlighted here, which is the initial state. And by using pump-probe experiments, we studied them in detail together with John Kennis. And if you excite the cells from the electronic dark state to an excited state, the conformational changes occur on an energy landscape to a minimum. And then there is a dissection, conical intersection between the excited state and the dark state. And here the decision is made to return to the dark state or to go into the photocycle products. So this is a very central point for the efficiency of this rhodopsins. So the decision is made on a picosecond time scale in a range of 10 to the minus 12 seconds after the flush. Everything else, what comes later, is a dark activity. So we certainly looked at the chromophore to understand the system and also to manipulate it in the sense that we can use it. And that was done with Carl many years ago, and with Ofer Yizar, his postdoc, who is now at the Weizmann and will come tonight. And I give you a few examples. So if you mutated this residue, you get larger counts. If you mute this residue, you get a shorter open cell lifetime, but more importantly, you remove the voltage sensitivity of the protein. And that allows you to fire action potential with higher speed, higher frequency, to study, for example, interneurons. And the third example is this cysteine. If you mutate this, you slow down the photocycle tremendously. And it goes from 10 milliseconds to 100 seconds or so. And this can be used for continuous depolarization. So here's one example. You apply blue light, you excite the cells, it fires action potential, and then you apply green light, and it goes back to the states. So this step function rhodopsins were very useful for future experiments. But also the CAN itself was very difficult in different channel rhodopsins. For example, this one is inactivating and is an invert rectifier, and this is hyperactivating during a light flash. It's, again, invert rectifying. And here's another species which is not invert rectifying. And here's another species from somewhere near Hawaii, recently discovered. It completely inactivates it in continuous light. For whatever biological reason, we don't know. So and these properties are clustered in different evolutionary branches. And also what came out that the color tuning is very, very important, so we can collect different organisms to address different cells. So one important experiment, or one important question is shown here, the question of inactivation. And this is a typical biophysical question because it requires a deeper insight. So if you look at the photocycle again, I have shown you the basic photocycle, which is shown here again. And we recently found that there are two conductances, an early and a late conductance. And the first one, the early one, is proton selective, and the second one is sodium selective. And depending on the equilibrium, you get a more proton or more sodium selective photocount in your neuroscience experiment. Alternatively, so more or less competing with the 13-cis isomerization, you get an syn-anti or anti-syn isomerization, and it produces a second dark state, which started its own photocycle. And the open state in this photocycle is only weakly conductance, and is most sensitive for protons. And this is a reason why in steady-state light you get this reduced steady-state level, this one here. So the system is more complicated than probably as an applicant you might imagine. And the question is, how can we manipulate this selectivity? And we identified some years ago 2 key residues, one in the inner gate and one in the central gate. And if you replace this glutamate, which is conserved in most of the channel rhodopsins, you can manipulate the ratio between proton conductance, which is shown in red, and sodium conductance, which is shown in green here. And then you can combine certainly these different mutations to drive it further in one direction. But you can also look at the wild-type channel rhodopsin, and this has Johannes Führer done, and compare the proton and the sodium selectivity. And you might end up with a PS-GHR, which is almost exclusively sodium selective. Or you should look at the crimson and CS-CHR, which is almost exclusively proton selective. So only at neutral pH and low sodium you get a count here, and at alkaline pH you get no count. So what we engineer in the lab, nature has done a billion years before. You only have to find it. This is a problem. If you don't know what to look for, then you don't get anything. And Ed's lab has, for example, identified this crimson, which is very interesting for many reasons. It is almost purely proton selective. So you get at neutral pH and low sodium large counts and no counts at alkaline pH. But if you mutate this glutamate, at this position, you convert it into a sodium selective channel rhodopsin. And what we concluded from this is that the selectivity filter is in this crimson at a completely different position. So close to the surface, whereas the central gate is not important at all and not existing in this variant. So nature developed many different possibilities how to control conductance and selectivity. And if you look at the crystal structure, you see the reason. So the water pore in this crimson is blocked at this position, whereas it's a free-flowing water in the channel rhodopsin from Chlamydomonas. So unfortunately, we have not been successful to produce a potassium-selective channel rhodopsin. And this is on the list for a long time. And Carl and I came together again to work on it. But as long as this is not finished, we made a compromise and established 2-component optogenetics. And in this case, we combined a soluble photoactivated enzyme, which is a cyclase that produces cyclic AMP, and that allowed us to activate a cyclic AMP-activated potassium channel, which can induce hyperpolarization. Alternatively, we recently worked on a rhodopsin cyclase, which is also a rhodopsin with an unusual tail, and this tail is an enzyme directly coupled to the rhodopsin, never found before, and this produces cyclic GMP, and we can use cyclic GMP-activated potassium channels to hyperpolarize the cell. And here's one example by Yin Bernal, a postdoc in my group. She used this blue light-activated photoreceptor enzyme and combined it with a small potassium channel from a bacterium, and she got nicely hyperpolarization, which was very efficient. And due to this amplification, you can use it at very low light intensities because it drives 10,000 charges after one photon absorption, which is much more certainly than a pump, for example, that only transport a single charge, or an ion channel like Chlamydomonas, which transport maybe between 10 and 20. So this is, I'd like to show you a few examples. Franziska Schneider, a former student from my lab, she now has a group working on cardio-optogenetics, and she tried this and was able to inhibit action potentials from the heart cells and also to inhibit heart beating in her model systems. So it works nicely. And here's an experiment in pyramidal neurons, and you see the marvelous expression. And here's a small blue light flash, and it causes a long hyperpolarization in these cells. And certainly would be better and probably more comfortable to use cyclic GMP instead of IMP, and therefore recently Ulrike Scheib, she established in my lab the functionality of the rhodopsin cyclases, interestingly identified by a theoretical physicist. She became unemployed and moved to biology, and she discovered with her friends these rhodopsin cyclases. And This is good for controlling cyclic AMP and also for hyperpolarizing the cell. So these are only a few examples, and I like to summarize. The major player is still the light-activated cation channel. What we are still missing is a potassium selective channel. It has been complemented by anion channels and pumps, and also since some time, light-activated enzymes that complement the ion transporters. So this is still the major player. I could continue, but in the favor of time, I'd like to finish. My conclusion is algae have taken over the brain research, and if we continue to destroy the climate, they probably will take over the planet and control it, what they have done over 3 billion years. And I still have hope that will not happen, that the human species will also survive for some time. And this is my group, and I'd like to express my gratitude and many thanks to all my co-workers I had the privilege to work with, to my photoreceptor neuroscience friends and colleagues, and to the Chlamydomonas community, where all the business has started. And certainly, I had collaborators over the last 3 decades, and a few I'd like to mention. First of all, Carl, who worked with us for the last probably 12 years or so, and he transferred all the knowledge to the neuroscience committee, and he had enough and profound molecular knowledge, so it was always a pleasure to work with him. Thanks, Carl, for that. And Ofer Isai is former students, now a group leader at the Weizmann. He established optogenetics at the Weizmann Institute, and Georg Nagel, who worked with us in previous times, and certainly many spectroscopists and crystallographers. And I'd like to thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you so much for that wonderful talk. So we have 2 halves to the presentation today, and in each one we have 2 of our award winners speaking. Interspersed between those talks, we have 2 postdoctoral fellows from laboratories in the Department of Neurobiology at Harvard. And so these are talks by junior scientists who are using optogenetics in their own research to advance the inner workings, in this case, of the mouse brain for both of them. So the first of these talks is going to be from Kimberly Reinhold. She did her undergraduate work here at MIT and then went to University of California in San Diego to do a PhD with Massimo Scanziani. And then I was lucky enough to have her join my laboratory here on the quadrangle. And she's going to tell us about her work using optogenetics to both activate and suppress neurons in the brain to uncover how a mouse learns a new skill. Okay.
Thank you. It's a real pleasure to be able to share a vignette of how we apply optogenetics. When I was in college, I was required to take a PE class, a physical education class. So I signed up for squash because I had never before attempted a racket sport. And the first day, I showed up and I tried to hit the ball with the racket, and I was very, very bad. The instructor sent me to a court by myself to practice. And I did. I practiced, and I attended all the classes that semester. And at the end of the semester, I still couldn't hit the ball with the racket. But other students seemed to learn. Squash is an example of how we learn through trial and error. We learn to associate sensory inputs, like the ball flying at my head, with appropriate motor outputs. Maybe swinging the racket, or in my case, running away. And we learn these associations through practice and feedback. Trial and error learning is a fundamental component of many different cognitive processes. Therefore, it's vital we understand where in the brain and how it occurs. What do we know? Well, we know that people with Parkinson's disease have damage to the basal ganglia, a set of nuclei deep in the brain outlined in green. And we know that these people are impaired in trial and error learning. These people can learn things like episodic facts, people's names, the time of day when something happened, but they have deficits both in motor learning, like the squash example, and also in purely cognitive trial and error learning tasks. Interestingly, people with damage to a different part of the brain, the temporal lobe, are amnesics. So these people can't learn things like the color of the experimenter's clothes, but they can learn practice-based tasks, trial and error tasks. And so we see a dissociation that suggests that the basal ganglia specifically support trial and error learning. And this has been confirmed in a number of model species. To figure out what goes wrong in disease, it's important we understand how trial and error learning works in a healthy brain. So today I'll tell you about our work to try to do this, to try to nail down more precisely where in the brain trial and error learning is computed and how. First, I'll explain our approach. We've developed a task in which mice learn through trial and error. There are two stages, learning and then execution of the learned behavior. I'll ask if basal ganglia are needed after the mice have learned, whether basal ganglia are needed during learning, and if they are, how. To ask the question, are basal ganglia needed, we'd like a way to shut off these structures and look for effects on behavior. Diseases and stroke do this, they shut off brain areas, and lesion studies do the same. But those changes are rarely specific to a single brain circuit and unfortunately are irreversible. There are other kinds of changes we can impose in the brain, but these have higher spatial and temporal precision, but what we're really looking for is a technique with high spatial precision that also has excellent temporal precision. For example, able to probe really fast cognitive processes like the learning update that happens between swings of the racket, right, happening on seconds. And here optogenetics fills the gap. Let me first tell you about the task we use. Mice, like humans, have basal ganglia that receive sensory inputs and project to motor outputs. To study this area, we've designed a task where mice learn through trial and error to associate a sensory component with a motor component. The sensory component, well, we could have chosen an external stimulus, like a flash of light, which would activate the eye and a number of visually responsive areas throughout the brain, many of which themselves project to the basal ganglia. Now we have a lot of active brain areas in different regions, and it becomes difficult to follow the flow of neural activity through the brain from start to motor output. So we decided to play a trick. We restrict the cue to be the activation of just one brain area, the visual cortex. This is well-studied, accessible, and has a specific projection into the basal ganglia. We can use viral and genetic tools to express an optogenetic protein specifically in these neurons with cell bodies in the cortex that send their axons into the basal ganglia. And then we can implant a fiber through the skull of the mouse, shine blue light through that fiber into the brain, and that will activate the optogenetic protein channelrhodopsin, which you heard a bit about, these cation channels. And that causes the cell to depolarize and fire action potentials. So we turn on neural activity in this specific population. The motor component of the task is a reach to a food pellet. We make the mice do this in the dark so they can't see the food. And we've ensured that they also can't smell or whisk the food, so they have to use the forearm and the forepaw to see if the food pellet is there. So the task proceeds like this. The mice reach a lot. Often there's no food there. They're just hoping. The optogenetic cue turns on, and then they reach, and there is food. So they have to learn through trial and error that the optogenetic cue predicts food. Mice learn to do this. Here I'll show you a movie where pellets come into position. Let's see if I can find a pointer. Oh, thank you so much. The top one. Thank you. So you'll see that pellets come into position. And then the cue, the optogenetic cue turns on. So keep your eyes on this blue circle when the light flashes. That means we're stimulating neurons in his brain. So the cue's about to turn on. There, it turned on. And he's learned that that means the food is now available. So he reaches and grabs it and eats it. Remember, this is happening in the dark, so he can't see the pellet. We're spying on him with an infrared camera. The light here is just a flashing blue light that has nothing to do with the cue. And it's just to ensure that the mouse doesn't reach to flashing lights. And we have a variable interval between pellet presentations to make sure he's not counting time. So he's learned this task, and we can plot his behavior across many cue presentations or trials on the y-axis versus time in seconds on the x-axis, and then put his reaching onto this and see that sometimes he successfully grabs the pellet, other times he drops it, sometimes he misses it, and often he reaches and there's no pellet there. But what's important is that when we add up all the reaching across all of these trials and plot that as a histogram, with reaches on the y-axis and time on the x-axis, we see this huge increase in the frequency of reaching right after the cue. And this tells us that he has learned the association between cue and food. We've taught a number of mice to do this. Here's the mean and standard error. And we think that these animals are paying attention to the optogenetic cue because when the cue turns on, they reach. This is the same thing I showed you on the last slide. But when on a random set of trials we omit the cue, the mice don't reach, even though the pellet is there. And when we omit the pellet but the cue still turns on, the mice do still reach. So it seems that animals can learn this cue response association. Are the basal ganglia needed? The basal ganglia are a good candidate to link the cue to the motor output because these structures receive diverse sensory inputs and project to motor outputs. And because there's a direct pathway from cue-activated cortex into the input nucleus of the basal ganglia called the striatum. And I now want to focus on this input nucleus, the striatum, and in particular the subregion that receives that input from the cortex, that receives that cue signal. This is the dorsomedial tail of the striatum, and for the rest of the talk, when I say striatum, I'm referring to this part specifically. Does striatum link the cue to the motor output? Does it trigger the motor output? Well, if this simple linear model is correct, then we should be able to see a change in neural activity here around the time of the cue. So we test this by recording neural activity in the striatum. We can acutely implant recording electrodes into the animal's brain and record the activity of neurons. We see action potentials here, or spikes, and then we can just draw a line every time we saw a spike and represent a neuron's activity in this way, where the different rows are different cue presentations and the x-axis is time. So you see that this neuron has some activity around the time of the cue, and we've found a number of such neurons which seem to show changes at the time of the cue. So this might be triggering the reach. Second, if this linear model is correct, then when we shut off this striatum, the animals should no longer be able to do the cued reach. So we have an optogenetic approach to do this. There are output neurons in the striatum, but there is a second general class of neuron in this area, and these are locally projecting inhibitory neurons. So we can put a red activatable optogenetic protein into these cells, shine red light through two bilaterally implanted fibers, basically turn on these inhibitory neurons, and they act to shut off the neurons that project out, the output neurons. And so essentially what we're doing here is performing a spatially and temporally precise loss of function, where we're shutting off specifically the part of striatum that gets the cue input, and then that sends output to the rest of the brain. And we want to know whether that output of striatum is needed for the cued reach. Importantly, previous work has shown that inactivating this part of the brain using drugs doesn't paralyze the animal's arm, so the animal can still move. What does red light do to neural activity? Let's take a look at this cell that we saw before. What we find is that turning on the red light prevents spiking in this neuron. And this is an inactivation lasting a second, but at the end of the red light, activity comes back. So unlike a lesion, this is reversible. We can suppress the activity of the cue responsive cells. You can see that here. And across all of the striatal projection neurons that we recorded, we see about an 86% reduction in activity. So the red light suppresses striatum. We can turn on the red light on a random set of trials at the time of the cue and ask if the mouse can still do the cued reach. So here's the cued reaching you've seen before, and now we want to know what happens when we eliminate striatum. Can the mice still do that cued reach, or is cued reaching gone? What we see is that the mice are perfectly able to do the cued reaching, and in fact, there's no change in reaction time, and there's no change in the animal's ability to successfully grab the pellet and eat it. So we see no motor deficits at all. So it seems that striatum does not trigger the cued reach after learning, and there must be some other brain area that serves this function. We don't know yet. We have some ideas. It turns out these neurons that project to the striatum also have collaterals to the thalamus, the pons, and the superior colliculus, and we're investigating now whether one of those areas might be the link. But I began the talk by telling you that the basal ganglia are really important for trial and error tasks. So maybe the basal ganglia are needed during learning. In order to test this, we have to have a way to measure learning. The mice make cued reaches, but they also make spontaneous reaches before the cue even turns on, just hoping there's a pellet there. And we would expect that learning involves an increase in cued reaching, plotted here on the y-axis, and a decrease in non-cued reaching, plotted on the x-axis. And this is what we see. Here's an example learning trajectory from a single mouse. You can see from the first day to the last day, the animal increases cued reaching, and there's a little decrease in the non-specific reaching. So we can plot the direction of this learning change by putting on a vector from the first day to the last day. And then across mice, we see that all animals learn by modifying behavior in this way. Interestingly, when we shut off the striatum for 1 second, but on every presentation of the cue, animals do not show the normal pattern of learning. Their behavior is disrupted, and here are the averages for those two groups. And so it seems that striatum is needed during learning. We can plot this data in a different way and combine the x and y axes by asking how much more cued reaching does the mouse do with respect than non-cued reaching, with respect to non-cued reaching. And this is a metric we call D prime. It doesn't matter, it's just a way to quantify learning. And I'm going to plot it on the y-axis and then the day of training on the x. To give you a sense for what this means, low learning values, learning index values, mean no cued reaching. Middle values, the mouse is starting to do cued reaches, and at high values, the animal is performing really stereotyped cued reaches. So animals with the striatum intact learn this task, but when we inhibit striatum, mice don't learn. Maybe my striatum was asleep when I was trying to learn squash. Importantly, we haven't permanently damaged the mice in this red cohort because we can perform a recovery experiment. So we stop the manipulation, and now these animals have the striatum intact, and the same animals are able to learn. Maybe hope for my squash game yet. Okay. So it seems that striatum is needed to learn the cued reaching. Can we get any idea of how? One hypothesis is that the striatum might get information about the outcome of the animal's behavior in the past and use that feedback to update the animal's behavior in the future. And that could happen at different time scales. This updating could be fast, as in the case of the squash racket swing, where you swing, you're not very good, you swing again, you're a little better, but you're still not very good, and that update is very rapid on the time scale of seconds. Or we can imagine a student cramming for an exam, learned a bunch of information, but that doesn't really get into memory until the little power nap begins. And maybe here the update is on a time scale of minutes to hours. So if we had a way to measure learning on a faster time scale, we could ask about the basal ganglia involvement on a faster time scale. I've showed you we can measure learning across days. If we had a way to similarly measure learning across trials within a day, then we could look at kind of faster cognitive mechanisms. So now, instead of looking at the probability of reaching, we're going to look at the animal's reaction time, which is the time delay to the first reach. And we're going to compare the reaction time early in the day to the reaction time 100 trials later. If the animal is improving, then his reaction time is speeding up. We're going to plot that improvement, that speed up, on the y-axis. On the x, I'm going to show the change we expect if the animal is simply modifying the rate of reaching before the cue. Okay, so this is reaches before the cue, so it has nothing to do with cued reaching. And so we have a non-cued component and a cued component. We find that mice learn within a day, shown here. They increase cued reaching and decrease non-cued reaching. Does striatum store this accumulated learning within a day? If it does, then when we shut off the striatum at the end of the day, which we can do with optogenetics very precisely, wait and then shut off striatum, we expect that the animal's behavior will fall back to where it was at the beginning of the day. But if striatum does not store this learned accumulated performance change, then we expect that there will be little change in the cued reaching. And this is what we see. So it seems the striatum does not store the within day improvement. But if we disengage striatum early in the day and turn off the striatum on all trials, we see that the animals never seem to build up or accumulate that improved performance. And we can see incremental updates. When the mouse touches the pellet, he improves, but this incremental improvement is reduced when we shut off the striatum. So we favor the hypothesis that the striatum acts on a very fast time scale to update behavior. And so in conclusion, what I've showed you today is that activating a specific set of neurons in the brain is sufficient to teach mice a cued response. The striatum isn't needed after learning, but it is needed during learning. And we think it's needed specifically to provide these fast incremental updates. And so a picture emerges. This is just a cartoon, but we can imagine that the striatum is the arrow pushing the animal through behavior space, and that in healthy learning, these incremental updates add up to bring the animal to some optimal place. Maybe addiction is overcharged learning. Maybe there's a deficit in Parkinson's in that updating. Maybe Tourette's or OCD, or wandering to the wrong part of behavior space, or the brain getting stuck in a local minimum. We think that perhaps the deficits that we see when we shut off striatum, while small on a fast time scale, could really add up over a long time to produce the really serious problems that we observe in basal ganglia dysfunction and disease. So I'd like to thank the people who contributed. Of course, all of the people who developed optogenetics, thank you. Bernardo Sabatini, my advisor, and Marcy Adirola, an excellent technician who's been working with me on this project. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Kim. So our next speaker is Dr. Edward Boyden from MIT. Ed is the Eva Tan Professor of Neurotechnology at MIT, and also a professor at the Media Labs, as well as an investigator of the Howard Hughes Medical Institute. Ed did his undergraduate work at MIT, where apparently he studied quantum computing. That's what I learned from his CV. I was surprised about that. And then went to Stanford to do his PhD in neurobiology, working with Jennifer Raymond and Richard Chen, who is the brother of Roger Chen that we heard about earlier, somewhat ironically. While he was at Stanford, he worked with Carl Deiseroff and Fong Zhang to first put channel rhodopsin into neurons and show, as we learned earlier, that one could control the activity of mammalian neurons with this tool. Afterwards, he came to MIT, and I think his lab is really one of the broadest and yet consistently creative in many areas, laboratories that I've ever seen. His group has worked, of course, on finding new and engineering new optogenetic actuators, and we've heard a little bit about that. His group has also developed robotic systems for doing electrophysiological analysis in the brain. He's worked on new amplifiers for electrophysiological analysis. And most recently, he's developed what almost seems like a comical approach, but is really incredible, which is that in order to look at tissue at higher resolution, he decided to not improve the microscope, but instead make the tissue bigger, and thus invented the field of expansion microscopy, which is really providing some remarkable insight into how complex tissues are organized. Ed, welcome.
Great. Well, first I'd like to express my gratitude to be here receiving this award with my good friends, collaborators, and colleagues. It's a tremendous honor, and I'm excited to get to talk to you today about optogenetics, but also kind of how different technologies might fit together in this grand quest to understand the brain. The brain is so complicated that I think we need to think about an integrated tool set that lets us make maps of the brain, that lets us control the brain. And optogenetics, of course, is one of those key techniques. And then what you might call the opposite of optogenetics, to watch the brain in action. And interestingly, that tools in that nature are emerging from the optogenetic tool set itself. Why is it so hard? Well, the brain, amongst biological systems, exhibits extraordinary spatial complexity and temporal complexity. So if you think about it, brain cells are enormous, right? They're centimeters in spatial extent. We have neurons a meter in length going down our spinal cord. And yet if you care about the building blocks of neural computation, you care about axons and dendrites, synaptic connections, and biomolecules within brain cells. So how do you see across all those scales and control across all those scales of spatial extent? And there's also time. So of course, if you care about learning or memory or Alzheimer's disease or development or aging, these are long-term processes that take hours to days to years. And the quantum building blocks of brain computations, though, are these millisecond timescale electrical pulses. So if we're thinking about ways to build tools to address brain questions, you really have to think fundamentally about space and time. And so today I'll tell you about sort of our thinking about these properties that yielded principles of how to discover and engineer tools, focusing on optogenetics. But towards the end, I hope to also talk a little bit about how we're trying to develop strategies for imaging neural activity. And of course, if you can see and control neural activity, that's great, but it would be nice to have a map of the brain so you know where in the brain to look or perturb neural activity. And my hope is that if we can stitch together these tool sets, comprehensive emergent pictures of how brain circuits work might become more and more feasible. So let's start with optogenetics. So you've already heard through the first couple talks the introduction of the idea. I first met Carl when I got to Stanford, and we started brainstorming about how would you control neural dynamics, and sort of started going through the laws of physics. Could you use magnetic fields? Could you use light? And light, of course, would be great, as Francis Crick independently also outlined, because it's as fast as anything ever gets, and you can aim it at things. You have to bring light into the brain, and much as people have brought electrodes into the brain for over a century, you can bring in optical fibers or other kinds of optical devices. So the next question becomes, do you make a molecule that converts light to electricity, or do you find it? And as Peter already introduced, there's a family of microbial opsins, the study of which goes back many decades, which in single-cell organisms will convert light into electrical signals. So the first of these to be characterized was actually a light-driven proton pump, shown here in structural form. It's a 7-transmembrane protein with an all-transretinal chromophore that absorbs the light, and you get these rapid conformational changes of what the discoverers named bacteriorhodopsin, a light-driven proton pump. And that's found in halophilic archaea, microbes that live in really salty water. Around a decade later, several groups found in the same species a light-driven chloride pump, which they named halorhodopsin, And it shares some similarities, but differs in certain specific key residues that makes it a chloride pump rather than a pump of positive charge. And then you've already heard about Peter and his colleagues who discovered the channel rhodopsins, light-driven ion channels. Originally, the ones they found were cationic, and now we also know there are inhibitory ones that let negative charge through. So for me, one of the key interesting papers that got me interested in these opsins was from 1999 from Okuno and colleagues. And at the time, these molecules have been characterized in these halophilic archaea. So they worked at very high salt concentrations. Here's electric current versus chloride. And you can see the peak is at a very high level of chloride. And if your brain is like mine, then the chloride is down around here. So this molecule wouldn't work very well. This is a halorhodopsin, light-driven chloride pump from a specific species. But one of these molecules had, for whatever bizarre evolutionary reason, its peak function in the low chloride regime. And so this is actually one of the first molecules that Carl and I started collecting from colleagues. But the first one that we tried out was, of course, the one that you've already heard about from Peter, that was discovered by him and his colleagues, the channelrhodopsin 2. And we put the gene into neurons, shined brief pulses of blue light just from a standard light source for seeing GFP at the time. And almost in the first try, what we found was that you could drive action potentials in cultured hippocampal neurons. And also didn't require the all-trans-retinal, the chemical cofactor, to be added. For whatever strange reason, mammalian neurons made the chemical cofactor. So a lot of what we've been doing over the time since has been trying to figure out, well, what are the principles of finding these molecules and pushing their physical properties to the limits of speed and spectral sensitivity and all the other parameters that we would like to achieve. And so this is a summary slide, and I'll go through some of the examples of molecules in the following slides. But what we found is that members of all three of these classes, the light-driven proton pumps, the light-driven chloride pumps, and light-driven ion channels, can be found that actually are safe enough, effective enough, fast enough, and powerful enough that they can work in neurons, which are, of course, a bit of a delicate environment with lots of complex physiology. So Brian Chow and Xue Han, when they were working with me, looked at light-driven proton pumps and found that a member of this family from the archaeodopsin class, if you genetically express it in neurons and then shine green or yellow light, will powerfully pump protons out of neurons and silence their activity quite powerfully. Halorhodopsins do inverse pumping, but of a negative charge, so it has a similar physiological effect, although different in a biophysical way. They pump chloride in response to green or yellow or orange light and hyperpolarize the neuron, shutting it down. By deleting neural activity, you can look at the necessity of a set of neurons for a behavior or pathological state. And then the channelrhodopsin 2 we put into neurons back in 2004, and you can shine blue light on the neurons, let positive charge in, and you can activate them, letting you investigate what those neurons are sufficient to trigger. And I should mention that Amy Chuang, when she was a grad student in my group, pushed halorhodopsins out into some of their different physical limits, and Nathan Kopecki, when he was in my group, tried and succeeded the same with channelrhodopsins. So light-driven proton pumps, this is sort of surprising to us that this worked. We don't think of protons as very abundant in neurons or outside neurons. At neutral pH, they're orders of magnitude less concentrated than sodium and potassium and the other ions we often think about in neurophysiology. So to our surprise, we found this molecule, archaeodopsin 3, when we put it into neurons, allowed us to make large photocurrents and to silence neural activity even in awake behaving mice. So this was really, to my knowledge, the first near 100% nearly digital silencing of neural activity in awake behaving animals. And we find these molecules by either searching genomic databases or by sometimes doing our own genomic investigations. And there are different strategies that you can take. So one, of course, is if you find a molecule that you like, you can search locally in genomic space. Look at species related to the species that you found the molecule from and see if you can find improvements. So for example, there's an archaeal species for which the archaeodopsin 3 came, and Xue and Brian continued to search in species closely related, and the original molecule Arch was powerful silencing, but this molecule Arch-T was even more powerful. You can also search broadly in genomic space. So Leonid Brown had discovered that a species of fungus, actually, Leptosphaera maculans, had a light-driven proton pump. And we have got the gene, which we nicknamed MAC for short, and we found that it was also able to silence neural activity. And because MAC had a color shift, this is the action spectrum, the current on the y-axis and color on the x-axis, you could express MAC and a more red-shifted opsin in 2 different neurons and then use 2 different colors of light to differentially affect them. So a MAC-expressing neuron will be more silenced by blue light, and a molecule expressed as a more red light-sensitive molecule will be more silenced by red light. That molecule that was more silenced by red light was actually that very same halorhodopsin that I mentioned earlier, which had been found by the Okuno and colleagues' paper to be sensitive to light in a realm of salt concentration that was much lower than you might expect. And this molecule, we published the first proof of concept neural silencing back in 2007, but it was a fairly weak molecule. The currents were not as impressive as we might have hoped. So we started thinking about the same genomic search properties and thought, well, could we find molecules that are light-driven chloride pumps that are much more powerful? And maybe you could also find molecules that have a red-shifted spectrum of activation. Now, why would you want that? Well, when Amy Chuang was a PhD student working with me, we started thinking about the propagation of light in the brain. And of course, this is well known by many investigators long before us. But if you put blue, green, or yellow light into the brain, there's absorption and scattering of the light. But if you go to red or even infrared light, there's less absorption. And that's one of the reasons why blood looks red, right? It doesn't absorb as much red light. And so the top are models, at the bottom are actual measurements we made, which suggested that red-shifting molecules could be quite powerful. So as often begins, we started by looking through different genomes for candidate genes and stumbled across a class of molecules in this Crookes halorhodopsin class, for the technical term, which did seem to have a red-shifted spectrum with respect to the original. And then thanks to decades of structural work, both through point mutagenesis and crystallography, we made a couple point mutations that increased the current. And what we found was that if we expressed the gene for this molecule that we called JAWS, because it came from the shark strain of H. salinarum, we could actually get light from a red laser, shine it through even the intact skull of an awake behaving mouse, and shut down neurons many millimeters deep into the brain. Nathan Kopecky, when he was a PhD student in the group, tried to do something similar, but for the activators. And so he did a very large-scale screen. He computationally looked at over 1,000 plant genomes in a project that's headed by Gain Wang called the 1,000 Plant Project, and identified over 60 new channelrhodopsins and expressed all of them looking for a function. As you can see from the red X's, a lot of them didn't work at all, but some of them did. And these are his screen currents in the red, the green, and the blue, and he found exactly one of these after this enormous search that responded well to red light, which he named crimson. And crimson allows you to drive neural activity in response to red light. We made a point mutant crimson R that has better kinetics. And you can even use light getting into the infrared. Here's 735 nanometer light driving a neuron to spike in a slice of the mouse visual cortex. So, of course, you can use crimson and red light to activate large volumes and deep into tissue, but it's also found use in other areas that at the time I didn't even really think about. Vivek Jayaraman at Janelia Research Campus really wanted a better optogenetic activator for Drosophila, fruit flies. And the problem with fruit flies is that if you use blue, green, or yellow light, they have a startle response where they kind of flail their arms and sort of freak out, I guess. But if you use crimson and red light, then the effect is minimized. And he was then able to elicit, through crimson and red light activation, behavior in Drosophila. And so now it's in very widespread use in the fly community, for example. Nathan, and also this screen, found molecules that were very fast. So one that he named Chronos, which is a channelrhodopsin with very fast kinetics. And so it's found uses in parts of neuroscience where kinetics is important, like in the auditory system, or in the stimulation of axons that have high firing rates. And interestingly, these two molecules, crimson and Chronos, have also been very valuable because they can be used together. So if you look at the photocurrent on the y-axis and the color on the x-axis, you can see that, of course, here's crimson, where it has a peak out here in the orange, and you can drive it in the red. Here's Chronos in the blue circles, and then the original Pterodopsin 2 in the black triangles. But they're all recruitable, at least to some extent, by blue light. So we made the observation that if we use dim blue light to drive Chronos, so dim that it wouldn't really recruit crimson, and we could then use bright red light to drive crimson, we could differentially control the spiking of independent populations. So groups have now used this to look at multiple synaptic inputs to the same cell, or how a neuromodulatory pathway might affect a given excitatory pathway in the brain, because it gives you differential control over these pathways. So a lot of the work we've done has been in the searching through genomes for interesting properties like extreme shift of color or extreme kinetic performance. But what about getting to the ultimate levels of spatial resolution? Could you get single cell, single synaptic event, or single spike control over circuitry? So we started collaborating with an expert on holographic neural stimulation, Valentina Miliani, at the Institute of Vision in France. And this is work that Orshimesh, Dimitri Tenese, and Valeria Zampini triply spearheaded. So she builds microscopes that look like this, where you have a laser and you bounce the laser off of a spatial light modulator and basically project a hologram into the brain, a three-dimensional sculpture of light, if you will. And so we decided, well, what if we could try to build opsins that were optimized for this purpose? Importantly, we also want to make sure the opsins are located just at the cell body and not on all the axons and dendrites. This is an idea that several groups, including Frank Werblin, Xiaohua Pan, and McLean Bolton, had tried taking the original Pterodopsin 2 and fusing peptides to them to get them to be just at the cell body. Now, why is that? Well, even if you holographically drive a cell, you're going to hit the axons and dendrites of neighbors that come by. And by fusing a peptide to it, you can localize it to the cell body. So we thought, well, we have all these new opsins. What if we do a double screen and look for new opsins that enable very powerful control when you activate just the cell body, and also peptides that will enable them to be targeted there? And it turns out that one of the molecules that Nathan had found in his screen, COCHR, which if we had known it was going to be cool, we would have come up with a better name, is a very powerful molecule, about an order of magnitude higher occurrence than molecules like Pterodopsin 2. And so we thought if we locate it just at the cell body, that might help make up for the lack of current, because we're depriving the axons and dendrites of all those currents that would normally come to there. And then Orshimesh found a peptide that when fused to COCHR, targets it just to the cell body for expression. Here's a sea of green in this slice of cortex, and here you can see cells that are spaced with darker intervals between them. So why is that helpful? Well, if you record a cell and then scan your holographic laser about, when the opsins are everywhere, about a third of the time, Valentina's team observed straight activation. But if you located the molecules just as a cell body, then the effect went down essentially to zero. So in summary, a lot of this quest has been an optimization of luck, right? The molecules essentially out of the box had speeds and amplitudes and profiles that made them appropriate for controlling neural activity. And in recent years, we've really tried to push the toolbox out to their physical limits of performance, maximizing amplitude, accelerating speed, shifting colors, and improving spatial precision. But it's interesting to think about, well, what about the opposite? Can we learn from this experience and do anything for the opposite goal of imaging neural activity? Can we get neurons to light up when they are active? So in this case, of course, the natural world has not made us so lucky. There's no molecule that all by itself will convert neural activity into light with the right speed and safety profile and efficacy. You know, what we got lucky with in optogenetics did not translate to the inverse problem of imaging. So in our group, we started thinking, well, if the natural world won't evolve these things, why don't we build a robot that'll do the evolution in the laboratory? And so when Kirill Pyakovich and Erica Jung were postdocs in my group, we decided to try to build basically a robotic scientist. Why can't we build a robot that would kind of do what we do when we were screening for optogenetic tools, but in an automated way? So how do you do that? Well, suppose you have a bunch of genes. They could be obtained from the wild, or they could be mutants of an old gene that you want to evolve in some direction. Some of the mutants might be more interesting for your goal, and some might be less. And then we transfect these genes into cultured mammalian cells that each cell gets one copy, a different mutant. And then you can use an automated microscope to scan around and look for cells and therefore molecules that have things of the right speed and safety profile and efficacy. You know, all the things that we want for indicators that for optogenetics the natural world provided. Then we bring in a robotic arm developed by our collaborator, Balint Szabo, And we can then pull out the cells and therefore the genes that are interesting. Now, it turns out that Adam Cohen's group here at Harvard had made the serendipitous discovery that the molecule archaeodopsin-3 that I mentioned earlier, that we had discovered was a very powerful neurosilencer, was actually a weakly fluorescent voltage indicator. And his team went on to make a mutant called quasar-2 that was brighter than archaeodopsin-3, but still quite dim and not very well localized to the membrane. And nevertheless, it's been useful in cultured neurons for imaging voltage. So we thought, why don't we try to do a very large scale, this might be one of the largest directed evolution screens ever done in mammalian cells anyway. We did almost 10 million mutants in 2 rounds of evolution. And let's screen for multiple parameters. We want the molecule to be bright and well localized and safe and photostable. Why screen for multiple parameters? Well, if you're trying to take a molecule and mutate it and then screen for better mutants, if you push it in one direction, say screening for brightness, you might de-evolve it away from the other properties that you seek. You know, evolution doesn't pull any punches, it's just trying to get the job done. And so here you can see brightness on the y-axis and localization to the membrane, which is sort of a proxy of safety as well as function. And each circle is a different cell containing a different mutant. And indeed, you can see cells and therefore molecules that are very well localized, but you know what, not that bright. And there are molecules that are much brighter, but hey, they're no better localized than the parent. So with this, we did a couple rounds of directed evolution and found a molecule that we named Archon, which is well localized to the membrane. In the lower left, it has good kinetics, which it inherited from the parent quasar-2. And on the right, it has good changes in fluorescence and signal to noise. And so we gave it to groups like Bernardo Sabatini's group, who did some measurements of synaptic events in brain slice. They would stimulate in one layer of the cortex and image synaptic events in a different layer of the cortex, and just focus in the lower left. And black is what you see when you record with a patch pipette, sort of a ground truth, if you will. And a magenta are the unaveraged traces imaged on a microscope. So it turns out that this is a red fluorescent molecule. You could shine 630 nanometer light, which is sort of the color of a laser pointer, and it'll emit redder light around 660 nanometers and longer. More recently, Kjort Bjarkovic and Seth Ben-Susan Wan Sang from Shua Han's group have been expressing this in awake behaving mammals and being able to image neural activity in multiple regions of the brain, motor cortex, visual cortex, striatum. These traces look like patch clamp traces, but they're being imaged on a microscope. In this case, you can see in the upper left an epifluorescent or 1-photon microscope. And you can even see a population of neurons in an awake behaving animal here in the mouse hippocampus and look at the dynamics of these cells in a local network. Importantly, since this molecule is a red fluorescent molecule, you can use it in conjunction with blue light optogenetics and drive neurons while you image them. So you can imagine being able to perturb in a closed loop way neural activity while looking at the voltage of the cells as well. So in summary, we wanted to do for imaging what the natural world had done for optogenetics, and it turns out that an optogenetic tool can be mutated to become a pretty useful fluorescent indicator of neural activity, in this case, the voltage of the membrane. But ideally, you would be able to image a circuit and perturb it with also some knowledge of how these cells are connected to other cells, upstream cells that bring in inputs, downstream cells that have outputs. How do you know what the network looks like? And so the last couple of minutes, I want to talk about some newer work we've been doing, which is, I think, going to be very helpful in building a pipeline for generating new hypotheses to be tested with optogenetics. And this is a way we've developed to make maps of brain circuitry. Now, why is this hard? Well, many people are using electron microscopy to make maps of brain circuitry. Some here at Harvard who have pioneered the field of kinetomics, looking at large-scale electron microscopy maps of the brain. But it's very hard to see molecular information with electron microscopy. There's also super-resolution microscopy. Storm microscopy was invented here at Harvard. But it's difficult to scale this up to large 3D structures because of the physical properties of super-resolution microscopy. So starting with 2 then grad students, Fei Chen and Paul Tilburg, and now half our group works on this, we decided, well, what if instead of zooming in on the brain, we could physically blow it up? What if you could install a dense spiderweb-like mesh of swallowable material, like the stuff in baby diapers, around and between all the biomolecules of a cell, soften the specimen by treating it with chemicals, add water, and could you blow up the brain and make it bigger? And so this owes a debt to a bunch of old lines of research. Actually, my MIT colleague, Toyoshi Tanaka, who unfortunately passed away relatively young from a heart attack, but in the early 1980s, he was studying the physics of these highly swallowable polymers. So in this cartoon, you see the white polymer mesh. You add water, and it's drawn in through osmosis. The polymer swells, and it's a highly charged polymer, importantly, so the physical growth can be enormous in a very short amount of time. And he published this beautiful paper studying the sort of phase transition-like physics as the polymer increases by 1,000-fold in volume in a matter of minutes. You also have to get the polymer in, and there's also a long history to that. People like Peter Hausen and Christine Dreyer were using uncharged hydrogels like polyacrylamide and taking specimens and embedding them in these polyacrylamide hydrogels to improve their imaging. So if you could synthesize this dense spider web-like mesh but make it a charged polymer, one could try to take a brain cell like the one on the left and pull the building blocks of life apart from each other to make something more like the one on the right, a constellation of biomolecules hovering in space, but with their relative organization preserved. So how do we do it? Well, we had to invent a couple chemistries. In this cartoon, the proteins are shown in brown, and we had to invent handles that would bind to DNA, RNA, proteins, and now we're working even on sugars and lipids, and put little anchors or handles in all of them so we can apply force to them and pull them apart. Then we have to make the polymer, and so we use free radical polymerization to synthesize the polymer hydrogel mesh, except we use these charged monomers, sodium acrylate, to form a polyacrylate mesh. And the spacing between the polymer chains is very tiny, around the size of a biomolecule or so. And when these chains encounter the handles or anchors, they form a bond. Finally, we soften the tissue by adding in detergents or heat or even enzymes to chop things up. And then when we add water, the polymers will swell, as Tanaka had beautifully worked out the physics so long ago, but this time the biomolecules will come along for the ride. So we published the initial discovery that we could evenly expand a biological system back in 2015. In panel B is a piece of mouse brain. The polymer is very, very dense with spacings, again, at biomolecular scale. After the process, this piece of tissue grows until it's like the one on the right, about 100 times bigger in volume. Now, by design, we made the mesh so dense and so evenly synthesized that we wanted it to be an even expansion process. But this is biology. It's not enough just to design it. You have to prove it. And so we and many others have been doing very detailed control experiments where we take a pre-expansion image with a classical method of nanoimaging, like STORM, and then we take a post-expansion image after we blow up the specimen and compare them. And the distortion is not zero, but it's really small, maybe around a couple % over length scales of tens to hundreds of microns. So here on the left, you can see a piece of the mouse brain, cortex, and hippocampus. This is a Thai-1 YFP mouse that Guoping Feng and Josh Sains and colleagues made many years ago. And we're going to zoom in from top to bottom. That white square we blow up, and you can see 2 cell bodies and some purplish dots that are synapses that we antibody stained. And we're going to zoom in again, and the purplish dots get blurry because we've hit the resolution limit of our confocal microscope. That's all before expansion. But after we expand, you can now see cleanly the pre- and postsynaptic sides of these neural connections. Blue is an antibody against the presynaptic protein bassoon. Magenta is representing the image taken with an antibody against Homer 1A, a postsynaptic protein. And the distance between these two protein densities is the same that Catherine Dulac and Xiaowei Zhuang measured many years ago with STORM microscopy, except now you can use hardware that most groups already have. Eric Betzig's group, we worked with to try to apply some light sheet microscopes that their group had invented to expanded brain tissues. And the effect is that we now have several order of magnitude speed up over equivalent resolution competing technologies. And it's just a matter of engineering to make the microscopes go faster. And so this was work that Rei Gao, Sho Asano, and Gokul Apodiula triply spearheaded across our group and Eric Betzig's group, imaging mitochondria and lysosomes at the top and myelin at the bottom. We can look at synapses and dendritic architectures and axonal architectures across the thickness of the mouse cortex. And our hope is that we might be able to have a 50,000-fold speed up just by further engineering, hopefully not too many months from now. So the beauty here is that you can really image at scale across extended neural circuits, but without losing sight of the nano architecture of what's in a brain. So here is the same color code as before. We have synaptic proteins in blue and magenta, and we now have YFP in yellow. And now we're kind of at a mesoscale, but we can zoom in and get very close to individual synapses. And this is kind of a long movie, and in the interest of time, I'm just going to skip to a part here where we're going to start sort of zooming out and seeing more of the context You can then again zoom in and see the detail. This is a movie that we made of an entire fruit fly brain where the dopaminergic neurons are expressing a fluorescent protein. And I just like it because it feels like a roller coaster as you fly through it. We're going to go right through the ellipsoid body right there. And now we're going to go out into the more lateral sides of the fruit fly brain. And I hope you can see that we can see individual axons and dendrites, but we can also zoom out and see the entire brain as well. So why is it helpful? Well, you can really start to look at the wires of the brain. Here's another Harvard technology, Brainbow, from Jeff Lichtman and Josh Sains and others, where you express fluorophores in combinations in brain cells. So this blue cell got one fluorophore delivered by a virus. This green cell got a different one. This aqua one might have gotten one copy of each. And if you zoom in into axons, we're here in the mouse hippocampus, you quickly hit the resolution limit of the microscope, and it's hard to see these axons. It's a blur, right? What's this green banana shape? But after you expand, you can cleanly resolve the individual axons of this bundle. And so we and others are now trying to design machine learning techniques to automatically trace neural circuits that are color-coded with a strategy, which they call Brainbow, and also to use expansion to give the resolution at scale. So to summarize, we've discovered that you can physically magnify biological systems, and this technique has really started to become popular, with people making discoveries published every week in a wide variety of species, not just brain cells, Giardia parasites in the lower left, E. coli in the upper right, planaria and kidney specimens, and the list goes on and on and on. So my last slide is, what I really would like to see is if we can build these into a pipeline. Suppose with expansion mapping, you could make comprehensive maps of brain circuits, and then you can go in and observe the neural activity using fluorescent indicators of voltage and other signals that neurons perform, and then go in with optogenetics and use that to do a causal test of what a pattern means. Can we assemble this into a pipeline that could, who knows, maybe even yield computational models of how neural circuits work or how they go wrong in dysfunction? So I think of a knowledge along the way, all the people who've led specific projects, but I'll just put up this slide, which I don't have time to go through, which just acknowledges people within the group at the top and our alumni who helped with these projects, and then an even longer list of people in the middle who collaborated with us to make these reality. It's really an omnidisciplinary arena, neuroscience nowadays. So I hope you can use these techniques in your group. We have a big culture of teaching. Yeah, feel free to email me if you have any questions.
Thank you very much, Ed. So now we have about a 20-minute break, and we'll come back with the second session.
the dongle potentially, so I don't lose it in the show as you. Thank you very much. Yes.
I have been thinking that it might be fun to start with because you can combine the expansion of
I would play.
I hope the last
Battlefield.
one wasn't. Yeah, I'm so
No,
bad
I
though.
think
I really, really am.
I like the outlook.
It was okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I was a little worried about that because I didn't show it.
Ah, I was freestyling.
Yeah. You followed right. No, I mean, he gave me a lot of really, really good feedback, but then I just decided to put that for last minute. So it's like, not, yeah. Yeah. Well, how about this? Can we go climbing instead? 'Cause I really like climbing. And I don't really like squash very much. No racket sports, please.
Here's my Roger Federer.
Yeah, that's so awesome. I love that.
Yes, there he is.
Nice.
see that,
Oh, that looks good. Oh wait, hold on. He's gonna go like make it show up on the screen.
No,
I love the mouse VR. Oh, nice. This looks great.
Let's
That's
go.
awesome.
For a second. Charlotte, you really need to make sure all the videos are working. If not, it's a disaster.
No, it's so true though. Like I've seen about 4 talks lately where people tried to play the videos and they didn't work, and people were like, "Oh, I updated PowerPoint."
Oh.
And like the videos have apparently stopped working.
Yeah.
Good job. Thank you so much.
Let's musical. Yay! Okay, we're good. Simon? Yay! Set.
Nice. That's awesome. That looks beautiful. Is that the Musiscope?
This is Simon's.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Fair. Yeah,
Very
cool.
nice talk.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Some water?
Yes. Shall we? Maybe a snack or something?
It all looks good.
Great. Awesome. Thank you.
If it displays here, it will display there. Right.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you so much.
You got
for
it.
that.
You got it. I'm going to be the first one. Okay, Do you want great. HDMI or?
Yeah, that works.
I have an adapter if you want me to use my own.
If you don't mind, yeah.
Okay.
We have like a rat nest here, so I try not to use.
Can probably lose them at
Yeah.
an enormous rate.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna activate it.
Yeah, so there's a professor at MIT named Mark Arnett, and he actually gets human brain tissue from the operating room and brings it to MIT and then does it. So we started to interact with it. What if we could take that brain tissue, deliver some genes of the color codes so we can see them, and then use these tools in living brain tissue. And living brain tissue actually stays alive a long time in a dish. Mouse brain tissue lasts a couple hours. Human brain tissue stays alive a dish for days. So eventually people start to I think human brain tissue is tougher than most of them are. Human brain cells are more robust. So that's really more. So neurosurgeons are removing brain tissue from patients who have epilepsy or glioblastoma. And of course, very often they remove some normal tissue in addition to the disease tissues, and usually need to go back and do a second round. So they try to analyze the presumably normal tissue on the periphery of the insult.
Actually, let me try this one.
Anatomy and physiology of the cells and many discoveries about how human brain cells are actually really different from
Can
mouse
pop
brain
this
cells.
over here. Pat in the back's probably waiting for you to just press play, and then he'll throw you up.
Have the same kinds of cells, or are they different shapes? And then if there are the same shapes,
If I'm on the right channel, which I think I am.
patterns, or are the patterns radically different? And nobody's ever
Okay,
investigated.
that looks
Great.
Just check it. I start with a black slide, so
Okay.
I just want to quickly make sure that this thing doesn't go to sleep on me.
Yes.
Exactly, yeah.
Should be okay.
I think that'd be very
Okay.
interesting to investigate. Yeah, so we're hoping to take over Mark's group and the neurosurgeons that he works with. And a neurosurgeon, David Seagar, has also started collaborating with us as well. So hopefully he'll be able to bring in some specimens.
So is it Meisenbach?
Meisenbach.
Meisenbach?
Yeah.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
Great.
You got it. If you need a laser pointer, that's one in the
I
bottom.
don't use one.
Okay, even better.
That microphone.
Yeah.
Can you hear it decently in the back? People move around.
It helps. Yeah.
To staying close.
Yeah. The closer you are, the better.
Okay. Great.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so actually we are trying to build really small, strangely shaped monitors. So we can build, get the mesh.
And I don't need to switch anything around.
No, I'll take care of that for you.
I don't know if we get down to a half, that's really small. But can we get down to under 1 nanometer? Yeah, so there's a couple of angles to this. First, of course, we need some kind of label that makes the atom visible, right? So we use fluorescence to crystal. The atom itself, with a microscope, we can't tell. There's a greater technology that's fairly known. Just reading about it today, actually. There's a company called that's trying to do like they use it like to try to break off atoms from the molecule one by one, and then do some mass spec and analyze the atoms. So this only works on very, very tiny levels, like submicron. It's still, they're trying to reference the atom by measuring the molecule. But we'd like to also tag the molecule with this. But there might be tons of ways to build this that does interesting things. So one idea that we've been wondering about is suppose of a protein. You build a little tag that's a robot will walk over the protein. And as it walks around, it's flaked out the identity of what it's touching. There's a group in the Netherlands that's hypothesizing you can do this, but nobody
Yeah, all good.
afternoon. Yes. I do, yeah. Yep. I was just double check to make sure that it's going to sleep. Yes. Okay.
Do you want me to turn off the screensaver?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
That's a good idea.
And if you can, I just test? I'll have you put your. Do you mind flashing me up for just a second? And when they're done, you can just close theirs and just throw yours on top.
I'll close mine down and you can throw it on top.
Can we just double check this again? This looks good. Awesome. And I'll bring the lights down. Thank you, Bat.
Okay, well, if everybody can take their seats, please, we're ready to start again. Okay, well, welcome back for the second half of our Alpert Prize Symposium. We're going to follow the same format with the two awardees bracketing talk by a postdoc. So our first talk is by Gero Miesenbach. Gero is the Wayne Fleet Professor of Physiology at the University of Oxford and the Director of the Center for Neural Circuits and Behavior. He's from Austria, and he did his medical degree at Innsbruck, in which he studied really classical physiology, and then took a remarkable reductionist turn and came to the United States to work at Yale with Jim Rothman on the mechanisms of vesicle secretory pathways in cells. And what I like very much about Gero is that when he faces a problem in biology, and I think he's very much motivated by biological problems, when he faces a problem in biology, he creates a tool to solve it. So when he was in Jim's lab, he invented what I think is really the first GFP-based sensor of a cellular process, or at least one of the first, which was a synaptofluorin, in which he exploited the pH sensitivity and modified the pH sensitivity of GFP in order to create a protein whose fluorescence changed from the acidic environment to the extracellular environment in the secretory chain. This has been very important as a tool that's still used today to monitor, among other things, the release of neurotransmitter from neurons. When he set up his own laboratory, he chose something in between the secretory pathway and animal physiology, or rather mammalian physiology, and studied the Drosophila nervous system and tried to understand how the brain of that smaller animal controls its behavior. Again, faced with problems, he invented several forms of optogenetics. One was to reconstitute, as we heard before, the entire visual transduction pathway of the fly in neurons to render those cells sensitive to light. It was a great demonstration. I don't think you really used it for biological discovery, so then he went on and invented yet a second approach, which was to exploit ion channels that were not present in the fruit fly, for which he could design light-activated ligands. And he's used that to great extent to make fundamental discoveries about the relationship between activity and behavior in the fruit fly. And I have great admiration for his work. I think he's going to tell us today about some biology, including some wonderful work on the basis of sleep drive in fruit flies. Thank you, Gero.
Thank you very much, Bernardo, for this very, very kind introduction. It's obviously an enormous honor and a huge pleasure to be here. In fact, the honor and the pleasure are so large that I decided to share them with my doppelganger. This is Dr. Gero. We have more in common than just the first name. He's also a scientist, a mad one in this Japanese comic called Dragon Balls. He strives for world domination, just like I do. And if you look carefully, you can see that his skull has been replaced with a transparent plexiglass dome, of course, so that the function of specific genetically targeted neural circuits in his brain can be controlled with light. And that's what today is all about. Now, what motivated the invention of optogenetics some 20 years ago was the idea that a technology like this would open 3 experimental doors for neuroscience that had previously been locked. The first of these doors was the ability to pinpoint the neuronal causes of behavior with much greater precision than what had been practical previously. And this idea really reflects my scientific upbringing as Jim Rothman's postdoc, where the mantra that I was exposed to on a daily basis was reconstitution, reconstitution, reconstitution. In other words, if you're a biochemist, you want to understand how a biochemical process works. What you do is you purify the responsible actors, you put them back together, and you reconstitute the biological process from these pure components. So when I started my own lab, I thought, what would be the equivalent of a biochemist's reconstitution for a neuroscientist? And of course, that equivalent is to metaphorically purify the electrical activity patterns that underpin our mental lives, play them back into a nervous system, and if you, in this way, can reconstitute perception, action, emotion, thought, then you have a credible claim that you really understand how these mental events are actually based in the physics of the nervous system. The second experimental door that I thought optogenetics would unlock was the probing for neuronal connections, which is classically done in a painstaking way in paired electrode searches, and in more modern approaches, equally painstakingly through large-scale reconstructions of neuronal circuits. One alternative approach, of course, would be to replace one of the stimulating electrodes with a light beam that can be rastered across tissue, and then just listen in with one electrode whenever the light beam hits a connected partner, and in this way unravel synaptic connectivity. And the third experimental door, of course, is the test of mechanistic ideas. If you have a conjecture about how a system works, then of course the only way to figure out whether that conjecture is right or wrong is to interfere in a targeted fashion in the process. So for much of the rest of my talk today, I will relate some of our recent work on a biological problem in which optogenetics has indeed unlocked all three of these experimental doors for us. And that problem is the biological function and neuronal control of sleep. Sleep is one of the great biological mysteries. Each night we disconnect ourselves from the world for 7 or 8 hours, a state that leaves us vulnerable and unproductive. And yet, despite these risks and costs, we still have no clue as to what sleep is good for. We are trying to get at the biological role of sleep by understanding its neuronal regulation based on the premise that somehow the brain's sleep control systems must respond to molecular changes that are intimately linked to the core function of sleep. It's widely thought that there are two of these control systems in our brains that are symbolized on this classical diagram by two different forms of oscillation. The sine wave represents the well-understood circadian clock, which oscillates in synchrony with predictable external changes that are caused by Earth's rotation. As such, it's a purely adaptive mechanism that makes sure we do our sleeping when it suits our lifestyles best. But understanding the clock is unlikely to speak to the deeper mystery of why we need to sleep in the first place. The solution to that mystery, we believe, will come from understanding the second control system, the sawtooth oscillation that's superimposed on the circadian clock. And that sawtooth oscillation represents the sleep homeostat. The homeostat measures something that happens in our brains or our bodies while we are awake. That something accumulates or depletes, logically it's the same, during waking. And when a certain threshold is reached, we go to sleep. The process resets itself while we are asleep, and then the cycle begins anew when we wake up on the next morning. Now, we know a lot about the circadian clock, and this is really the Rosetta Stone that broke that problem open. The discovery by Seymour Benzer and his graduate student Ron Konopka almost 50 years ago of fruit flies whose circadian clocks ran abnormally fast or slow. And from that discovery then followed, through the work of many laboratories over the past 5 decades, a pretty complete molecular, cellular, and systems understanding of circadian timekeeping. This slide, in contrast, summarizes pretty much everything we know about the molecular basis of sleep homeostasis. And it's an overstatement, but maybe not too gross an overstatement. And my goal for the rest of the next 20 minutes or so will be to draw at least a few outlines on that blank canvas. Conceptually, we know how the homeostat must operate. It's a relaxation oscillator, a bistable system that switches between a fill and discharge mode, where waking corresponds to fill mode, where something called sleep pressure builds. Until a tipping point is reached, the system flips into discharge mode, and then the accumulated sleep pressure is dissipated. Now, at the end of my talk, I hope to propose a molecular interpretation of what sleep pressure is, where in the brain it accumulates, and what the processes are that underlie this bistability, this switching between a fill and a discharge mode. The story begins like Seymour Benzer's and Ron Konopka's in fruit flies, with the discovery by a former postdoc in the lab, Jeff Donnelly, when he was actually a graduate student with Paul Shaw at Washington University in St. Louis, of neurons in the brains of fruit flies that exert a powerful influence over sleep and waking. There's about 24 of these neurons. They're labeled here by a promoter enhancer element called R23E10. So whenever you see that string of symbols, you know that a genetic manipulation is targeted selectively to these 24 or so out of the 100,000 cells that make up the fruit fly's brain. The neurons project to this inverted V structure in the midline. This is one particular layer of the fan-shaped body of the central complex. Why such a small number of neurons can exert such a powerful influence over the probably most dramatic global state transitions we undergo on a daily basis is another mystery, but a topic for a different talk. Now, together, Jeff and I, discovered that these neurons represent the output arm of the sleep homeostat. The neurons themselves, I should say, Jeff originally identified in an activation screen where the brains of flies were randomly peppered with actuator molecules. So this is one example of an optogenetic, or in his case, thermogenetic application, where the neuronal substrates of behavior can be pinpointed in an almost classical forward genetic screen. So the way we do typically our experiments is that we head fix a fly, we let it walk on a spherical treadmill, a little styrofoam ball, whose rotations we read out with an optical computer mouse. And since there are no documented cases of somnambulism in flies, we know that whenever the ball is spinning, the fly must be awake. What you can't see is that the head capsule is actually open, and we've inserted a patch electrode into one of these 24 sleep control cells and expressed an optogenetic actuator in the entire population of neurons. So we can control the electrical activity of these neurons optically, and at the same time have one recording electrode as a measure of one member of that population. And this is now an experiment lasting for half an hour. You see that the fly starts out awake, it's moving along happily, the ball is spinning, these are the red tick marks, and the sleep control neuron is completely silenced. At about 3 or 4 minutes, we switch on the lights. You can see that the neuron whose activity we are recording begins to emit electrical impulses, and all movement virtually instantaneously stops. At about 19 minutes or so, we switch the lights off again, the sleep control neuron falls silent, and movement quickly resumes. So we have isolated a switch in the brain of the animal that allows us to toggle it into and out of sleep on command. Now, during many of such recordings, we found that when we targeted one of these sleep-inducing cells with our patch electrodes, these neurons were typically found in one of 2 states. In one state, shown here on the left, where the neuron behaves like you would expect a well-behaved neuron to act, you see that it responds to injections of depolarizing currents with action potentials whose frequency grows in a graded fashion with the amplitude of the injected current. The neuron on the right, in contrast, does not initially look like a neuron at all. You can see we can step depolarize this cell to positive membrane voltages and still not squeeze a single electrical impulse out of that neuron. It's not just the active membrane properties, though, that have changed. It's also the passive membrane properties. If you compare the size of the voltage steps that are elicited by standard-sized current injections, you can see that the voltage deflections on the left are very large, suggesting that this neuron opposes the injected current with a large resistance, whereas the voltage deflections on the right are much, much smaller. Also, the neuron takes much less time on the right to settle into a new equilibrium membrane potential after a current step, whereas on the left it takes quite much longer. So this combination of a short membrane time constant and the low input resistance on the right is almost diagnostic of the opening of a current leak or a current shunt. And I'll show you in a few minutes what the molecular basis of that current shunt is. Now, when we saw this, we of course immediately thought, well, maybe this is the mechanism of homeostatic sleep control. Maybe these neurons naturally switch between electrically active and silent state, depending on whether the fly is asleep or awake. And our sampling of flies whose sleep histories had been manipulated confirmed this prediction anecdotally. But of course, in order to really nail this point, to demonstrate that a neuron is capable of transitioning between these two states as a function of its sleep history, one would like to be able to control that transition directly. And in order to do that, one would need to know a signal that normally acts on these neurons and actuates the switch. Now, what might such a signal be? Well, a clue to the identity of that signal had come in the first experiments in which the behavior of an animal was controlled optogenetically. These experiments were done by my then graduate student, Susanna Lima at Yale in 2004. And what Susanna had done was she had expressed light-gated ion channels in all dopaminergic neurons in the brains of flies, and then recorded their movement trajectories for 2 minutes before and after switching on dopaminergic activity in these animals. Here you see examples of these movement trajectories in a circular arena of 4 animals before and after activation of the dopaminergic system, and you clearly see that dopamine has a highly arousing effect on flies, as it of course does on mammals. Most psychostimulants, cocaine, amphetamine, of course act by inhibiting reuptake of dopamine at the synapse and thereby elevate synaptic dopamine levels. So one potential signal that should act on these sleep-inducing cells is an arousal-inducing dopaminergic projection. And there is, in fact, a class of dopaminergic neurons that extend their processes exactly into the same brain region that's also inhabited by these sleep-inducing neurons. In fact, the 2 neurons shadow each other so closely that the question naturally arises whether they are synaptically connected. And optogenetics gives us the tool to probe for these connections by recording with a patch electrode from one of the sleep control neurons while manipulating the activity of the putative presynaptic partner, the dopaminergic neurons. So this is now such an experiment where we start with our sleep-inducing neurons in the electrically active on state, and then we switch on the dopaminergic projections that innervate these neurons optogenetically. We can even predict what the effect of such an arousing dopaminergic signal on these neurons should be. It should, of course, silence them and switch them off, and this should be the mechanism that underlies awakening. And this is exactly what happens. You can see that after dopamine delivery, the neuron falls silent, the action potentials disappear. Also, the passive membrane properties change, the input resistance drops, the membrane time constant shortens, and importantly, if we hold the recording long enough, which we can do in some cases, we can see that these changes are completely reversible after an extended time frame. So this suspension of electrical activity is temporary. It's part of the normal duty cycle of the neuron's activity and not an artifact that's brought on by our experimental manipulations. If we use the passive membrane properties, input resistance and time constant as a measure of the kinetics of these changes, we can see that the switch happens rapidly with a time constant of about 1 minute, which is of course way too fast to be accounted for by the production of new ion channels, but must instead involve the modulation of the existing channel repertoire of these neurons. And we can also demonstrate that the action of dopamine on the sleep control neurons is direct, because we have discovered the dopamine receptor in these neurons that mediates the effect. And if we remove that receptor selectively from these neurons using RNAi, the neurons become resistant to the dopaminergic signal. The flies become unable to wake up and literally doze away their existences, spending 23.5 hours a day asleep. Now, the ability to control this excitability switch of the sleep control neurons also gave us the means to dissect the underlying biophysical mechanism. In the interest of time, I will only summarize the results. What we discovered is that there are two potassium channels that get modulated antagonistically between the electrically active on state, which corresponds to the sleep state, and the electrically silent off state, which corresponds to the awake state. There's the classical voltage-gated KV1 channel shaker, which gets upregulated during electrical activity, and a 2-pore domain leak potassium channel that we've discovered and termed Sandman, that gets translocated into the membrane of these sleep-inducing neurons when dopamine switches their electrical activity off. And it's the potassium current through this leak channel that underpins the shunt that you've seen in the electrophysiology. So that's responsible for the short membrane time constant and the low input resistance of these neurons. Now, knowing the biophysical basis of this transition between sleep and waking then allows us to reframe the relatively vague biological question, what is the biological purpose of sleep, into a mechanistically well-defined problem. We can ask what signal or process switches these sleep-inducing dorsal fan-shaped body neurons on. And in fact, we can make our question even more mechanistically precise because we know the crucial role that is played by these two potassium channels. Any sleep-inducing signal that's sensed by these neurons must ultimately act by upregulating the shaker current and by driving the internalization of the Sandman channel that acts as a detent on the electrical output of these neurons. I'll focus for the rest of today on our understanding of the regulation of shaker, of which there has been more progress recently than in the Sandman control. Now, shaker, like many voltage-gated potassium channels, is a beautiful structure composed of two different types of subunits. There's a pore-forming alpha subunit, shown here in gray, to which is appended on the cytoplasmic side a beta subunit, shown here in blue. Now, if you zoom in closer on the beta subunit, you see that it actually has a small molecule cofactor bound, shown here in red, which is the nicotinamide NADPH. This structure solved by Rod McKinnon that revealed this enzymatic nature was not unexpected, because when the first of these potassium channel beta subunits were cloned some 25 years ago, the sequences suggested that they are actually enzymes, specifically oxidoreductases. And that then raised the question, are these molecules voltage-controlled enzymes, or are they redox-controlled ion channels? I will present you evidence that they are certainly the latter, and that their ability to sense changes in cellular redox chemistry is an integral component of the regulation of sleep, and perhaps even causally tied to the biological function of sleep. I will also argue that it may actually be the interplay between the pore of the channel and the active site of the enzyme that's the fundamental accounting principle that underlies sleep homeostasis. It was also noted quite early on that even if these molecules, these potassium channel beta subunits, clearly look like aldoketoreductases, they are terrible enzymes. They have very, very low turnover numbers. And one of the structural reasons is evident in this structure here. If you look carefully, you can see that the binding cleft in which the NADPH sits is almost closed in a latch-like fashion by a tryptophan residue that locks the cofactor in place. And it's this obstacle to cofactor exchange that slows down the turnover of the enzyme. We think that this is an absolutely essential feature for the ability of these neurons to monitor changes in sleep pressure. Now, in fruit flies, the Kv beta subunit is a protein called hyperkinetic, which Chiara Cirelli and Giulio Tononi discovered more than 10 years ago, causes insomnia when mutated, just like mutations in the alpha subunit shaker also lead to insomniac flies. We've here reproduced these experiments showing that homozygous hyperkinetic mutant flies are indeed insomniacs. and that we can rescue the insomnia of the hyperkinetic mutants by restoring wild-type protein function just in these 24 sleep regulatory neurons. So this points to these cells as the sleep-relevant site of action of the protein. Now, surprisingly, if we use a rescue construct that carries a single point mutation that allows normal expression, folding, association of the beta subunit with the channel, but abolishes its catalytic activity, the rescue no longer works. So the insomniac flies remain sleepless. This suggested to us that hyperkinetic sleep regulatory role must be tied to its ability to bind this cofactor NADPH and sense changes in cellular redox state. From that inference then follow two predictions. The first one is that changes in redox chemistry are expected to accompany changes in sleep pressure. And second, that if we could somehow perturb the redox chemistry of these sleep controls neurons, that should have consequences for sleep. From this inference and these two predictions and our knowledge of intermediary metabolism, then also follows the conclusion that DFB neurons probably monitor these redox processes as a gauge of energy metabolism, because this is, of course, where redox chemistry is ultimately determined, specifically in the way electrons that are food-derived are handled in the electron transport chain of mitochondria. So when we stumbled into this particular area of research, we certainly needed a little refresher in mitochondrial electron transport, and I suspect that something similar may be true for you. So here is a very simple refresher of mitochondrial electron transport. We have 3 proton-pumping complexes in the inner mitochondrial membrane, 1, 3, and 4. One accepts food-derived electrons, mostly from the Krebs cycle, but also from the oxidation of fatty acids in the form of NADH. And these electrons are then handed off in a very carefully controlled fashion due to the explosive nature of the use of oxygen, of combustion, from one complex to the other using 2 mobile carriers, ubiquinone or Q between complexes 1 and 3, and cytochrome C between complexes 3 and 4. The proton gradient that's built up across the inner mitochondrial membrane is then, of course, used by the proton-powered turbine, the ATP synthase, which you see on the right, which phosphorylates ADP to ATP. So what you see here is a condition where the ATP demand is high, there's a high level of ADP, and there's a sufficient supply of NADH fuel. So demand and supply are in balance. But when that is not the case, so when you have an overabundance of NADH, but ATP reserves that are full, then the proton motive force that is large, then the ATP synthase slows down. Electrons still get stuffed into the transport chain at complex 1, but they have nowhere to go. They accumulate mostly in the ubiquinone pool and start to transfer directly to molecular oxygen and produce the oxygen-free radical superoxide. So we would predict that these sleep-inducing neurons during the state of waking, when, as you remember, Sandman is inserted into the membrane, shunts their electrical activity, so prevents them from producing energetically costly action potentials. But the animal, being awake, has just had its breakfast or its lunch, and therefore has ample caloric reserves that lead to exactly these conditions, that electrons are fed into the mitochondrial transport chain, but somehow there's little demand for ATP synthesis. And so that should render these neurons particularly prone to mitochondrial oxidative stress. To test this idea, we filled the mitochondria of these sleep-inducing neurons with a protein called mitotimer, which is a derivative of the green fluorescent protein, whose chromophore converts irreversibly from green to red as it's oxidized. So this is sort of an integrative indicator of mitochondrial oxidative burden. We express this protein in these 24 sleep-inducing neurons, and then image their somata and their dendritic fields. What you see here are 2 photon stacks through the dendritic fields of 12 or so flies whose sleep histories differed. And you can see that in flies that have been kept forcefully awake, this is the top row, there's a clear redshift of the mitotimer fluorescence, suggesting that these sleep-deprived animals indeed suffer a larger degree of oxidative stress than well-rested flies at the bottom. Now, what we also noted is when we measured the basal sleep of flies that expressed this reporter protein in the mitochondria just of these 2,000 sleep control neurons, is that there was a small but significant observer effect present. Namely, flies that had mitotimer in their mitochondria lost a small but significant average of about 2 hours of daily sleep. And we suggest that this reflects the fact that as mitotimer is oxidized, it actually acts as a buffer for oxygen-free radicals. And it's the consumption of these oxygen-free radicals that's reflected in a reduction in sleep. To test this notion more clearly, we looked for better tools to do this, and probably the best there is a plant-derived molecules. So this is another theme, I guess, today, that many of the best tools come from unexpected parts of the kingdom of life. So many plants have bifurcated mitochondrial electron transport chains with a second terminal oxidase. Our terminal oxidase is complex 4, and plants have an alternative oxidase called AOX that taps directly into the ubiquinone pool and acts as an overflow valve when there are too many electrons accumulating in that pool. So it's not an uncoupler, it doesn't interfere with energy metabolism, it simply takes electrons that are surplus and detoxifies them by transferring them to molecular oxygen and producing water. So when we introduced this particular molecule into the inner mitochondrial membrane of these 24 neurons, you see that the sleep loss was dramatic, almost 8 hours per day. So capping mitochondrial reactive oxygen species production at the source indeed seemed to ease the pressure to sleep. Now, in animals, the typical antioxidant defenses are 2 enzymes, superoxide dismutases. We manipulated both. I show you the results with just one, superoxide dismutase 1, the cytoplasmic form, which exists in an antioxidant form, which has the predicted effect, namely a reduction in sleep. But there's also a point mutation that turns the antioxidant into a pro-oxidant, and introducing this particular variant has the opposite effect, namely it increases sleep. But the increase in sleep is blocked if we remove either the potassium channel beta subunit hyperkinetic or the alpha subunit shaker from these neurons. So altogether, we think these behavioral and imaging results suggest that the potassium channel beta subunit indeed couples mitochondrial electron transport to sleep. Now you probably ask yourselves, how can it be that an extremely short-lived agent such as superoxide or hydrogen peroxide with a very short lifetime because it's so highly reactive can serve as a signal that is conveyed from the mitochondrial electron transport chain all the way to a potassium channel beta subunit that's suspended from the plasma membrane. What we think is that we are probably missing a crucial biochemical link in this signaling chain, and we also have a hypothesis as to what this particular intermediate might be. We think it's lipid peroxidation products that are derived from mitochondrial membrane lipids. These lipids are some of the most susceptible targets of oxygen-free radicals, and importantly, they produce compounds such as the 4-oxo-2 nonenal that you see, which are established potassium channel beta subunit substrates. The beta subunits are oxidoreductases, or specifically aldoketoreductases. So they take carbonyl compounds and reduce them to the alcohol. And the OXO2 nonenal is obviously an aldehyde, so it has the correct chemistry to be reduced to the alcohol, and that reduction would then be coupled to the oxidation of NADPH to NADP+. There are several additional pieces of evidence that suggest that this is a likely candidate. One is that Rod McKinnon, in the discussion of his structure, notices that the active site of the beta subunit is unusually hydrophobic, and he also notices that there's an ill-defined electron density in the active site. To me, this suggests that it's a lipid or a lipid mixture that's bound to the crystal, and of course, since fatty acids are heterogeneous, the breakdown products that will be produced by them through peroxidation will also be heterogeneous and not produce a clear diffraction pattern in the crystals. So the idea then is that the molecular signal that conveys rising sleep pressure in these neurons is the progressive oxidation of the cofactor at the potassium channel beta subunit from NADPH to NADP+, and that somehow is linked to the induction of sleep. So we, of course, looked for ways to test this idea causally, and found an optogenetic tool, or adapted an optogenetic tool that would allow us to do precisely that, and through a pulse of light, flip the redox state of the cofactor that's bound to the potassium channel beta subunit. The tool that we used was developed by the late Roger Chen, who's also been mentioned several times already today, as a genetically encoded contrast agent for electron microscopy. The tool is called MiniSOG, a small superoxide generator. It's an engineered flavoprotein, which we have in this case anchored with a lipid modification at the inner leaflet of the plasma membrane in close proximity to the potassium channel. And then upon illumination, we expect this tool to oxidize the NADPH cofactor either directly or via a locally produced lipid peroxidation intermediate. And that, of course, then, if our idea is correct, should put flies to sleep. And as you can see in these experiments, it indeed did so. The crucial column to look for is the one in the center. In all cases, we measure sleep in individual flies. Each row is one fly for 30 minutes after an initial 9-minute exposure to blue light. And you can see that compared to their parental controls, flies that have MiniSOG go to sleep in much greater proportion and for longer than their parental controls. Once again, the effect is blocked by the removal of hyperkinetic. That's the fourth column from the left. But it's not blocked by the removal of an innocuous potassium channel Kv4 or SHAL. Now, the ability to set the redox chemistry of the cofactor directly through our optogenetic tool then also opened the door through two biophysical studies of what actually happens to the excitability of these neurons as we flip the state of the cofactor. So we were able to patch onto one of these sleep-inducing neurons, and then again, after 9 minutes of illumination, measure either in current clamp its spiking behavior or in voltage clamp the characteristics of the voltage-gated potassium currents. This is an example of a neuron. You can see that clearly after illumination, the spike rate increases, the input-output function steepens, the interspike interval contracts. So in other words, the neuron becomes much more vigorously electrically active. And the biophysical change that underpins all of this in the voltage-gated A-type potassium current is a lengthening of the inactivation time constant. So the potassium channel starts to inactivate more slowly with an oxidized cofactor than with a reduced cofactor. Now, when Chuck Stevens and John Connor defined the A-type current in 1971, they included a modeling study in which they proposed that the A-type current is the main determinant of the interspike interval of persistently active neurons, and conceptually or intuitively, the way to link inactivation kinetics to firing rate is in the following way. You need a powerful A-type current to restore the membrane potential to its resting level after a spike. if your neuron is persistently active, with each spike, you will push a certain fraction of your potassium channels into the inactivated state and therefore make them unavailable during the next repolarization event. By slowing the inactivation, you keep a larger fraction of your channel population in the conducting active state, and that allows you faster repolarization and therefore higher spike rates, and in this particular physiological context, deeper or longer sleep. If we express just GFP and not Minisog, you can see that light has no effect, but the changes that we saw upon illumination in within cell experiments were also reflected in between cell recordings, where we just compared the properties of neurons, this is the bottom row now, that either express the catalytically active or the catalytically dead rescue transgenes. So you can see that the catalytically active rescue transgenes again cause high spike rates and slowly inactivating A-type currents. And the same is also true for manipulations of the cell's ability to either prevent the production of reactive oxygen species or to induce them with the presence of this pro-oxidant version of SOD1. So this suggests that there may in fact be a direct mechanistic connection between rate of living and sleep, which is not entirely unexpected given the epidemiological evidence. Many things that cause oxidative stress have been implicated in aging and degenerative disease. And of course, chronic sleep deprivation has also been implicated as a cause of shortened lifespan. So possibly this is the mechanism that might link these two important phenomena. So we've reached a stage where I can return to this conceptual animation and try to replace it for you with a molecular mechanistic animation. On the next animation, there will be quite a bit going on, but I'll talk you slowly through it. So the crucial regulator that determines whether the sleep-inducing neuron is in fill or discharge mode and the animal awake or asleep is the Sandman channel, shown here in yellow, which can be either in the plasma membrane or in intracellular vesicles. We know that dopamine drives the internalization, and we are feverishly working to find the signal that causes the endocytosis of the Sandman channel. So when Sandman is in the plasma membrane, spiking is blocked, and the cofactor of the potassium channel beta subunit population gets progressively oxidized to NADP+, as a reflection of the operation rate of the mitochondrial electron transport chain. Now, I mentioned to you before that these beta subunits are probably the lousiest enzymes known to man. And of course, that's exactly the property you would desire if you were to construct a system like that, because what you need is a biochemical memory that holds on to each oxidation event, and out of multiple of these events then constructs an analog measure of the accumulated sleep pressure. If the enzyme was catalytically active, each oxidation would be fleeting and ephemeral, and your accumulated sleep pressure would disappear. Now, through this ability of the beta subunit to communicate with the inactivation gate of the channel and to regulate the inactivation time constant, the same process also automatically determines the commensurate corrective action, because it is the fraction of the hyperkinetic pool that's been oxidized that determines the kinetics of the A-type current and therefore the spike rate of the neuron. Now, one particularly important aspect of a system like this is, of course, that the accumulated sleep pressure somehow has to be dissipated when the animal actually goes to sleep. And what we think a particularly beautiful way of accomplishing this is by coupling the enzymatic activity of the beta subunit to the voltage-driven rearrangements of the alpha subunit. So as you see on the animation here, when Sandman moves out of the membrane, the neuron becomes electrically active, the voltage sensors start to move, these conformational changes we think get transmitted to the beta subunit, and suddenly an escape path for the oxidized cofactor opens up, NADP+ gets kicked out, gets replaced with NADPH, and the animal wakes up refreshed with its cofactor pool replenished. Before I finish, I'd like to return for just a minute to the very stone age of optogenetics. When we started to work on the first optogenetic actuators, I became aware through a citation alert to the synaptofluorin paper that Bernardo mentioned of a quotation that Bernardo also already mentioned in his introduction. And that showed to me that I was not the only scientist who had seen the need of technologies like this. And obviously Francis Crick in an essay entitled The Impact of Molecular Biology on Neuroscience, which was published in the millennial issue of the Philosophical Transactions of the Royal Society, wrote, as Bernardo already said, the next requirement is to be able to turn the firing of one or more types of neuron on or off in a rapid manner in the behaving animal. The ideal signal would be light. This seems rather far-fetched, but it is conceivable that molecular biologists could engineer a particular cell type to be sensitive to light in this way. So when we had the first experiments that turned that far-fetched possibility into a reality, and these are these experiments, these are hippocampal neurons grown in culture, transfected with an opsin protein taken from the fly eye, because the correct gene for general rhodopsin had not yet been identified, and GFP. So when we then patch onto one of these transfected neurons, you can see that in the dark, it sits around resting value, but as soon as we turn on the lights, there's a depolarizing step, and the neuron responds with a volley of action potentials. So when we had these experiments, I sent Crick a preprint of our paper. And if you've read this wonderful book called The Eighth Day of Creation, which recounts the early days of molecular biology, you know that Crick was a prolific letter writer who steered the development of many fields through a vast correspondence. And his stylistic hallmarks as a correspondent were twofold. He was always encouraging, and he was also constructively critical. And that's exactly what I got. So he wrote back to me and said that he read the paper I had sent him with great interest and was excited to see that the system already works, at least to some extent. However, he realized, as I did, that it still needed improvement, and that this was that this would take further work. Unfortunately, Crick didn't live to hear how not just our experiments progressed, but those of many others. But I think it's fair to say that the improvements have come, thanks in large measure to my co-laureates, and that as a result of all these efforts, the way we neuroscientists go about our business has fundamentally changed. With that, thank you very much, and thank you to the members of my group. I'd just like to mention a few of the key individuals. So the current crew is aligned to the left, and some of the notable alumni have been displaced by one tab stop to the right. Boris Semmelmann was the postdoc who made the first optogenetic actuator. Susanna Lima, the graduate student who used them in the behaving animal. And the recent work on sleep was done by initially two postdocs, Jeff Donnelly and Diogo Pimentel, and the more recent work on the redox control of sleep by a postdoc, Anissa Kempf, and a grad student, Michael Song. Thanks.
Thanks, Gero, for that wonderful talk. So our next talk is from another postdoc. It's by Dr. Charlotte Arlt. She is originally from Germany, did her undergraduate work at the University of Cologne, and then went from there to do her PhD with Michael Hauser at University College London, and then came to Harvard and joined the laboratory of Chris Harvey in the Department of Neurobiology. And she's going to tell us about how she uses light to read out and manipulate the activity of neurons in an effort to understand decision-making processes in the brains of a mouse.
thank you very much for the opportunity to share our recent work. It's truly an honor, and I'm excited to be able to share our work at this occasion. Coming back to the theme of racket sports, we make decisions in our everyday life all the time. If you think of being a tennis player like Roger Federer, for example, which I do on a daily basis, he has to make up his mind of hitting the ball to the left or to the right over and over again. But the process by which he arrives at a decision might very much depend on the context in which he makes it. So in this case, imagine you're Roger Federer and you're in a training situation. Your coach is across the net and the coach instructs you to always hit the ball to the exact same spot. So in this case, the mapping from sensation to action is very straightforward to you, guided by clear instructions. But now imagine you're Roger Federer again and you're playing in the Wimbledon final against Rafael Nadal. The ball is coming towards you in the exact same way as in training, and you might hit it to the exact same spot. But now what's guiding your decision is a complex model of your environment, including a model of your opponent and statistics of a match like this. So this combination of sensory input with some internal knowledge or experience to guide action is what we think of as cognition. And in the Harvey Lab, we would love to understand how this process is implemented in the nervous system. We understand this is a very ambitious question, so we try to tackle it by asking two concrete questions here in this talk. Firstly, we want to know what brain circuits actually mediate such seemingly simple decisions as hitting a ball to the left or to the right. And once we've identified these circuits, we can then ask how does context actually affect the implementation of such a decision-making process in these very circuits. And what I want to tell you about today is how we searched for such circuits mediating simple decisions, and to our surprise, we found that the identity and the involved brain areas mediating decisions would change depending on the context and the experience of the animal. So for the remainder of the talk, I'd like to tell you how we arrived at this conclusion. Wanting to study brain circuits for decision-making, we don't have tennis players, but we train mice to make decisions by running to the left or to the right in mazes. We think this is quite a naturalistic behavior for animals to display because that's what they need to do in the wild to survive as well. And once we train mice to make decisions in that manner, we can then inhibit and silence different parts of their brain and ask what brain areas are they actually using to guide their decisions. And you can imagine that experimental setups to manipulate different brain regions in the same mouse might be quite heavy and difficult for an animal to carry around. So instead of having the mouse run freely in the environment, we actually move the world around the mouse and keep the mouse stationary. So here you see an animal in such a virtual reality setup. It's running while being head fixed. And the styrofoam ball that it's running on, the movement of this ball is translated into movement of the virtual world that we project on a screen surrounding the animal's field of view. So animals are using the visual feedback that they get from this world to update their running patterns. We can use the system now to train mice to turn either left or right in a very simple Y-shaped maze. And we train them to use visual associations of cues that they see on the maze walls with rewarded turn directions. So in the top example, you see the mouse is seeing vertical cues on the side of the maze. And in this case, it has to run left at the end of the maze to get a reward once it gets there. In the bottom case, it sees the opposite trial type, a vertical cue, and then it has to run to the right. So let's see what this actually looks like in action in a trained mouse. The animal in the left case encounters this horizontal bar, successfully runs to the left where it's supposed to run, gets some visual feedback of the correctness of its choice, and then a little drop of milk is dispensed to reward it. And a few trials later, it encounters the opposite trial type, those vertical bars, chooses to run to the right, which is the correct decision in this case, and again gets rewarded at the end. Now that we have animals making decisions in this virtual reality setup, we can expose their brains by removing the skin from the skull and thereby gain optical access to the brain surface right underneath. We're using mice that express channel rhodopsin, what you've heard about a lot so far now, specifically in GABAergic neurons in neocortex. So these neurons are the small interneurons here depicted in green that inhibit the pyramidal cell population. And the pyramidal neurons are normally the ones that carry information from the local circuit out to different brain regions. So when we now shine light of the appropriate wavelength onto the skull, we can activate the interneurons through the skull, and those interneurons in turn inhibit the local population, thereby silencing a given volume of the brain. And we can do this with very high temporal precision, again, as you've heard in the previous talks, Here the light is on, indicated by the blue bar, for just a few hundred milliseconds. The interneuron that you see in the top row there responds reliably and strongly, and the pyramidal neuron, simultaneously recorded underneath, is pausing its spiking at the same time. And at this point, I'd like to thank the pioneers of optogenetics, whom we're honoring here today, because none of the experiments that I'm about to describe would have been possible without their contributions. And even after running these experiments for quite some time now, it's still astonishing to be able to remote control brain activity in a living mouse making decisions. What areas do we actually want to inhibit? We focused on a few candidate areas for decision making, one of them being the parietal cortex. The parietal cortex gets sensory input from many different modalities and in turn projects to different areas implicated in action selection. So it's really at the intersection of sensation and action and has been implicated in decision making across species. Another region we're focusing on is the retrosplenial cortex, given that we're using a navigation-based decision-making task, because the retrosplenial cortex is at the interface between subcortical systems for navigation, such as the hippocampus and the entorhinal cortex, and other cortical regions, including the parietal cortex. We can now couple our blue laser light to a system of mirrors whose position we can change very quickly to steer the laser beam onto different target locations on the skull. So in one trial, for example, we may be inhibiting parietal cortex on both hemispheres here while the animal is running down the maze and choosing to turn left or right. And then in the next trial, we can quickly change the mirror positions and steer the laser beam onto a different region, here retrosplenial cortex. We choose the order of these target locations randomly, and we also interleave them with control trials where we steer the laser beam outside of cortex. We have another control trial in somatosensory cortex where we inhibit a local volume that supposedly isn't involved in making these types of visual association decisions. So given that we have a system now where animals are making decisions in this virtual reality and we can inhibit different brain areas, we can finally ask what areas are actually necessary for making this simple type of navigation decision. And we do this by subselecting trials where the laser beam was in a particular location and then quantifying the average performance of the animal in those trials. So we quantify performance as fraction correct, where 1 or 100% means the animal is making no mistakes, and 0.5 or 50% means the animal would perform at chance level, either just guessing randomly or continuously running to the same side. But you see here in the control case, the performance is very high, far away from chance level. The animal is making very few mistakes, meaning 1, that it knows this task very well, but 2, also that it's not distracted by blue light in general. When we now inhibit somatosensory cortex, we see a very similar picture, indicating that the animal is not relying on spiking activity in that area to guide its navigation decision. When we inhibit retrosplenial cortex, we see a very different picture now, where every time, on average, when we inhibit this brain area, we're causing the animal to make mistakes in this type of decision-making task, indicating that it's actually relying on activity in this area to guide its decisions. And now, quite surprisingly, when we inhibit parietal cortex, the animal can still perform the task very well, indicating that activity in this area seems to be dispensable in this setting, and the animal can do quite well without it. So having identified now the retrosplenial cortex as an area that's mediating these simple types of decisions, we can now go ahead and modify the context in which the simple decision is made. So we create a flexible context now where on top of the 2 associations that I've showed you before, sometimes the animal has to make the opposite choice given the same visual cue. In a given experimental session, we introduce these 2 pairs of associations in blocks of tens of trials. And once an animal has been trained in this setting for quite some time, it can perform quite well. Mainly making mistakes really at the change points of these blocks. So after a switch of the association block, the animal makes a few mistakes because it's still using the old association. Then it realizes it doesn't get rewarded this way and updates its strategy and uses the new pair of associations. So towards the end of each of these blocks, the animals are performing at a very high % correct, and their decisions outwardly look very similar to the ones that animals made in the simple context. And let me just show you how similar those decisions look. In the left case, you see an animal that was trained in the simple context. It encounters this horizontal cue and has to turn to the left. In the right, you see an animal that was trained in the flexible context, encounters the same trial type, also has to turn to the left. And when you just look at these movies side by side, they really look identical, indicating that the types of decisions outwardly these animals make are very similar. So now as a sanity check, we first wanted to see if, again, retrosplenial is actually mediating decisions in the rightward case. So we inhibited the same targets as I showed you before, but now specifically towards the end of these blocks where the animal is performing at very high fraction correct, meaning it knows the association well. So again, in the control setting or within somatosensory cortex inhibition, the animal is performing the task very well. Again, with retrosplenial cortex inhibition, we induce many errors, but now you see the drop is quite large, actually close to 50%, meaning the animal is almost performing at chance level. So in this flexible context, it seems to especially rely on activity in this part of the brain to guide its decisions. But now, quite surprisingly, when we inhibit parietal cortex, we also see a very large drop in performance. And again, we didn't see this type of drop in performance in the simple context. So in the flexible context now, it's not just retrosplenial cortex guiding the animal's decisions, but the animal is also relying on this additional brain area, the parietal cortex, which, just to remind you, in the simple context, for the very same outward decision, it didn't need. And given that we were quite stunned by this result, we wanted to make sure that we understand what's going on. It seems like the current cognitive context dictates whether this parietal area is also necessary for decision making. Now, if that's true, we should be able to take the exact same mouse, change the cognitive context it's experiencing, and thereby change the number of brain areas that are involved in the decision. So to test this as a sanity check, we took an animal that was trained in the flexible context. And again, to remind you, with parietal cortex inhibition, we see a very large performance drop, so the animal is using this part of the brain. And then we transition this animal to the simple context for 14 days, where it's not experiencing any association switches. In the control case, of course, the performance stays very high, but now stunningly, when we inhibit parietal cortex, we continue to see the strong effect on performance, suggesting that the brain persists in using this decision-making area for this very simple decision, even weeks after we switched the animal from the flexible to the simple context. And we thought this was quite stunning, especially again when we compare the lack of effect in the animals that were trained in the simple context here. Because again, animals trained in the simple context who have never seen the flexible context do not rely on this brain area, the parietal cortex, at all to guide their decisions. So in addition to the current context dictating what brain areas are used to make decisions, context can also have a very long-lasting impact on what brain areas are used to guide the same simple decision. Finally, we wondered whether maybe we see this very large effect of context because perhaps we're looking at a very extreme case here, or maybe it's some special case where we're comparing this simple context to a flexible context. It could be that perhaps the flexible context is especially demanding for the nervous system, where the same cue has to be mapped to opposite choices. So we created another context where the animal doesn't have to reverse its choices, but we just create a more diverse context. So we keep the two associations that you've seen before, and then we add two more associations with different visual cues, but now importantly, the mapping from the visual cue to the choice of the animal that's rewarded is constant. So finally, we ask what brain areas the animal relies on in this type of decision making. And again, we see not only retrosplenial cortex, but also parietal cortex being used by the animal to guide its decisions. So it seems that context in general has a very strong impact on what brain areas are used for decision making. And context can be changed in various ways. You can increase diversity of context, or you can make the context more flexible. And probably there are many different ways on top of these two variations we've shown you that would change the number of brain regions involved in decision making. So we think we've seen something quite interesting about the brain here, namely that it can implement the exact same decision from the outside using completely different brain circuits. And this suggests that the brain is actually tremendously flexible and shaped in very profound ways by context and experience. Because we're not just talking about changing the synaptic connections between individual neurons here, we're talking about using entirely different sets of brain regions for the very same decision. And we think this might have some important implications for how we want to study cognition as systems neuroscientists, because we have shown that behavioral task design details and training history really matter. If we have two animals that perform this outwardly seemingly identical task, they might actually be relying on different brain regions to do so depending on their experience. So we need to control for experience much more carefully. But in addition, we're also suggesting that perhaps we should leverage this diversity to create more diverse and naturalistic laboratory settings in which we study decision making. Now, where do we take this work next? With Sofia Suarez in the Harvey Lab, we've built a special microscope that allows us to image different brain areas simultaneously. So we're currently using this approach to look at activity in all those decision-making areas that I've talked to you about previously. And we're asking how activity in those areas, but also across those areas, may differ depending on the cognitive context in which animals are making the seemingly same decisions. And another interesting research direction taken by other lab members is trying to actually get towards the inner workings of those individual areas. So all the optogenetic approaches that I've shown you today were quite coarse, silencing entire brain regions. But Salman in lab has developed a method where he can activate individual neurons one at a time while monitoring the activity of the surrounding tissue. So here you see from left to right, he's intentionally, with light, activating one neuron at a time in the living brain. And he can use this technique to ask questions about the functional microcircuit architecture and about computations that a given circuit may be performing. And Dan Wilson in the Harvey Lab is taking this approach a step further by now activating 10 neurons simultaneously, here shown with the blue arrow. And he's doing this as animals perform decision-making tasks. So he can ask what the causal link is between the activity of individual neurons that he can functionally identify, for example, neurons that respond to a visual cue that the animal is using to guide its choice. So you can link activity of those neurons now to the network activity, but also to the performance of the animal, trying to draw causal links between activity of individual neurons and cognition. And with that, I'd like to thank everyone who's contributed to this work. First and foremost, Roberto Barroso Luque. He was a research technician in the Harvey Lab whom I very closely collaborated with on this project and who is now off to grad school, but he really helped to push it forward and push it in all different directions to the scale that you saw today. I'd also like to thank Chris Harvey, who's been a tremendous advisor on all aspects of the project, from training mice all the way up to preparing this talk. I really value his input and advice and his passion for science in general. I'd also like to thank Salman, who originally designed this flexible decision-making task that inspired the whole project, really. And then the whole Harvey Lab community for fun scientific discussions and great feedback. Our funding sources, the Research Instrumentation Core, and the medical school community in general.
Thank you, Charlotte. That was wonderful. So our last speaker is Dr. Karl Deiseroff from Stanford. He is the Chen Professor and Chair in the departments of Psychiatry and Bioengineering, an interesting combination which really defines his career. Karl did his undergraduate work here at Harvard, majoring in biochemistry, and then went to Stanford to do a combined MD-PhD. He also worked with Dick Chen, as did Ed, and studied the coupling between activity of neurons, calcium entry, and cellular processes. And this is where I first got to know him, because I was doing similar work here with Wade Regier. After finishing graduate school and the MD, he did clinical training in psychiatry and is still a practicing psychiatrist. As we've already mentioned, he, along with Ed and Fong, were the first to put channel rhodopsin into mammalian neurons and show that they could control the excitability of those cells using light. Since then, his laboratory has really led a steady drumbeat of developments in optogenetics over the years, in which he's produced literally dozens of different kinds of optogenetic actuators that could be used to manipulate the activity of cells. His lab has also produced light-activated G-protein coupled receptors, step function options, and many, many other tools. Separately, his laboratory also invented the brain clearing approach, Clarity, that's now being used ubiquitously to look at the structure of the brain in intact organs that don't need to be sliced. This has become a very powerful technology. And as you'll see in a minute, in addition to inventing technologies, Carl's lab has constantly used these to make fundamental discoveries about the organization of the mouse brain, and I think led by his own experience as a psychiatrist, has really begun to reveal how the animal not only makes decisions in the normal state, but also how this goes wrong in some pathological states. Carl, thank you.
All right, thank you, Bernardo. Very grateful for this tremendous honor, and heartfelt congratulations to my fellow prize winners. This is a wonderful moment, so thank you for all you've done over the years. I want to, since going last, you have heard a lot about things, so I'm going to move as quickly as I can to the present day. Without spending too much time on the past, I do want to talk a little bit more in even greater detail about the inner workings of the channel rhodopsin protein itself. The progress of this field has been very rapid. As recently as 2011, we did not know much about the inner structure of channel rhodopsin, but things have progressed very quickly over the ensuing 6 years. We now know a great deal. Here's that retinol binding pocket that Peter mentioned. This is the ion pore lined with charged and polar residues, including these 5 glutamates, E1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And attaining this level of understanding of the protein is, of course, exciting in its own right for people who care about proteins and molecules and amazingly elegant natural machines like this. But, of course, also has led us to be able to change them, change their properties fundamentally in ways that really matter and are useful. For example, we were able to make them faster, as Peter mentioned. So here, going up to 200 hertz spiking with a very fast mutant, as we described in 2010. Getting red light-driven spiking, as we did it in 2011, together with Peter Hegemann and Ofer Yizar, who's here today. Getting this bistable operation with the step function tools, flipping cells into and out of excitable states, and then making the channel rhodopsins inhibitory, and then making that in turn be bistable inhibition as well. And all of these stemmed from molecular modeling, structural determinations, a great deal of work, most of it in collaboration with Peter Hegemann and many other very talented colleagues. I want to touch on 2 aspects of this scientific journey that were particularly useful and relevant to modern neurobiology. Of course, a big part of it was getting these 3 crystal structures. When we got the 2012 one in collaboration with Hideaki Kato, Feng Zhang, Ofer Yizar, Shar Ramakrishnan, and Osamu Nareki, we saw right away it was a dimer of 2 7-transmembrane proteins. Each one had its own retinal, its own pore. But we also, in seeing the pore, we, for the first time, had the opportunity to change it. It had been prominently hypothesized that the pore might lie, rather than within each monomer, might lie at the interface of a dimer or even a trimer. This turned out to be wrong, but of course, not even knowing where the pore was, it would be very hard to re-engineer it, and we were able to do that. In looking at the inner lining of the pore from our structure, we could see that it was largely lined with polar, but also residues that would be predicted to give rise to negative surface electrostatic potential in the internal lining of the pore and in the inner and outer vestibules. And this led to an idea to change the ion selectivity. This wild-type channel rhodopsin was a non-selective cation channel, as you've heard, fluxing sodium, potassium, calcium, and protons. And Andre Behrendt and Sue Lee in my lab worked hard to change that inner lining to be more positive, and they succeeded against all odds. This came out along with a beautiful paper from Peter Hegemann, similar result in different mutations, both ending up in creating this chloride-conducting channel rhodopsin capability, which allows one to deliver blue light-based inhibition of spiking. And together with Peter, we optimized these further and created the step function inhibition forms of these inhibitory chloride-conducting channel rhodopsins. So these have been now widely used. For example, together with Will Allen in my lab, Will is now here as a Harvard Fellow. We were able to use this fast IC++, the next generation version of the chloride channel, to identify the causal roles of neurons that are involved in the fundamental survival drive of thirst. Now, this is just one example. Getting to the inhibitory chloride conducting channel rhodopsins in 2014 was one step, but then a very interesting thing happened the following year. John Sputich's lab identified naturally occurring chloride conducting channel rhodopsins from Giardia theta. And just last year, we were able to get the crystal structures of both the naturally occurring chloride channel and the one that we had produced together with Peter. And this gave us a very interesting insight into both the natural and the designed chloride conducting channel rhodopsins. In particular, that both the engineered one and the one that nature had developed, in fact, used this principle of surface electrostatic potential within the pore and also at the surface vestibules of the channel pore to exclude, in this case, likely anions and to exclude cations, and in this case to create a anion conducting pore. So this revealed, and we were able to both convert anion conducting channel rhodopsins to give them cation selectivity, take cation conducting channel rhodopsins, give them anion selectivity, all based on this structure-based analysis of the pore. So at this point, we understand the pore, at least to some extent, and as you'll see later, that's even helped us screen for and identify and understand new kinds of opsins that have new kinds of functionality. But I want to talk about color selectivity as a very important step first. And this red light driven spiking in part depended on discovery of a red light driven channel rhodopsin, which was work again in collaboration with Peter and with Ofer Yizar, but work led by Feng Zhang in my lab. In 2008, he found this red light driven channel rhodopsin from a multicellular green algae called Volvox carteri. And this enabled ultimately, although we didn't realize that it would have this impact at the time, this ultimately enabled us to even move beyond what Crick's initial concept of the utility of light control might be. And this has been shown a couple times already, but I want to focus on a different aspect of it, of Crick's initial statement. He very clearly focused on types of neurons, engineer a cell type. And indeed, this is very useful, and indeed, this is how the vast majority of optogenetics has been done around the world, allowing one to turn on or off genetically targeted cell types. But he didn't, even in this piece, describe a control of multiple individual neurons, which is what ultimately the red light driven channel rhodopsins have done a great deal to enable. This, of course, in the very first experiments, we controlled single cells, but this was with a readout of a patch clamp pipette in culture. And here, showing some of those very early experiments. Here is a small group back then. Here's myself and Ed and Feng, the good old days. With Mike Greenberg in the audience, it's nice to point out that the initial readout of membrane depolarization was Krebs serine 133 phosphorylation. I was initially a patch clamper, but I also did a lot of work that ultimately followed up on Mike's identification and creation of reagents that allowed us to study this very interesting phosphorylation event. So let the word go forth from the Warren Alpert Symposium that Mike Greenberg helped launch optogenetics. So thank you, Mike. But then, of course, Ed's gorgeous spiking recordings, Feng's elegant design of irises, and his design of fiber optic interfaces to allow us to control in behaving animals, and that led to this initial control of mammalian behavior in 2007, where this illumination of supplementary motor cortex M2 on the one side of the animal causes the animal to rotate in the opposite direction. As soon as the little blue light turns off, the animal stops rotating. Now, even this was with control of types of cells. In this case, the photosensitive cell population was layer 5 cortical neurons. And we went on from there to target deep hypocretin neurons in the lateral hypothalamus. Again, work led by Feng Zhang and Antoine Adamantidis. But all of this cell types, and what ultimately turned out to be particularly useful in opening the door to single cell was a derivative of the initial Volvox channel rhodopsin that Ofer and Peter and myself and several in our group described in 2011 called C1V1. It's a chimera of channel rhodopsin 1 from Chlamydomonas and Volvox channel rhodopsin 1. Rohit Prakash in my lab was able to express this in 2012, here using a patch clamp electrode in loose patch configuration in a living mouse, and doing raster scanning 2-photon illumination just above the cell, not getting spiking, within the cell getting spiking, and just below the cell not getting spiking. So single cell resolution control in vivo in mammals, and this was work in collaboration with Adam Packer and Rafa Yusta, and it was back-to-back with a paper also collaborative between our two groups showing the first spatial light modulator, liquid crystal-based holographic control of single cells, but that was in culture. It took a number of years between 2012 and the present to actually translate this into the control of mammalian behavior by control of multiple individually specified cells. The path to this led through all optical experiments. So using the red light-driven aspect of the Volvox-driven channel rhodopsins and the blue light-actuated calcium sensors like the GCAM series that you've heard a fair bit about already today. And we had combined in an experiment together with David Tank, we'd combined the Volvox-derived opsin together with readouts of calcium signals, blue light-driven calcium signals, the GCAMs in 2014, but it was not with behavior as a readout. It was simply showing that you could do all optical interrogation of neural circuits, but not affecting behavior. It was in behaving animals, but not affecting behavior. It took some time even from that point to get to the point where we could exert control over mammalian behavior at the level of multiple single cells. This was work from earlier this year led by Josh Jennings and Tina Kim and Jim Marshall in the lab. And what we did was target orbitofrontal cortex. This is a part of the mammalian brain that in human beings, if its lesion gives rise to a syndrome called orbitofrontal syndrome, where you can have serious dysregulations in feeding behavior and in social behavior. This is a structure that, of course, does many other things as well. It's involved in value-based decision-making, but we were interested in understanding and leveraging our potential for single-cell resolution control. Our goal was to see if we could study the interaction and competition of two primary drives, primary survival drives, feeding and social interaction within this structure. And these cells, as is common in systems neuroscience, are very often observed to be active during behaviors, but not necessarily known to be causally involved in those behaviors. And so that was a big and open question. So what we did was use a grin lens-based optics to give us access to this somewhat deep cortical structure and exert control over the single cells while also getting readouts via calcium imaging of the activity of those individual cells. And under this system, we can quite readily identify feeding cells. As this trace progresses at each of the gray bars, that's when a little droplet of high caloric reward is delivered, and we can see cells that quite reliably respond at the feeding droplet delivery. And so these are, as we call them, feeding cells. These are cells that always or almost always respond when this high caloric reward is given. So this is their naturally occurring activity, and this is very useful. They're sprinkled in among other cells that don't have these properties, and then we can come and give optogenetic control, leveraging our ability to exert this single cell resolution control. And we can do this as shown here. The non-targeted cells called NT here, these are cells that are next to stimulated cells. And this gives you a flavor of the spatial resolution. You can see the non-targeted cells, the NT cells, are active in their own right, doing their own thing, but they're not activated when we activate optically the feeding cells that are right next to them, absolutely cheek by jowl with them in this structure. So we have single cell resolution control over these cells, and then the question is, do we have, are these cells causally involved in the behavior? And so here's the result of that experiment. If you, in this case, driving, when we found if we just drove 20 to 25 of these feeding cells, we could enhance and extend the feeding response to the droplet, where each little tick is a lick delivered by the animal. Did a number of controls. For example, if you leave the Volvox-derived opsin out, you don't get that response. So this is that's good news for the experiment. It shows that it's not an artifact of the light, for example. But of course, you might ask, does it matter that you're targeting the feeding cells? What if you targeted other cells too? And what if they were important cells to the animal, cells involved in an appetitive drive? And so here we wanted to identify the socially responsive cells, and we did that experiment as shown here. Now, this is all done in the head-fixed configuration, so you might ask what really is head-fixed social behavior, and it's maybe not quite the same as natural social behavior. But in this case, there's definitely is a conspecific social interaction, an interaction with another member of the species, a juvenile same-sex mouse that can move freely around this chamber and occasionally come in here where there's an extended period of whisking and sniffing. And indeed, there are social cells that are active when this happens, and those are not the same as the feeding cells. You might also ask, maybe these are just surprise cells or novelty cells, and that was an important thing. When I'm very surprised or shocked, I might not eat as much, and so that's an important distinction to know. Are these truly social cells, if that's what we're interested, or something else? And so here we 3D printed a mouse and had it pop up in quite a shocking, almost horror movie type fashion. I'll play this movie here. So the mouse is here waiting. And what's amazing is the social cells absolutely do not respond at all, even to that shocking stimulus. There are other novel object cells that respond. It's going to come up again here. So, and other controls give us confidence that these are related in some way to social interaction. And then the question became, if you drive those cells, what happens? Does it increase or decrease or do nothing to the feeding response? And what we found, at least for the first couple minutes, was there is in fact a suppression of the feeding response by driving the social cells. So here in orbital frontal cortex, there is a interaction between cells subserving or related to primary survival drives. If you drive other cells that are non-feeding or non-social, and SNF cells, you see no effect at all. So that it does appear to be at least somewhat a specific aspect of the feeding cells, of the social cells and their effect on feeding. So this was exciting because we were able to take these Volvox-derived opsins and finally do an experiment that we wanted to do from the very beginning, which is to exert control at the multiple individually specified cell level over mammalian behavior. But of course, we've been wanting to push this to yet further and further levels. One limitation that at first seems almost like a physical limitation is one has to be very careful with the amount of light power that one delivers into living tissue. These are powerful lasers that we're using to generate these spots and drive these cells, and if we start wanting to control more and more cells, we may, if we're not careful, enter into regimes where we're delivering too much heat or damaging cells in other ways. So we've been working hard on this, working on ways to deliver spots of light over broader fields of view, which is good in its own right as well, and also finding and identifying and using opsins that need vastly less light in order to give rise to still fast triggered responses. And this has come along quite quickly as well. Along with device development, we've been producing very large spatial light modulators that can give rise to holograms projected over very large swaths of the mammalian brain, up to a 1 by 1 millimeter area, which, for example, can cover most of the visual cortex. These look like this, and these now have enabled us to do the following sort of experiment. What's shown here are 6 squares depicting 1 by 1 millimeter areas of primary visual cortex in an awake mouse. These 6 areas are listed this way because we're going from superficial.
Heartbeat, what's up?
3 dimensions. And all the red circled cells are cells that are, first of all, co-expressing both GCAM and a new opsin that allows us to deliver much less light while still stimulating the cells.
No longer napping, I'm up.
But also cells that have been picked out by virtue of their naturally occurring activity. So we're able
Not that anybody's here, but I'm up.
to look like so.
identifying the ones that want to control by presenting visual stimuli to the animal and picking out the cells that respond the way you want. In this case, the circled cells are all responding.
So here's what you gotta do. Is it mushrooms? No. Okay. So it's for like power. Have you tried microdosing yet? Okay, just making sure. Oh yeah, microdosing right now. Me too. Are you really? Yeah. Cool. Oh, we gotta talk about that. Yeah. So this stuff's for fucking power lifters. So I'm sure. Have you ever been knocked out like racing or anything? Oh yeah. I've been knocked the fuck out. You know the shit that football players will put on their nose. Yeah, like whiff of that. That's what it is. Hold on. Are you gonna knock me out?
Ouch. Motherfucker. Ow. Scoundrel, you look hilarious. What are you doing, buddy? Scoundrel, move. Let her out. That's so funny. Why are you gatekeeping the door? Do you want to come in, Scoundy? You're not even outside. Hey, Scoundrel. Scoundy. Are you coming in? What are you doing out there? Hi. Little baby. How come you're sitting in the door like that? That's funny. Little kitty. I don't get why you're doing it. Oh my god. Well, your mom better hope she comes today. Because, I'd really need to get that paperwork turned in, man. I'm really sick of waiting. I don't need to be stuck around here for her or anybody. Hey. fuckers, dude. Fuck. Dear Lord, this is crazy. Why was that over there? Who that? Oh. Oh no. What, Harry?